Chapter 571. Xiaoju couldn't explain it. Its level wasn't high, and its skills weren't capable of perceiving the full picture. For the things it couldn't explain, Xiaoju chose to suppress them, slowly analyzing the answers. That evening, Suan was exhausted and ready for bed. She hadn't even finished watching the soap opera, so she went to bed early. Xiao Imo came to keep her company. A little after 8 o'clock, Suan closed her eyes, preparing for sleep, when the lighting and music system began to ding in succession. Sleeping away, she didn't have the energy to complain. She opened the public screen and began to mechanically control the system. Holy Spirit Amusement Park welcomes you, welcome you, welcome you. The voice drifted from far away, lingering and disturbing. This was a sonic attack carrying a polluting force, capable of causing players to lose their composure, drowsily giving up resistance and accepting the invitation. Inside the beetle, the fog-dispelling lamp burned quietly. The small flame, though not bright, illuminated a large area, especially the bed. Yotsuba, already seriously ill, was in a state of torment and trance. For a moment, she almost lost herself in the music, forgetting to click the public screen. The pain from her teeth bit the tip of her tongue, bringing a surge of energy. After the Holy Spirit Amusement Park faded into the distance, the car returned to normal. The protective shield emitted a faint glow, partially blocking out the fog and the strange intrusion. Inside, the fog dissipated, and the fuel lamp burned quietly, providing the player with a final measure of protection. Yotsuba, as if rescued from a pool of sweat, lay weakly in bed. She had spent the past few days like this, doing everything with extreme caution. It was her good fortune to meet the Scorpion Sister, who rescued her from the platform. She had received a mission from the beautiful Scorpion Sister and returned to the road, continuing her sickly recovery. She hadn't set out for the past few days, just eating, sleeping, and recovering. She didn't have the energy to complete the mission right now, but luckily the deadline was still quite a while away. A quick glance at the time on the public screen revealed it was already past 8 in the evening. It felt like she hadn't eaten in ages. She struggled to sit up and grab something to eat from her space. This was a large pancake she made in her free time. The pancake would cool naturally if left in space, and it would be hard and dry if eaten cold. Boiling water would also take a lot of energy. After some thought, Sai simply opened the trading house, consulted with a friend, and bought a bowl of porridge. Sister Ka was online, and upon seeing her request, she specially prepared a bowl of vegetable porridge for her, half buying and half giving it to her. She broke the pancake into pieces and placed it in the hot porridge. It was soft and filling, with vegetables, rice, and noodles, and Sai was very satisfied. Even though her hand holding the spoon was shaking, she still firmly spooned the food into her mouth, one spoonful at a time. She wanted to live. Ding, ding, ding. From outside the door came a sound. There was a knock on the door, and a voice imitating a loved one, like the voice of her mother in her memory, mimicked perfectly by the eerie presence outside. Xingbauer, open the door. Mom's back. Open the door for me. The voice was clearly similar, but the strange, urgent voice outside disturbed the gentleness of her mother's memory. A moment later, the glass began to creak, and the voices of her grandparents could be heard from outside. These two elderly people, who loved their children so much, were also imitated by the ghost. Yashai didn't want to see this strange disguise. It would cause her emotions to fluctuate, revealing more memories and exposing more. She closed the curtains, which had been drawn tightly for a long time. She picked up the mist lamp on the small table, added some oil, raised the wick a little, and placed it by her bedside. After a while, the strangeness dissipated. Yashai discovered that the system vehicle had built-in protection, coupled with the fog-dispelling fuel lamp. As long as the player didn't open the door or give permission, strangeness would be almost impossible to invade the vehicle. She knew, but she'd be lying if she said she wasn't afraid. She was just a teenager. Yashai huddled under the covers, feeling weak and scared. Kali Chiuze, Xiao Yi, team up with me. I can take care of you. Lucky Yashai. No, Sister Ka, it's too much trouble for you to seal your skills while I'm here. Thank you for your kindness, I can do it myself. After replying the message, Yashai's eyes were blurry with tears. She really wanted to go, but Sister Ka wasn't in good condition either. Many of her skills would be sealed if she went over, which would put both of them in serious danger. Not long after, Yashai received another message. Chi by Lifeng, I heard you've been feeling down lately. Come with me to the platform. I bought a house, it's safe. I just got the deed and told you. Chu Beilafeng, this platform is called the Kingdom of Dreams, a truly awesome place. Would you like to come and see it? Chu Beilafeng, believe in my abilities. I never had a bad time at the platform. Chubei laughing. Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Little Leaf, you're not dead, are you? I tell you, don't worry, Shujo is with me. Sai's heart was shamefully moved. Why not stay at the platform for a few days? Once the thought took hold, it couldn't be stopped. Her physical weakness and the loneliness of the journey tormented her mind and body. Suin woke up, feeling the chill still lingering in her bones. She looked up, seeing a circle of dolls surrounding her. She tried to get up, but her body felt heavy and she fell. Bear caught her from behind. Suin felt heavy all over, a slight headache, and a sore throat. She felt like she had a cold, but could she catch a cold on the road? Xiaoju leaned over, her face serious. Oh no! The cold rain has taken its toll on her body. Master is sick, meow, seriously ill, Xiaoju said. Xiaoju had actually been worried about this yesterday, and when Master left, he wanted to give her 18 layers of protection. She was completely wrapped in a raincoat, and Xiaoli was there to escort her. Even when Xiaoli returned, Xiaoli immediately offered Master ginger soup and watched her drink some decontamination potions as a precaution. This strange, foggy rain was too unbearable. Master had only slept for a while, and yet she was sick. Suin, knowing she'd been afflicted, was relatively optimistic. She took out her red, blue, and life potions and poured them into her mouth one by one. Generally speaking, no matter how serious the injury or illness, these medicines can solve the problem. Hadn't the medicine healed her broken four-leaf sap that had been broken into several pieces? Under Xiaoju's unpleasant gaze, Suin's optimism gradually wavered. She took a lot of medicine, but she found no improvement. The chill in her bones remained. Suin realized the difficulty of being seriously ill. For the next few days, Suin was cared for by the dolls, but she grew sicker and weaker each day. She ate less and less, and her rosy cheeks, which had previously been nurtured, turned pale again. The dolls were all worried. Watching their master becoming increasingly emaciated, looking as frail as Huan, the dolls began to think of various solutions. They used all their healing skills on Suin. Suin drank bowl after bowl of the decoction Xiaoju had prepared, but it had no noticeable effect. She could feel the warmth in her stomach, but it only temporarily warmed her and relieved her discomfort. After a while, the chill returned. Chapter 572. Xiaoju used every medicinal item he could find to make a cold-repelling decoction, experimenting repeatedly. Xiong sat in front of the TV, listening to each channel, trying to find some clues about how to deal with the strange rain. Don't worry, this idea was sound. Xiong actually found a relevant clue. 0921 Survival Channel text. Today's story is about the monster long-haired banshee. There's a mention of rain, and long-haired banshees love to move in the rain. The rain and the strange fog can corrode the human body, causing corrosive disease. Symptoms include deformity, weakness, general weakness, profuse sweating, emaciation, loss of appetite, random aches and pains, and low spirits. The cure: stay in a safe place protected from rain, take anti-pollution medications for a long time, and rest for 3 months while the body metabolizes the erosion. This method tests the individual's existing health. If the individual's foundation is weak or their willpower is insufficient, they will need to rest for a longer period of time, and there's a certain chance of failure to recover, worsening the condition, and death. Little Bear's alarm bells rang when he saw this treatment. Wasn't this the theory Little Orange had suggested? When there's no cure, one can take good care of the patient, and see if the body's own healing abilities can help. But this is a last resort. But Sister Anne can't just endure this. Little Bear continued watching, and sure enough, there were other solutions. Special treatments, the hot springs of Hot Spring City, the purifying springs of the Dream Kingdom, the tears of the mermaids of the Misty Lake. Little Bear immediately copied the clue into his notebook. He watched the TV again and again, making sure there was nothing he missed. Then he hopped up the stairs. Sister Anne, I found a cure for rainwater erosion. The little bear's voice was excited. Woo woo meow meow. The chubby little orange was nimble and swift, coming up quickly. Let me see, meow. The little orange came up. Suin looked at the dolls busying themselves at her, trying to get up and respond, but her weak struggle left her sweating. She could only reluctantly lie back down on the bed, her vision darkening and the blanket soaking. She seemed to be getting even sicker recently, experiencing both hot and cold temperatures and constant sweating. Therefore, the dolls always worked in pairs to care for her, ensuring she always had one by her side. The little bear stood beside Suin, displaying his notes, and allowed the clues he had gathered. The little bear's handwriting was mature and steady, clear and elegant, with a natural elegance that contrasted sharply with his rounded head and cheeks. Hot Spring City, the Kingdom of Dreams, and the Misty Lake, only 3 places I heard of, with any connection. Among them, Goo's Hot Spring City was a frequent destination. Hot springs are a popular destination, and Swan was particularly drawn to it. Eeming City wasn't necessarily on this level, it only recently entered the 3rd level. Among them, Swan couldn't go to the Misty Lake because of a vendetta, a serious one. Ophelia's imprisonment didn't necessarily imprison all mermaids. Her subordinates, the mermaids who succeeded her as the platform master, weren't involved. As for the Kingdom of Dreams, Swan only had a passing impression of it. Its promotional slogan was beautiful. Although Swan had his doubts, he had to admit it captured the feeling of human dreams, evoking a yearning for it. Little Pumpkin opened the platform coordinate binding device. He began searching and said, "Master, Eeming City isn't on the foggy map, but I saw the Dream Kingdom. We can connect to it using the platform ticket. Master, we can set out now and find the purifying spring." Suin shook his head and said, "Don't worry, get ready before you go out." The dolls understood Suin's meaning. It was almost night, not suitable for going out, though the dolls didn't care. But they cared about their master's feelings. So the time was set for the next day. The next day, everyone got up early, washed, dressed, ate, and prepared to go out. Suin changed into warm clothes, and was held in the arms of the enlarged little bear. Little Pumpkin shouted, "Are you ready?" "Everyone, we're heading to the platform Dream Kingdom now." Everyone responded in unison. Suin, held in the bear's arms, sat on the sofa. The platform coordinate binding device activated, and the ticket he picked up a few days ago dissipated into a speck of light. Then, a fork in the road appeared before him, a path devoid of even a wisp of fog. Suin looked at the platform sign. Platform, Dream Kingdom. This is a pollution-free utopia, a peaceful land where all beings are equal. Praise the gods, praise peace, praise the Dream Master. Resource, large, comprehensive platform. Danger level, plus, as long as you don't break the law, it's very safe here. Suin lowered his guard somewhat at this point. This platform seemed as beautiful as it was described. It truly seemed like a dreamlike realm, a source of anticipation. The pumpkin carriage entered. The road was smooth, and the horizon was wide open. In the distance, a magical city, shrouded in layers of protective shields, could be seen. The city floated in 3D, like a floating island. A rotating, translucent road led to a city in the sky. As they advanced, a chanting sound drifted through the air, soft and gentle, melodious, and clear. It cleansed the soul, soothing anxiety, restlessness, and other negative emotions. "Song has the power to purify pollution," Xiaoli said. "How impressive. They incorporated this power to dispel pollution into their singing," Xiaoli explained. Meanwhile, Huan Wan's comments were quite unique. "This singer has a unique voice, and her singing is full of pristine technique. This singer must possess the artistic attainments of a god-level master." It was rare to see Huan Wan so boastful, praising her endlessly. Suin also felt a sense of relief from the singing, his body less uncomfortable. Circling the long, winding highway, they drove together to the city in the sky. White clouds drifted around them. A beautiful city lay ahead, and soothing songs filled their ears. La 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 la. The higher they went, the clearer the sound became. It was a magnetic human voice, indistinguishable between male and female. Chapter 573. Knowing that this sound had the power to dispel pollution, Suin made no effort to resist. At least for now, it seemed to benefit everyone. Suin could see his sanity increasing, but because of Xiaoli, it had long been stuck at 100. This sanity increase only showed a +1 digit, but no actual increase. The sky was blue, the sun was beautiful, no rain, no fog. The environment was as comfortable as a fairy tale fantasy. Perhaps the platform owner was the same idealist as the one in fairy tale fantasy, a leader with ideals. However, the architectural style clearly resembled another civilization. Fairy tale fantasy is a Western fantasy, with a modern, pastoral feel. As the pumpkin carriage entered the platform, a gentle young voice echoed from the sky. "Welcome to the invited players. Respected players Sunshine Bear and her companions, as future citizen explorers, we welcome you to visit this place. Here, souls of like minds live. Here, we build our ideal city. Here, a place of dreams and beauty, we all find peace under the protection of the Dream Lord. Dream Kingdom, I am Ming Qi, the guide of the Dream City." A young figure appeared in front of the pumpkin carriage and saluted. He had a pleasant appearance, neither beautiful nor handsome. In human terms, he could only be described as delicate. He stood tall, his entire body translucent, similar to Wan's appearance when her spirit form was revealed. He had silver-white hair and black eyes, clean, clear, and full of sincerity. The corners of his clothes shone with a golden glow. His aura was as radiant as the moon, a radiant moon hanging high in the sky. Suan, somewhat speculative, looked at Wan, who nodded. He mouthed the answer, "It's a ghost." Yes, the guide who called himself Meng-Chi was a spirit being of Wan's kind. Next, I will show you around the city and explain its rules. I hope the invited players will allow me to enter the vehicle, or be willing to let me take you into the city on public transportation. Letting a ghost into the pumpkin carriage was absolutely forbidden. Little Pumpkin accepted the pumpkin carriage, and everyone appeared at the city entrance, ready to let the guide take them on public transportation. Suan, wrapped in a coat, was held in the arms of the bear, which had transformed into a 2-meter-tall figure. The remaining dolls all floated or stood around Suan and the bear. You've probably fallen ill from the heavy rain, haven't you? Let's adjust our itinerary. I take you to the purifying spring first. The young man glanced at Suan, seemingly aware of her condition. With that, he led the group into the city. At the first bus stop at the city gate, he paused, gestured for Suan and her group to sit down, and then pressed a button on the platform. The clean and tidy bus stop was a uniform turquoise-green building. This low saturation, soft turquoise evoked images of grass and nature. There were no residents waiting at the platform, and the chairs below were empty. Only Meng-Chi had pressed the button and sat down. Suan nodded, and the dolls followed suit, taking their seats. Soon, the bus stop seats were filled with a strange array of humans and animals. Meng-Chi explained, "This is the city's hover bus. Just click, and you can sit and wait." Dream City has strict traffic regulations. Private vehicles, including those of residents and tourists, are prohibited from flying within the city limits. Only hover buses are permitted to fly above the city. But don't worry about breaking the law. There's a no-fly circle in the city. Any vehicle entering the city will have its flight disabled. The city bus is very convenient. Flying is faster than driving on the road, but the city gate is far from the center, so it takes several minutes to get a car there. Meng-Chi spoke slowly. It must be said that even with caution, they had to slow down a little at his words. He always seemed to come across as friendly, gentle, and trustworthy. He didn't say much about himself, it was just this attitude, explaining and treating them like friends, that made them feel relaxed. We get off at the purifying spring station later. After collecting the purifying water, we continue our original journey. Yodo, nearly dying of weakness, gritted her teeth as she drove onto the platform and arrived at the city gate. Bai Feng and Xiao Jiao drove to pick her up. The car was Bai Feng's newly purchased small RV. Xiao Jiao sat in the passenger seat and waved to her from a distance. The car then drove at a snail's pace to the city gate. Siyi got out of the Beetle and stowed her own vehicle. Xiao Jiao and Bai Feng had already gotten out. Xiao Jiao quickly ran over and helped Siyi into the car. Bai Feng quickly switched back to the driver's seat and drove into the city. Siyi, holding Xiao Jiao, didn't have time to say anything before they were already in the car and entering the city. Sai didn't ask any further questions. It was normal to follow the rules her friends had learned at an unfamiliar station. Xiuzhou explained, "This station is very good, but there are a lot of rules. There's a 5-minute parking limit at the city gate, and violating it will result in points being deducted from the citizen score. Also, we're driving slowly because there's a speed limit on the ground. You understand once you live here. Although there are many rules, this is a very good place, and they protect us very well." Bai Feng, driving in the front seat, handed over a bottle of unfamiliar potion and said, "Try this." "What is this?" Sai asked. "Drink it. Can it kill you?" Bai Feng curled his lips, turned away, and continued to focus on driving. Xiuzhou explained, "This is the purification spring, a healing treasure native to this station. It's incredibly effective in removing pollution, treating strange possessions, rainwater pollution, erosion, and other conditions. Give it a try." Sai trusted her friends and took a sip. It tasted like clear water, with a slight aftertaste, like drinking a high-quality mineral water. There was no bitterness like the potion. Soon, Yotsuba felt a burning sensation in her stomach, her whole body burning, like steam dough rising. Xiaojiao couldn't bear to watch Yotsuba's pain. Yotsuba rolled around on the small bed in the back of the RV. Xiujiao felt miserable. It was all their fault for not having the ability and strength to reach the center of the spring. Even if they had sped points, they couldn't get the water. Otherwise, Yotsuba wouldn't be in so much pain. A few minutes later, the girl who had transformed into a fiery red shrimp recovered. Her previous pain seemed to have ended with the pain, and her body felt much better. She was still weak, but the pain was gone. It was truly miraculous. Yotsuba no longer felt any pain and rushed over to Xiaojio saying, "Thank you." The two girls hugged each other tightly. Bai Feng, who was driving, curled his lips. He deserved to be thanked, right? Xiaojio explained the situation at the station. This platform operates on an invitation-only basis. Messengers deliver platform ticket invitations, and only players with invitations have the opportunity to enter. She gained access through a clue during a quest, so she wasn't invited. However, the platform treats all players equally, and all who enter will be treated fairly. As long as players don't violate city laws, they can find refuge within the platform. Fortunately, she didn't commit any wrongdoing and stayed here. There's a bulletin board in the city hall where you can learn about city laws, but I heard that specially invited players will have guides to help them navigate the area. Only those invited players have the opportunity to become official residents and enjoy citizenship of the Dream Kingdom. At this point, Shijio's voice was filled with longing and envy. Chapter 574. If I had the chance, I really want to become a resident of the Kingdom of Dreams. That way, even in death, I have a place to call home. Yes, obtaining status in the Kingdom of Dreams is a good thing. It grants you the protection of the Dream Master. Bai Feng said as he drove ahead. At that moment, a chill ran down Sai's spine. Is the friend before her still the same friend as before? Has she been bewitched by this platform? Sai wanted to say something, but she felt the current environment wasn't suitable. With Bai Feng still driving, it would be bad to irritate them. We see how it works when we get there. Soon, the car arrived at a small villa, a 3-story building less than 100 square meters in size, with a garden of just over a dozen square meters. My money's a little low, so I can only afford a small house. Unfortunately, without official resident status, I can't buy it permanently, only for 40 years. Bai Feng said. He parked the car downstairs and led the two of them inside. Sai followed them inside. It was a very warm house, full of a homely feeling. The walls were white, the windowsills were bright, and everything a home could need was readily available. The entire house was filled with traces of life. The kitchen was piled high with dishes, and pots were filled with food. The decor could be described in 2 words: comfortable. The window offered a beautiful view, lush trees, and the street on one side, and a vast meadow on the other. The house has 3 floors. The first floor is the kitchen and living room, and the second and third floors are the bedrooms. I'm living on the 2nd floor, and Shujio is on the 3rd. You can stay with Shujio on the 3rd floor. I don't go upstairs unless I have something to do. Yosha, come eat. I knew you were coming, so I prepared a lot of delicious food. It's normal meat, not goblin meat. Try it, and see if my cooking skills have deteriorated. Surrounded by her friend's care, the word she had just about to say faltered. Wait a minute, talk later. I can't ruin my friend's joy. She went to the kitchen and watched Shiojo prepare the dishes. The sweet and sour pork ribs looked exactly like the food on Blue Star. It felt like she was back in time, visiting a friend. Suin followed the young guide and boarded the floating bus. It was a small bus with about 10 seats. The overall shape was sleek, with a layer of light and shadow cat ears on the outermost layer, giving it the appearance of a fat cat. Although this floating bus was called a bus and was public and free, this trip was exclusively for them. At the front of the bus were a row of buttons corresponding to different stops. With a single press, the bus would automatically drive to its destination. Meng-Chi first pressed the purification spring stop. There were plenty of seats on the bus, so he found a random spot and sat down. This is a cat bus, designed by Dr. Ella of the Cat People. It's very popular, he said casually, while Suin silently took note, gathering information about the current platform. Then, Meng-Chi continued to explain more. The initial sightseeing ticket is only for 3 hours. If you want to stay longer, you can purchase a new platform ticket to extend the time. That way, you can live in Dream City. The Dream Kingdom offers a variety of living options. There's a centralized parking campground in the city center that can accommodate vehicles, and the parking fee is very cheap. There are 2 hotels, called Dream City Lodge and Le 2 Hotel, both of which offer accommodation. Another way to stay long-term is to purchase some real estate. Informal residents can purchase 40-year property rights, while formal residents can purchase permanent property rights, becoming official residents. If you don't want to buy a property, the platform will automatically allocate accommodation to formal residents. In the Kingdom of Dreams, there's no pollution, no class system, and food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all free. Residents enjoy premium services, selected through a point system. Our laws establish points to increase choices and prevent loss. The higher the points, the greater the freedom of choice. After all, freedom is based on laws, and unlimited freedom is an infringement on the freedom of others. At this point, he glanced at Suen and the dolls and spoke seriously. The Kingdom of Dreams opposes all criminal activity, murder, robbery, rape, theft. Once discovered, they must be killed immediately. Faced with the guide's serious gaze, Suen subconsciously nodded like a schoolboy. The bear nodded along. Suen quickly realized how they could be so obedient. Could this ghost guide have special abilities? For a long time, the young man remained silent. The bus fell silent. The car was moving very slowly, barely faster than a sprint. Some people could even outrun the bus if they ran a little faster. The bus soared through the air, weaving through the city, allowing Suen to admire the cityscape. It was truly a beautiful city, clean and tidy everywhere, even cleaner and brighter than Yiming City. The city was densely greened, and the buildings were few and far between, the tallest being only about 5 stories. The city lacked a sense of everyday life, revealing a fresh, new look. Occasionally, Suen spotted some of the residents. They were polite and well-mannered, leading a leisurely and comfortable life. They looked young, yet possessed a sense of peace and kindness. Suen memorized everything. Ding 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 ding. The cat bus stopped, and the guide ushered Suen and his group off. After walking a few dozen meters, and passing through a flower corridor, they arrived at a large gate. Meng-Chi stepped forward and tilted his head toward the circular mirror in front of the gate. Ding ding ding. Guide, Meng-Chi, Point System 212217522, Title, Gold Medal Resident, Welcome to the Purification Spring. Let's go, everyone. The young man turned and smiled at everyone. Although he knew this was also strange, Suen was not at all wary of this smile. Entering the Purification Spring, a tall fountain was visible from a distance. Soon, the singing he had heard outside the city began to resound. Looking up in the direction of the singing, Suen saw several four-winged angels sitting above the fountain, each playing an instrument and singing. These angels were both male and female, but they looked similar. From a distance, they even looked like one person. Their beauty was indistinguishable from their gender, imbued with divinity. Their gender could only be determined by the degree of coverage of their upper body clothing. Each angel was draped in a veil, the fabric uncut, its hems cascading and flowing in layers of pleats, reminiscent of the clothing of ancient Greece on Blue Star. Female angels typically covered both breasts with veil, while male angels would expose one side or leave it uncovered entirely. The clothing was revealing, yet beautiful, a beauty imbued with divinity. Upon seeing these angels, it felt as if the world had fallen silent. Suen looked up, admiring the angels' music and singing. After the song ended, Meng-Chi bowed and requested a portion of the cleansing water. The harpist rose, produced a golden bowl, and walked to the center of the fountain, scooping a bowl of water and handing it to Suen. This was a large, older woman with short, radiant black curly hair. She smiled and handed the bowl to Suen. "Excuse me." Chapter 575. Meng-Chi spoke, then asked Suen to remove his outer garment, exposing his skin to the purifying spring. Xiong was cautious, so Suen removed his coat, revealing silver hair and a pale face. Meng-Chi's pupils constricted at the sight of Suen, but quickly returned to normal. Angel Sister scooped up the water, chanted a few incantations, and poured it over Suen's face and hands. With a sizzling sound, the water, like entering a boiling iron pot, instantly boiled and evaporated. As the purifying spring water gradually evaporated, Suen felt his weakness gradually dissipate, his body regaining strength, and his mind no longer sluggishly controlling his body. The feeling of both cold and heat, the chill in his bones, also dissipated with the evaporation of the water. After using half a bowl of water, Suen felt recovered. After using the entire bowl, he felt much stronger. The angel sister smiled, and said a few words in an incomprehensible language, her tone elegant and her voice sweet. She covered her mouth with her hand as she smiled, then flapped her wings and flew back to the platform of the purification spring. It was then that Suen realized that the system had been frozen since entering this place, not speaking, and the built-in translation function hadn't been used. And Meng-Chi had been using telepathic communication, and the words automatically became easier to understand during telepathic communication, but he had actually overlooked this. Suen was curious about what the angel sister had just said, so he asked Meng-Chi. Meng-Chi smiled and said, "Dear invited player, she was just praising you, saying that your soul is clear and beautiful." Suen waved goodbye to the angels who were flirting with her in midair, and left the place, accompanied by their singing. Many players and outsiders mistakenly believe the purifying spring is precious healing water. In reality, the water is merely a carrier. The purifying and healing properties come from the Wing tribe, Mengqi said. Perhaps your culture has similar beings, calling them angels, right? Mengqi said with a smile. Suan turned to look at him. The boy's smile was gentle, but his words made her cautious. Yes, ghosts can read memories. Had she been read by a ghost? Don't be wary of me. I said that in the kingdom of dreams, all is equal. No crime is allowed. Even the dream master cannot do anything to its inhabitants. This is humanity's utopia, a place to live in happiness. Let's go! Next stop, we go to City Hall. Mengqi led Suan and the others to the bus stop. The cat bus had already left, and it was unclear which destined person it was picking up. Mengqi called another bus, and soon, one with adorable bear ears appeared. Xiaomo looked at the bear bus, and then at the color of his own body, the same color. It's hard to say this was random. Everyone boarded the bear bus and headed to the next stop. After Suan recovered, she no longer needed the bear to hold her, and could get off and walk around on her own. Since boarding the new bear bus, Suan had noticed the bear fidgeting. Xiaomo didn't share the same indifference as the orange cat, regarding a car shaped like his own. Xiaomo was a bit sensitive about this. He kept looking at the bus, as if his mind had been hollowed out and shaped like a car. This was terrifying. This was terrible. Suan sensed Xiaomo's fear. Suan asked Mengqi bluntly, Did you deliberately choose the design of this floating bus based on my friends? This will cause trouble for them. The boy heard this, turned around and smiled. Sorry, I thought you like it. It's cute. If you don't, I won't design it next time. Mengqi admitted it bluntly. His expression and words didn't change much, still as gentle as ever. In that moment, Suan felt that he truly resembled the moon, as gentle and cool as the moon. Suan suddenly felt that beneath his gentle and kind appearance lay a coldness. As if sensing Suan's observation, Mengqi's eyes momentarily lost color, becoming cold and inorganic, but quickly returned to normal. He smiled and narrowed his eyes. Sorry, I change it now. He tapped his hand on the bus, and soon the bus's design became ordinary, without ears or tail, and its color changed to off-white, its entire appearance perfectly regular. Suan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt the bus speed up a bit. Soon, the bus stopped at the City Hall stop. Welcome aboard, Mengqi said, his impeccable appearance and impeccable manners intact, as if nothing had happened. Just as friendly and attentive. Suan and the dolls got off the bus. After getting off, Mengqi waved and transformed into a standard bus, flying away. He turned, scanned his face, and opened the door to the City Hall. Then he led Suan and the others inside. It was a large room, devoid of any staff, not even a statue on duty. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the entire hall came on, revealing a brand new scene. Rows of bulletin boards lined the hall, and Suan looked over, seeing the laws and regulations of the Kingdom of Dreams. Mengqi flew up, landed behind the counter, and used a key to unlock a row of glass cases. He pulled out a variety of platform tickets, unfolding them like a deck of cards. Here, take whatever you want. Or, he pulled another stack of platform tickets from the counter below and stuffed them into Suan's arms. I give them all to you. Suan was stunned. You don't need money to live here, Sai said in amazement. Yes, you can live here without money, and you don't need to work. Food and lodging are free, and if you really want to work, we find you a job. This is a utopia for humanity. No matter who you are, you can live happily here, Shujio said, a happy smile on his face. Only after coming here did I understand what stability and happiness are. But that's unrealistic, Sai said. Sai tried to reason with the situation. Didn't Baifeng still spend his game coins to buy the house? Sai said. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially in a place with strange creatures. These are regulations for us tourists, a wise form of governance. We're informal residents, so this is the case. Once we become official residents, we can fully enjoy the beauty of the city. These city rules are also for the betterment of the city. After all, limited freedom allows everyone to live well. Freedom to kill and burn is the end of the world, a road to death, not a city of dreams. Shujio replied. Chapter 576. Humanity, it's impossible not to have disputes, not to fight for resources. Even if they're all free resources, people will still compete for supremacy. Iya said. Don't use your own thoughts to speculate about this world. Our world's unrealistic reality is because humans haven't received education and haven't grown morally. Shujio retorted excitedly. This city relies on a point system to encourage goodness, encouraging everyone to earn more points and gain more freedom. Once you become a formal resident, you're all people of high moral character. Shijo's voice changed when she mentioned the term formal resident. In the bedroom, the two discussed the city. Yotsuba's message was clear. No matter how wonderful this place was, they had to return to the highway and continue on their journey. Although the purifying springs here cured her illness, they couldn't hinder her desire to move forward. Shijo's current desire to stay here was unacceptable. She needed a reminder, otherwise, it would be like deliberately getting lost. Shiojo, on the other hand, believed that such a beautiful city was worth staying in. Humans live to enjoy happiness. Whether on Blue Planet or the Doomsday Highway, there was no happiness. Once they felt happiness here, they should stop and settle down. What's the point of moving forward? The overall situation has nothing to do with her. Sai and Xiaojiu started arguing. Baifeng, hearing the noise, came over and offered some fruit to mediate, finally stopping the quarrel. Have something to eat. He held out a plate of bright red fruit. A pile of platform tickets was stuffed into the box. Suin was stunned. Ah, this is actually possible? Even in the city, they had to buy them with game coins. She looked at the platform tickets and couldn't say she didn't need them. At least for now, this platform seemed safe and secure, worth visiting more often. She picked out only a few platform tickets, 3 3-hour tickets and 3 3-day extended tickets, to keep as a backup. Then she cashed out some game coins from her backpack and handed them to Meng Qi, referring to the price of the platform tickets in Yiming City. Here, Mr. Guide, these are all I need. I hope you accept the game coins and consider them as a purchase for the platform. Meng Qi tilted his head and said, I told you that money isn't needed here. Many things are free, and everyone can use them freely as long as they don't waste them. But you also said that some properties are sold for coins. This shows that free and paid services go hand in hand, and money is useful here, Suin said. She had no intention of taking advantage. It was like when Ophelia offered her all the good things at the Misty Lake, and she felt no pleasure, only fear. Just think of her as a human, with a strong sense of unworthiness. Meng Qi smiled, a smile that was a little different from the superficial smile she had shown before. Suin felt that the boy's body had become much clearer. The boy said something inexplicably strange. As expected of you, Your Excellency. Truly entertaining. Suin was baffled. When she pressed him, the boy simply smiled and said nothing more. He took the game coin and hummed a song he couldn't name. He began sorting through the mess of platform tickets, sorting them one by one and placing them on the counter, then locking it. Suin felt a sense of familiarity as she listened to the song he hummed, but she couldn't pinpoint where she had heard it. The boy's inexplicable words disturbed her. Suin knew clearly that this world wasn't that simple. Perhaps it had been pierced through like a sieve, and time had traveled back to a point where wormholes were everywhere. Did he recognize his past self, or did he mean he had been to this platform before, and what had happened? Suin didn't know. Time was like the player rich and famous, who had vanished from this world. Aside from her memory, many others had forgotten she had ever been there. Meng Qi sorted out the platform tickets, floated out from the counter, and instructed Suin to use them. No, I think 3 hours is enough. I have some things to do on the highway, so I can come back and experience living here for a few days next time, Suin said. That's a shame. There are so many beautiful and interesting places here that you haven't seen yet, the boy said. Time is tight, so we can only visit 1 or 2 places. I take you to the rose garden or the fruit-picking garden. A beautiful girl like you would love such places. You can take away roses and red fruits. They would be a great farewell gift. Suin nodded in agreement. Once again, they went to the bus stop to hail a bus. This time, the bus was shaped like a cloud. The bus stopped, and the boy smiled sweetly, saying, I suddenly had a craving for marshmallows, and this image came to mind. You should smile more often, too, and you'd be as sweet as the marshmallows. I think we'd be friends in the future. The boy spoke affectionately, but Suin remained unmoved. Suin and his group boarded the bus, and soon the cloud bus began to float. The boy explained each place they passed. That's Shenren community, where the winged people tend to live. Suin followed the boy's finger, and saw a 3D villa complex. That's Poseidon Bay, where the mermaids like to live. Of course, the majority of our residents are humans. Holy Light, Painted, Alliance, A928. We have many civilized humans living here, and they're all very cultured beings. You know, many residents will one day become ghosts, and then we live in a true kingdom of God. Meng Qi pointed to the sky. To attain eternal life and tranquility. He said, I live there. The Dream Master is a peace-loving, all-embracing being. We remain here for a long time in the fog, seeking to provide a safe haven for those lost within. Ming-Chi explained slowly, like a gentle river, gradually washing over the rocks on the shore, attempting to subtly influence Suen. Suen noticed this, and after trying to filter out the useful information, she let the praise for the platform out one ear and out the other. But she didn't show it outwardly. We pursue different things from Holy Spirit City. They seek excitement, while we seek only tranquility. Ming-Chi spoke word by word. Suen became interested and pressed for more information about Holy Spirit City. But the conversation ended there. Chapter 577. The train arrived at the station. The Rose Garden and the Rose-Picking Garden were in the same place, called the Ailes Botanical Garden. After scanning my face, I was greeted by a vast expanse of lush greenery. This place was different from the Purification Spring. Over there, apart from the angels who served as staff, there were no other creatures, while here, residents roamed. Everyone was strolling through the various rose bushes in groups of 3 or 4, admiring them as if they were visiting a park. Every few meters were filled with small stalls selling rose-shaped marshmallows, fruit slices, scones, croquettes, and even flowers. Everything was free. Just ask, and the enthusiastic stall owners would prepare the goods and hand them over. They didn't charge, but seemed to enjoy the experience. How did Suen know this? Suen watched Ming-Chi buying, asking for things. Hello, Miss Angelina, I like 7 rose marshmallows and 7 croquettes, thank you. Okay, Master Ming-Chi-san, I make them right away. I'm Ming-Chi, thank you. Okay, Master Ming-Chi-san. Suen watched the entire process, taking in the atmosphere of life here with a certain curiosity. A moment later, the boy returned with a pile of food. Excuse me, Miss Angelina, you always mistake me for 13. That's my younger brother, we're twins. The boy held up the food. Beautiful human lady and her friends, I hope you try our specialties here. Don't worry, they're not poisonous. Ming-Chi distributed the food to everyone, then took a few bites of his own marshmallows and croquettes. The rose marshmallows made with the powdered sugar and crimson rose powder have a rich rose scent. These croquettes are made from plants from the picking garden. The yellow ones are mushrooms, the red ones are red fruit, and the green ones are crispy vegetables. Ming-Chi explained as he ate. You really don't need to give me game coins, this is free. Suen looked at the food, hesitant to eat, so he asked if he could take it home. Okay, as long as you don't mind it getting cold and losing its flavor, it's not a big deal. Faced with Suen's cautious attitude, the boy waved his hand, his eyes filled with resignation. Suen felt he was being too much with his expression. Suen had forgotten his caution when the purifying spring had healed him. Now that he had recovered, being too cautious seemed hurtful. Suen hesitated for a moment, then took a lick of the marshmallow. The palm-sized rose-shaped marshmallow was sweet and fragrant with roses. There was nothing wrong with it. The boy smiled and said, I told you we'd be good friends. Good friends won't lie to you or hurt you. They just want you to be happy. He hummed that unknown song again, a familiar, pleasant, and soothing sound. Under the doll's caring gaze, Suen ate rose marshmallows and meatballs. The portions were small. The marshmallows were palm-sized, and the meatballs came in a string of 3, yellow, red, and green, 1 bite each. The vegetarian meatballs had a vegetal flavor upon biting into them. The mushroom meatballs were incredibly delicious, bursting with umami. The red ones had a fruity, sour-sweet flavor, while the green ones were crisp and refreshing, like cucumber. After looking at many beautiful flowers, Ming-Chi stopped at a lush rose bush and asked, Dear Lady Rose, could you give this lady beside me a brilliant rose? Shortly after the words fell, the rose bush's branches trembled, and a single, gorgeous flower, a large rose with a pink hue, snapped off the branch. Thank you, Lady Rose. Ming-Chi handed the rose to Suen. Next, let's go to the picking garden. The red berries there are delicious. Siyi looked at the bright red berries and felt a craving for them. This strange fruit, a local specialty, was clearly a local specialty. Ugh! She was so greedy for something she didn't know. Wow! Is she a greedy girl? Okay, she is. Eat it. These are red berries. I made them especially for you because you're here. Without official resident status, it's difficult for us to buy such high-quality red berries. Seeing the red berries, Xiao Jiao stopped arguing and explained. This is a fruit that cleanses the body, perfect for someone like you who's been taking too many medications and has drug toxicity. Similar to Star Moon Cod, Sai said. The effects are similar, but completely different. Besides cleansing, it also boosts nutrition, and most importantly, it tastes amazing. Looking at the fruit her friend praised, Sai took a bite. It was the size of a tomato, bright red. Biting it open, it burst with juice, a perfect balance of sour and sweet, like opening a bag of juice. The flesh was delicate and soft, sliding smoothly down her throat. Before she knew it, she devoured the whole thing. At that moment, she felt incredibly happy. Suan felt incredibly happy. Even though she only eaten one red fruit. Carrying a bag of red fruits, Suan got off the bus and boarded her pumpkin cart at the city gate station. She felt a little reluctant to leave. Ming-Chi stood at the station, watching Suan wave, his expression forlorn, like a dog watching its owner depart. Time was running out. Without an extension ticket, Suan only had a dozen minutes left of her 3 hours. They should leave. Suan had an urge to use her extension ticket and stay a few more days, but reason intervened. As the pumpkin carriage moved away, Ming-Chi's figure grew smaller and smaller. He stood on the platform at the city gate, watching Suan until he could no longer be seen. The pumpkin carriage followed the road, entered the fog, and left the platform. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you left the platform Dream Kingdom in 2 hours and 48 minutes. You are back in the fog again. Suan lay on the sofa, surrounded by her dolls. They were worried she'd eaten something bad. I'm fine, Suan replied. She picked up a red fruit, stuffed it into her mouth, and began to eat it again. It was sour and sweet, delicious. Suan distributed the red fruit among the puppets. The puppets stared at the fruit, then at their master. With nothing to eat, Xiuju used his skills to study the fruit. This is a healing medicine. It strengthens the body, invigorates the spleen and stomach, and cleanses the body of toxins. To put it in a more subtle way, it's comparable to the simple marrow-cleansing pills in immortality novels. Strange, strange. Who invented such a delicious and useful fruit? Xiuju muttered to himself, puzzled. And they're giving it away for free. Suan said, I saved some money. I asked Xiaoli to deliver it while he wasn't paying attention. On the platform, Ming-Chi flew into the sky, his body stiff, his smile vanishing, a dead look taking on a gloomy air. The sky began to darken. Ding dong. His pocket jingled. He pulled it out, and saw a bag filled with gold coins jingling. He smiled, a gentle smile. The sky was bright and sunny, and the sun on the platform was brilliant. Why is the weather so nice all of a sudden? Xiuju exclaimed. Maybe the Dream Master is just feeling happy today, Baifeng replied. Sai was completely bewildered, still munching on the fruit. She couldn't stop, even though she knew it was excessive. She couldn't stop until she had finished showing off all the fruit Baifeng had brought her. Outside the window, a bell chimed. Chapter 578. Hearing the bell ring, Baifeng and Xiao Jiu shared a smile. Great. So lucky. Siyi, you're so lucky. You arrived just in time for the bell meeting. They both said in unison. Oh, what's that? Siyi asked, slurring her words as she bit into a red fruit. This is a great divine meeting where we can pray to the Lord of Dreams. The two spoke in a daze. At that moment, Siyi had only one thought in his mind. Sober delusion. His two friends seemed to be well aware of the anomaly here, and readily accepted it. Songs echoed along the highway. Welcome to the Holy Spirit Amusement Park, welcome, welcome. Suan frowned, and once again focused on rejecting the invitation, refusing to enter the platform. Outside the window, a dazzling array of lights, like light pollution, bombarded the cozy interior of the pumpkin carriage. Having already turned off the lights in preparation for bed, Little Pumpkin had no choice but to turn them back on to drown out the vibrant lights outside. So noisy. Little Pumpkin pouted. How about killing them all? One said sinisterly. If all else fails, go in and pay some money. When will this end? Little Fox, his 8 tails almost covering his ears, suggested paying money to ward off the disaster. Little Pumpkin, hearing this, said angrily, No, absolutely not. You little fox, do you think money comes from the wind? If you don't manage the household, you don't know how expensive food and daily necessities are. We absolutely cannot afford to let those scum get away with it. Meow, we're not sure they stop asking us if we pay them, meow. Little Orange raised the key question. As soon as he said it, everyone understood. Yes, the orange cat had a point. Little Fox lay limply on the bed, rolling back and forth. It was so annoying that this was happening just as she was about to fall asleep. She wanted to level up. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to blow up all the laughing clowns outside. She could be so strong. She could definitely reach the god level someday. With this thought in mind, Little Fox became increasingly excited, and her whole body felt warm. Little Fox, you? Amidst Little Pumpkin's exclamation and the astonished gazes of the other dolls, Little Fox's eighth tail, shorter than the others, instantly grew. A small nub appeared on her ninth tail, and her aura of power surged. In her excitement, Little Fox leveled up instantly. After all this, the Holy Spirit amusement park disappeared. Sue-Ann looked up and saw Little Fox standing before her head held high, a majestic little fox. Sue-Ann immediately noticed her ninth tail. Baby Little Fox has leveled up. How amazing! Sue-Ann couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Little Fox hadn't leveled up in ages since his injury, and this time, he actually leveled up 3 times, becoming the highest level creature in the family. Sue-Ann excitedly hugged the little fox. Little Fox's leveling up alleviated the discomfort of the Holy Spirit amusement park's harassment. Everyone waited for a while, but when the Holy Spirit amusement park didn't reappear, their sleepiness vanished, and they couldn't fall asleep. Unable to sleep, they simply went downstairs to watch TV. To celebrate Little Fox's leveling up, Sue-Ann suggested a midnight snack. Everyone had indulged in fruit after leaving the platform that afternoon, and hadn't been able to eat much for dinner. Now, they were starving, so a little food to celebrate was perfect. Sue-Ann wanted something special. Let's get some barbecue, Sue-Ann suggested. She actually wanted to eat skewers. However, it was too late to prepare fuel so late at night, so she could only eat some grilled meat. However, grilled meat on a teppanyaki grill is convenient, simple, and delicious, making it a great celebratory meal. Simply slice the meat and vegetables, and fry them directly on the teppanyaki grill. Everyone can prepare it together, so it's ready to eat in no time. Cleaning up after dinner is also easy, just clean a large frying pan. They weren't driving that night, so to celebrate Xiaoli's successful promotion, Sue-Ann brought out a large amount of wine from the warehouse, and had a few drinks with everyone. The fruit wine wasn't enough, so everyone quickly got tired and began to feel sleepy. They ate and drank until after 11 o'clock, then everyone showered and went back to bed. The rain stopped for a while that night, but it started to fall again in the early morning. Before going to bed, Sue-Ann remembered to refill the fog-dispelling oil lamp to ensure it would stay lit in the rain. Opening the window, a breeze blew away much of his drowsiness. Using telekinesis to refill the lamp, Sue-Ann saw a ghost making faces through the protective shield. But with the companionship of his dolls, Sue-Ann, timid as a child, wasn't afraid at all. One roared, and Little Pumpkin's cannon fired a fireball, scaring the ghost away. Little Pumpkin's cannon had poor attack power, but it was quite intimidating. Every ghost ran away from its cannon. The next day was a workday, another day of treasure chest hunting and travel. For some reason, everyone overlooked the reason why Little Lee could level up so many times in a row, accepting the result with reasonableness. Somewhere in the dark, there was a force preventing anyone from overthinking it. Another busy day. Sue-Ann didn't let Little Pumpkin get too busy with meals. Grilling skewers was too much of a hassle, so she decided to put it off until the weekend. It wasn't a big deal, really. Meat tasted delicious no matter how it was grilled, and skewering it was a hassle. But the meaning of life lies in doing the little things that matter. She didn't start making the skewers she wanted until Saturday. She had been planning for several days. Shortly after breakfast, Sue-Ann went to the refrigerator to thaw the meat, and went upstairs to pick some vegetables. She was busy all the time. The dolls were also very cooperative. Little Bear and Little Fox tinkered with the stove early in the morning, trying to make the charcoal their owner had mentioned. Making charcoal is actually quite easy, all you need is wood. A simple method is to place the wood in an iron bucket, leave a hole around it, and start a fire. Let it dry in the fire, and then open the bucket to get charcoal. Charcoal is the product of incomplete combustion of wood. Once wood is converted into charcoal, it burns more efficiently, making it even more suitable for barbecues. To this end, Little Bear and Little Fox went to the basement warehouse to find materials, and assembled a wooden barrel. In the living room, everyone sat on the carpet, cutting and marinating meat and skewering it, while Little Bear and Little Fox went to the third-floor balcony to light charcoal in the spare outdoor stove. Sue-Ann occasionally went up to check on them. Little Bear and Little Fox were very efficient, having already burned a considerable amount of charcoal, which was piled in the long stove nearby. There was a smoky smell upstairs, so Bear had left the windows of the glass house open to allow the smoke and smell to escape. Sue-Ann looked out the window. Behind the transparent glass ceiling lay the space protected by a protective shield, approximately 1 meter wide. The shield consisted of 2 layers, the outermost, the crystal ripple shield, which enveloped fog and rain. The sound of the rain fell thickly, hitting the crystal ripple shield and then dispersing. The crystal ripple has a built-in rain protection property, protecting the pumpkin carriage from rain and erosion. In the afternoon, everyone went up to the third floor for a barbecue. Chapter 579. A corner of the third floor activity room was cleared, hosting a barbecue grill ordered by a blacksmith player from the exchange. Strings of skewers were placed on the burning coals, slowly changing color. Suin volunteered to be the grill master, grilling skewers for everyone. Adhering to the principle of whoever wants to eat, cooks, Suin's barbecue was meticulous, carefully brushing each skewer with oil, grilling it until it was a nice, deep brown, and then sprinkling it with cumin and chili flakes. On the third floor, the smell and smoke of barbecue wafted through the windows. Occasionally, a ghost would peek out, its less powerful form crouching outside the protective shield, peering in. One moment, Wan, sitting gracefully on the ground, clutching a skewer, chewing it in one bite, transformed into Dewan, dressed in gorgeous attire the next. With a flick of her wide sleeves, a swarm of cat ghosts flew out the window. The cat ghosts circled the outside of the protective shield, catching ghosts and sharing their food. Dewan sat gracefully on the swing, holding the skewers, eating them in small, elegant bites. She faced the crowd, dressed in stage attire, a pearl crown on her head, her eye makeup thick, her red lips tinged with a hint of oil. She ate the skewers neatly, a misty and eerie landscape behind her. What a beautiful woman feasting. She forgot to put the beautiful little pumpkin skewers into her mouth, staring at Dewan's face, a string of glistening liquid at the corner of her mouth, her saliva dripping. The orange cat had long since eaten its fill, sprawled on the cushions in the lounge chair, a cat pancake. Suin grilled and ate, the warmth in front of the fire making her sweat. Little Fox accompanied her, using one tail to feed the skewers to her mouth and the other to fan Suin. Suin loved this feeling. The small beauties of ordinary life, every moment, moved her deeply. She loved the lively feeling of everyone barbecuing and drinking juice together. Happiness. As they ate the skewers, the sky suddenly darkened, a pitch-black darkness so intense that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Even when it was dark, there was a faint glow of moonlight outside. Though she couldn't see the moon through the mist, she could still sense the light. Suin bit into the rib skewer in her mouth, gnawing on the charred meat, and stared out the window in confusion, wondering why it was so dark. Because it was raining and gloomy outside, they had turned on the lights inside while they were grilling. Now it was incredibly bright inside, and the darkness outside only made it stand out even brighter. Suin checked the public screen, but didn't see anything special. She checked the time. It was a little after 4 in the afternoon, usually before dark. Suddenly, the light outside slowly brightened again. Suin stood up, left the skewers, and walked a few steps toward the window. The outside returned to normal. Everyone, did you feel the darkness outside just now? Yes. Cat Ghost said it was very comfortable when it got dark outside, and it gave me a slight boost in speed, Wan said. Wan had now transformed back into her little Wan form. She had just eaten for a while as Big Wan and felt tired, so she transformed back, saying it was more enjoyable to eat without makeup, and that she could eat faster and more. Suin briefly strolled around and chatted with everyone before returning to grilling skewers. He turned the skewers over. This batch included ham sausage, tofu and vegetable rolls, zucchini slices, and some tender chicken skewers. These items were unmarinated. Suin brushed the sauce on everyone one by one. It was dark outside the window again. Suin looked out, watching Wan withdraw Cat Ghost and tell everyone to return to the protective shield. It was light outside again. This happened again and again. The public screen was completely occupied by this topic. Why? It's unusually dark outside. Be prepared for anything to happen. That black is coming, yes. Based on my experience, we can prepare some food now. Waste which Siok Sinling, yes, it doesn't look like a good thing. The player's guess was correct. After a while, the system popped up a notice. System, ding dong, congratulations to players for approaching Eternal Night City. Due to the influence of the Eternal Night City magic circle, the highways are experiencing eternal night. During eternal night, strange creatures receive a 30% bonus, while human attributes are reduced by 20%. Friendly reminder, be careful when going out at night. Keep the fog-dispelling oil lamp at an intermediate level or above to prevent strange creatures from entering. System, ding dong, large-scale multiplayer interaction. Special platform Eternal Night City is about to open. Platform tickets will be randomly distributed at this platform. Players who receive this platform ticket should prepare to enter the platform within 7 days. This large-scale event will last for 15 days. System, ding dong, for 7 days, other platforms will be temporarily closed. Players cannot access any platform other than Eternal Night City via the highway. Suin looked at this series of messages and exclaimed at the dominance of this platform. The system's electronic voice broadcast the announcements above the entire highway. The puppets chattered. A ticket flew through the window into the pumpkin carriage. It flew into Sue-An's hands. One tried to control the cat ghost to block it, but failed. The platform ticket, with its powerful force, flew directly towards Sue-An. Sue-An took it. He took a closer look. Special invitation ticket for the special platform Eternal Night City. Dear player, Sunshine Bear, welcome to Eternal Night City and enjoy a pleasant stay. Signed, Lord of Eternal Night City, Onlua. The elegant, gold-plated signature carried an aura of divine power, a deep, oppressive sense of darkness. The moment Sue-An saw it, she felt as if darkness had embraced her, tightly holding her captive for a moment. Unconsciously, Sue-An thought of something and took out her Dream Kingdom platform ticket for comparison. The handwriting was very similar, but the signature of the Dream Lord, the god of the Dream Kingdom, lacked divine energy. It simply stood out gracefully. Sue-An touched the handwriting and, for some reason, felt a pang of sadness. She remained stunned by this emotion, not knowing whether it was seconds or hours. By the time she realized what was happening, the skewers had been taken off the stove, and she was surrounded by dolls. Master. On bow. Master Anan. Sue-An blinked at everyone's calls and said, I'm here. I was just stunned by the message above. She added, don't worry. She felt the magic circle beneath her. The little fox's tail wasn't fanning or twirling skewers, but was simply concerned for her, constantly using its pollution-removing skills. Meow, wake up, meow, wake up, meow, I'm glad you're awake. Little Orange came up to cuddle with Sue-An. Sue-An smiled, waving the platform ticket in her hand, saying, what's coming will come. If it can't escape, we just treat it as a joke. Don't worry. Sue-An put the platform ticket away and continued grilling skewers. She said, keep eating, keep eating. Sue-An added some charcoal and continued grilling the marinated fish on the iron stove. The fish, its belly filled with seasonings, had been marinated all morning, and once it sat on the charcoal, it released a rich, refreshing aroma. Sue-An relaxed, humming a song. Despite the growing darkness outside and the increasing danger, everyone felt relaxed, their bodies limp. Little Fox, in particular, comfortably accompanied Sue-An's humming, wagging its tail and humming along. Little Fox's voice was soft and sweet, and her humming was soothing. The moment was warm and beautiful. No one noticed that the melody they were humming was the same tune as the one Ming-Chi had sung in the Kingdom of Dreams. This was Sue-An's most common lullaby at home. Chapter 580. In the Kingdom of Dreams, on the great altar, rows of mermaids with melodious voices sang the same tune, while rows of humans sang songs praising the Dream Lord. Yashai, following Baifeng and Xiujio, stood at the back of the crowd, a look of happiness on her face. Yashai felt truly blessed. This feeling was like the peace of mind she felt during her time with Sister Sunshine, as if she didn't have to think about anything, as if someone else would bear the brunt of every storm, someone she could rely on. Her soul had found a place to rest and return. At that moment, Yatsui understood why her companions had soberly sunk into this world. Life on the highway was too hard, and this beautiful station was a destination even more alluring than immersing themselves in their hometown. Furthermore, this was such a pure and beautiful station, offering exceptional treatment to humans, ensuring everyone enjoyed a wonderful stay. Ming-Chi swayed and floated in the sky, while countless ghosts resembling Ming-Chi swayed and floated in the sky, their 9 tails swaying and swaying behind them. They floated lazily in the sky, humming a ballad. Waves of anti-pollution magic circles glowed, enveloping the entire platform. It was pitch black outside. Luckily, there was light at home. The bright, soft glow of the little pumpkin illuminated everything. During their evolution, the 3rd floor had been equipped with numerous solar lamps, almost rivaling sunlight, providing light for the plants. So bright. The barbecue went smoothly. At this moment, a number of grilled fish were placed on the stove. Grilling fish requires patience. Although these fish were small, each weighed about a pound, and cooking them took time. After turning the fish repeatedly until the skin was golden brown, Sue-An took the opportunity to brush them with chili sauce, grilling them to bring out the aroma, and then sprinkle them with seasonings. The fragrant grilled fish emerged from the oven and was placed on a plate. Sue-An ate as it grilled. His stomach wasn't big enough for a whole fish at the moment, so he just took a bite from one to taste. The fish was snow white, yet salty and flavorful. It was a little spicy, but more so, the rich aroma of the sauce. It was worthy of Little Pumpkin's marinating skills. The complex seasoning and the combination of various spices removed the fish's fishy smell and enhanced its flavor, preserving its delicate texture while adding a rich flavor. The orange cat saw the fish was grilled and rushed over, wagging its tail. Already 80% full, Little Orange ate another half of the fish, only stopping when his stomach was full. The health-preserving rule of eating only until he was full was temporarily forgotten because of the delicious fish. When asked, Little Orange would shake his head and say, "It's normal for a cat to indulge a few times in life, meow. Follow your heart, and when your heart is at peace, you will be enlightened, meow." Little Orange began to show off his knowledge. Little Pumpkin exclaimed, "I'm so impressed." Little Orange could justify his occasional gluttony so well. Little Pumpkin had no idea what Little Orange was thinking. Little Orange looked at Bear and Huan and wondered the same thing as Little Pumpkin. Why didn't he have such a big appetite? They were both toys, but Big Bear and Huan were truly big eaters. Most of the food prepared today was for their big appetites, and they hadn't even begun to feel full yet. She wanted to be that big eater too, meow. She was a ginger cat. Wasn't she supposed to be good at eating? Meow meow meow. The barbecue continued into the evening. After Bear and Huan had completely filled their bellies, it was already late, and it was almost time to clean up and go to bed. After finishing their meal and cleaning up the mess, Suan led the toys, laughing and making a noise, to go take a bath together. This bath was a must. After an afternoon of smoke and fire, everyone was stained with the smell of barbecue. In the bathroom, showering, her hand slipped and the soap fell to the floor. Suan squatted down to look for the soap, only to find it difficult to discern in the dim room. Why is it so dark? Little Pumpkin, turn up the light a little. It's on full blast. Oh no! This light is really broken. It's on full blast, but why is it still dark? Little Pumpkin replied, clearly facing the same situation as Suan. Yes, it feels quite dark to me, Suan said doubtfully. She felt as if she had gone blind. Everything before her was gray and hazy. She could still see, but it was just getting darker and darker. The world before her was like a black and white filter. Huan picked up the soap and handed it to Suan. Master, it's not your illusion. The dark spiritual energy in the air has intensified, causing the environment to darken. This dark spiritual power creates a darkness that even light can't dispel. Suan was stunned, but quickly reacted and spoke with certainty. That must be the situation in Eternal Night City. Master, don't worry. I be your eyes, Huan reassured. I can do that, meow, said the orange cat. The orange cat and Huan both have dark attributes. With the advent of eternal night, their combined attributes have been strengthened, and their aura has become noticeably stronger. Sisternin, I will always be by your side. The little bear has eyes that can see in the dark. Its vision is so sharp that it can count how many attacks Xiaoli can strike in seconds, unaffected by the dark vision. The same is true for Xiaoli. Her vision is also excellent. Unaffected by pollution, she is immune to any negative influences. The effects of this darkness were most evident only on Suan and Little Pumpkin. Oh no! You can all see. It's getting darker here. Oh my god! Little Pumpkin exclaimed. Suan held Little Pumpkin, lathering her up, and soothingly said, "Don't think about it anymore. Let's take a shower and go to bed. If you can't see it, then don't see it. We have everyone here." Suan said this, soothing both Little Pumpkin and herself. When it was time to fall asleep, almost all I could see was a grayish black. The lights were on, but they couldn't penetrate the darkness. Little Pumpkin simply turned off all the lights to save energy. After all, it was almost the same whether they were on or off. Suan, groping in the dark, climbed upstairs with Bear's help, laid down on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. A good night's sleep. In his dream, Suan held Little Orange and petted the cat all night long. Upon waking, Suan exclaimed at his own strength. He hugged Little Orange and kissed him passionately, then spent the entire morning petting him in real life. This only set Little Orange's fur flying everywhere. Master, meow, too enthusiastic, meow, meow shy, meow. Little Orange meowed continuously. She purred, a sound that was unclear whether it was from pain or pleasure. Even though her body seemed to be resisting, the purring in her throat refused to stop. Although it was pitch black, it didn't dampen the morning's bustle. Life continued almost normally inside the pumpkin car. Today was Sunday, no need to drive. Little Bear went downstairs to make breakfast. Huan took Little Fox upstairs to tend to the plants. Little Orange stayed with Suan, and Little Pumpkin was still asleep. Little Pumpkin was now blind, but as long as she stayed within the pumpkin car, she wasn't affected much. After all, the pumpkin car was a part of her, and she could move freely around the house without sight. Unfortunately, The car couldn't be driven, and the road ahead was not visible. If Little Pumpkin were to control the car, it would be easy to run off the road. Chapter 581. To move forward, the only option was for Huan Huan, the large orange cat, to drive from the driver's seat, without obstructing vision. But that was something she researched tomorrow when she went treasure hunting. After petting the cat, Suen faced her own life as a blind person. She'd lost her vision, but she still had her mental power. Suen flexibly deployed her mental power. Having previously been to the sea, she was quite adept at this technique. After a little practice, she quickly adapted to using her mental power to see around her. This was somewhat similar to the vision of the blind girl in the game. While mental power obscured color, it provided a 365-degree field of view and a certain degree of penetration, like having eyes on the back of one's head. Furthermore, mental power could read certain emotions or memories. For example, Suen read some of Shijiu's thoughts. Meow, I'm so happy to be petted by my master. Last night's nightmare doesn't seem so scary anymore. Hee hee, Meow is an important member of the family, so I won't be left behind. Shiju, you had a nightmare yesterday, and it was about being abandoned. Suen thought to herself and petted the cat's head again. Little sweetie, I won't abandon my friend. Nightmares are all fake. After petting Little Orange, Suen felt a slight itch all over her body. She sneezed, feeling much better. Perhaps it was the excessive amount of cat hair around, Suen said, and headed straight to the bathroom to shower and wash her face. On the bed, Little Pumpkin woke from her sleep. Before she could calm down from the nightmare, she was attacked by cat hair. She sneezed twice, and the sneezing ended. She felt the cat hair flying through the space, feeling a sense of returning to reality. Fortunately, it was all just a dream. She used her telekinesis to collect the cat hair, complaining as she did so. Little Orange, you're losing so much hair. Are you really not going bald? Meow, cat shed, meow, Little Orange replied. I sense the change of seasons, so I need a thicker coat. Meow, that makes sense, the orange cat said. Okay. Little Pumpkin accepted Little Orange's answer. Little Pumpkin was very tolerant of his companions at the moment. As long as everyone was doing well, a little hair loss wasn't a big deal. Soon, there was not a single cat hair left on the bed. Little Pumpkin held a ball of hair in his hand and said, clutching it, I give the cat hair to Big Bear later, so he can save it up to make you a fur coat. You can wear it when it gets cold again. You were so nice to me today, Meow. Nonsense. I'm always so nice to you. Suen finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. She stumbled a little, but it didn't affect her ability to avoid obstacles. As she left the bathroom, she overheard this and burst out laughing. Breakfast was a bit late, as the darkness still affected life somewhat. Breakfast consisted of flatbreads with lean meat and vegetable porridge. Little Bear cooked a pot of porridge and then popped some frozen pies from the fridge into the oven, completing his breakfast. But even with the simplest cooking, Little Bear's fur was still burnt. Vision in the dark was still slightly worse than in the light. Suen noticed Little Bear's burnt fur and felt a little distressed, but Little Bear didn't care, smiling innocently and saying he was tough and didn't feel any pain at all. Suen used his mental power to replace his vision throughout the entire process, sensing Little Bear's emotions. It truly wasn't hurt, and it actually resented him for accidentally causing its owner pain. Wow, what a brilliant idea. Then, Suen noticed that it wasn't just the ginger cat who had a nightmare last night. Huan Huan and Little Pumpkin also had nightmares. She didn't know what they dreamed about, but they all seemed to be feeling a certain sense of instability, especially Little Pumpkin, who was constantly lost in thought. Perhaps darkness naturally makes people feel uneasy. Suen planned to quietly chat with everyone after dinner to soothe their feelings. A day of joy or sorrow is still a day, and life should be lived joyfully. When Eternal Night City descends, they still don't know what will happen between them, so they must cherish the present moment. The porridge was a smooth, thick consistency. A sip warmed my stomach and brought a sense of comfort. The seasoning was simple oil and salt, a bit monotonous, but it brought out the natural flavors of the ingredients. As for Little Pumpkin's frozen pies, the seasoning was more complex. Suen found one with spicy beef filling, and it remained crispy and fragrant even after rebaking, crispy on the outside and spicy and refreshing on the inside. After dinner, Suen chatted with each of the dolls one by one. Over the course of the morning, Suen learned about everyone's dreams. It said that dreams are a reflection of reality and are worth paying attention to. The bear didn't dream, he slept soundly, clearly at peace and happy. Little Orange dreamed of being abandoned. He said that in his dream, a large, fat cat, shrouded in black energy, pressed down on him and kept on nagging him about being abandoned by his master and hurt by his companions. It was a cat version of sleep paralysis. Wait, Little Orange is also a kind of ghost. Never mind, dreams are illogical, so there's no need to dwell on them. Suen simply concluded that Little Orange needed her care the most, and was more afraid of losing her. Wan said she had a dream. In the dream, she was away from her master, lacking discipline, and was murdering everyone, committing all kinds of evil with great pleasure. She attacked her companions, cursed anyone she disliked, and revealed her heart to anyone she disliked. She staged a show to deceive countless young women, and became a king of the mountain. It's a bit hard to judge. Wan's dream was a bit murderous, but it certainly fits her personality. Suen could imagine that without care, Wan could easily become such a demon. As a demon, and without anti-pollution skills, she's inherently vulnerable to evil. I asked Xiaoli what she dreamed about. Xiaoli said she was peaceful and slept soundly. In her dream, she was just humming the song her master sang before bed, with just a hint of sadness. It seemed Xiaoli was fine, no nightmares, just brainwashed by the bedtime music. This is a very normal phenomenon, and I believe every human has experienced it. Hearing a song and then, for no apparent reason, a melody stuck in your head, playing on repeat, and sometimes even dreaming about it. This usually resolves after a few days. After asking around, I asked Little Pumpkin what her dream was. Little Pumpkin looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. Suen was puzzled. I patiently coaxed her. Finally, the two of them were in Little Pumpkin's room, like spies meeting in secret. Little Pumpkin then hesitantly told her dream. I dreamed that Wan dismantled me, and then I knew nothing. Little Pumpkin seemed reluctant to speak, speaking with great trepidation. The experience was very real, very painful. My master wasn't around, and I was dismantled. At this point, tears welled up in Little Pumpkin's eyes. This dream was incredibly shocking, a true nightmare. Just hearing it was heartbreaking. Suen held Little Pumpkin in his arms, unable to help but wonder why he had such a dream, and why it had to be Wan. Considering Wan's claim that she had become a demon, Suen couldn't bear to think. Suen felt a terrible thought. Where's Xiaomo? How's he? What happened to everyone in your dream? Suen asked slowly. Chapter 582. Little Pumpkin stammered. Bear seems dead, Master is missing. Wan has gone mad. Wan tore me apart, and Little Fox and the Orange Cat escaped. No, they're not what they are in real life. It's a dream fox and a black cat, Little Pumpkin said word by word. Little Pumpkin clutched his head, sobbing, It's just a nightmare, just a nightmare. Master, please don't ask any more. It's so painful to talk about it. Suen hugged Nanling, her heart heavy. Suen felt that her suspicions were increasingly likely to be true. Suen couldn't bear to think about what would happen if time went back and the world in the original timeline continued to develop, repeating itself so many times. Suen gritted his teeth and couldn't help but gasp. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. The song echoed in the air. For Leaves opened her mouth, following the tune, blending in with the singing of the gathering citizens. The bell meeting ended, and amidst the resounding bells, Sai, with a happy smile on her face, returned home with Baifeng for a drink. Mingqi looked down from the clouds, watching Sai's figure, as if seeing something through her. It slowly closed its eyes, and they slowly closed theirs, falling into a deep sleep. The entire dream kingdom fell into darkness, the moon high in the sky, the stars shining brightly. The sky suddenly darkened, and Sai stared out the window in surprise. Baifeng drove them to the suburbs in his RV. This is how the dream city is. You get used to it. There's a romantic saying, when the dreamer is awake, it's day, when they're asleep, it's night. When they're happy, it's sunny, and when they're sad, it rains. What a special world. We live under the Dream Lord's protection, so we're shielded from pollution and enjoy a good life. Are you hungry? I take you to try some local specialties tonight. The food is delicious, and we even have a lot of Blue Star specialties, Xiaojiu said. Great, Sai said happily. She had gradually integrated into this city, her caution fading, and she slowly gained complete trust. Baifeng and Xiaojiu hadn't lied to her. This place was wonderful. Although it seemed a bit strange, it was actually quite safe and perfectly suited to human survival. That evening, Baifeng parked his car in front of a small tavern. It was a free restaurant, but the number of people allowed in was limited each day. Luckily, the three of them found an empty table. They sat around a small table, told the owner how much they wanted, and waited for their food. As long as you don't waste food, it's free. But remember, don't take anything away, it's stealing, Xiaojiu explained. I absolutely love this tavern. They have a wide variety of drinks, more than I can generate with my skills, and the food is delicious. Most importantly, the owner is incredibly kind and friendly. Yoshia nodded, looking toward the kitchen with anticipation. It was a wooden building, adorned with rustic decor, reminiscent of a fairy tale cabin, with colorful curtains hanging on the windows. The owner, a warm and friendly human woman, applied to open a tavern because she loves cooking and sharing delicious food. It's only open 2 hours a day, accommodating 10 tables. Small shops in the Dream Kingdom are almost all built like this, driven by interest rather than money. After arriving, Xiujio and Baifeng took to the business with ease. She went to the front of the kitchen, fetched bowls, plates, cups, and chopsticks, and also brought over a pot of barley tea. Soon, the human woman brought over several plates filled with small dishes, explaining they were appetizers. Iya looked and saw that each person had 3 appetizers in front of them: cold bean sprouts, tofu soup, and a red date. They were all Blue Star food, nothing out of the ordinary. The date trees in front of my house are ripe, so I'm sharing them with you. I probably make some red date wine in a few days, and you can come try it then. Make an appointment in advance, and I can schedule it for you. The human woman smiled. She was wearing a floral dress and a headscarf. She was slightly plump, like a round milk ball, and her smile had a double chin and 2 dimples, which was very cute. She spoke very sweetly. Facially, Iya thought her features resembled Shujio's. If Shujio got older and gained some weight, she might look like this. In terms of voice, she and Shujio were even more alike, their timbre almost identical, though her speech was much more mature. This realization startled Yotsuba. She wondered if this was a bit disrespectful to Xiaojio and the owner. Yotsuba suppressed her thoughts and tasted the red dates. The barley tea on the table will be even more delicious with the dates, the owner said, stirring the soup in the central, transparent kitchen. She was now adding more dishes to the soup bowls. The dates were large and sweet, with a rich, fragrant aroma. Upon the owner's reminder, Yotsuba poured the barley tea and took a sip. It was indeed incredibly fragrant. The flavor of the wheat fully blossomed in the tea, and the jujube aroma complemented it perfectly. Then everyone shared in the appetizers, each one a bite-sized portion. The bean sprouts were sweet, sour, and spicy, and crispy. My mouth watered after eating them, and I was eagerly anticipating the next meal. The tofu soup was salty and fragrant, and the tofu was soft as a candy cane, slightly charred on the outside, yet incredibly tender on the inside. After finishing the appetizers, Yotsuba felt her appetite whetted and gazed eagerly at the kitchen. On the kitchen iron plate, fish fillets sizzled in oil. In a clay pot on the other side, a pot of meat simmered, emitting a rich, meaty aroma. Not long after, the owner's dishes arrived: a pan-fried fish, a plate of bright red stewed meat, a large pot of stewed vegetables, a plate of fried meatballs, and a bucket of rice. 3 cups of sake of different colors. This pink one is just the flavor of sake, no alcohol content, suitable for those driving. The rest will be slightly stronger, the aunt explained, then left. Then it was time to enjoy the meal. The bright red stewed meat is similar to braised pork, each piece radiant and bright red. Paired with rice, it has a perfect balance of sweet and salty. The meat is cooked for a long time, giving it a nice, gelatinous texture. The lean meat isn't tough, and the fat isn't greasy, but it has a more savory flavor than braised pork. It's fermented bean curd pork, using fermented bean curd as a seasoning, Xiujio said. Compared to traditional braised pork, this salty sweet flavor is more flavorful. I always wanted to make it, but I just couldn't find the ingredients, Xiujio said. She took a sip of beige sake, her eyes hazy. If I were old, I'd really like to open a small shop like this and share my favorite dishes. The stew was a cabbage and meat stew, the cabbage tender and garnished with shredded meat. It had a very homely flavor, and the cooking skills were similar to Shijio's. The croquettes were delicious, genuine carrot and meatballs with a hearty texture. Paired with a sip of the sweet, sour, and slightly spicy sake, it was absolutely delicious. Sai doesn't drink, but this sweet, sour, and slightly spicy wine is irresistible. It has a smooth, easy-to-drink flavor, and is even better than the usual shared drinks. Drowsy, having only consumed fake alcoholic juice the entire time, Woofing returned home with his 2 friends. Chapter 583. Suan turned off the public screen. Facing Lin Qingju's evasiveness, she pretended to have gained nothing, but in reality, she had already verified the answer. She had to go to Huacheng. After passing the Eternal Night City platform, she would go to Huacheng and meet the person who had dedicated his life to humanity. Suan believed she could know all the answers. The time waiting for Eternal Night City was very quiet. Humans are a highly adaptable species, and the Eternal Night did not delay the pumpkin carriage's normal progress. It was just moving slower. The pumpkin carriage could not drive automatically, so Wanwan or Xiaoli would be the driver. During the treasure chest spawning time, there must always be a driver in the cabin. Su-An's mental power only spread within the car, and could not explore the outside world. To be more precise, it could spread, but contact with the fog would contaminate her. Su-An had a good head, and she would not take risks. As time passed, the system public screen showed that the opening time of Eternal Night City was getting closer and closer. That day, Su-An saw the Holy Spirit Amusement Park, a place filled with laughter and joy, forcing its way into the night before a burst of light. After a long period of darkness, the sudden appearance of such a small ray of light was truly beautiful. Su-An, having suspected something, wasn't so disliked by the Holy Spirit Amusement Park. If her suspicions were true, then the Holy Spirit City wasn't entirely unrelated to her. Sadly, the Holy Spirit Amusement Park only held out for a few seconds. Before it could even extend its invitation, it was engulfed by the darkness. The Eternal Night City aggressively squeezed every platform. Eat, sleep, and do whatever else she needed to do, forgetting this little episode for the time being. Friday rolled around, the last day of the opening 7 days later. Su-An changed into her long-prepared clothes for going out, and prepared to enter the platform at any moment. The dolls and Little Pumpkin were baking pies in the kitchen. These easy-to-carry meals, filled with vegetables, meat, and noodles, were something they always stocked up on whenever they went out. They had been preparing for 2 days, so that if they ran out of food in Evernight City, or it was inconvenient to cook, they could always grab a pie from their space. She prepared a variety of fillings: beef, pork, chicken, and various vegetables. She simply wrapped everything in dough before putting it in the oven or frying pan. The pumpkin cart filled the room with fragrance as the pie-making process continued. Su-An didn't join in the baking, but was unpacking boxes in the living room. These treasure chests, acquired from the outside world, were mostly wooden and copper boxes. After opening them, they would be replenished with basic food and small items. Su-An sorted and stored the items as he unpacked them. Time passed incredibly quickly. A bell rang, and Su-An stopped and stood up to look. His mental perception revealed nothing unusual, except for a slight increase in light. A thin layer of light appeared above the sky, and a city emerged. A golden ribbon of light stretched downward from the city. Upon closer inspection, it was a magical highway connecting to the road ahead. Ding dong. A series of notifications echoed in his ears. Su-An opened it, and a system message popped up on the public screen, announcing the opening of Evernight City. Invited players were urged to enter the platform promptly. Evernight City would only be open for 10 minutes. If you didn't enter it in time, your vehicle would be lost in its darkness, unable to return to the highway. The pumpkin carriage started and began to drive upward along the spiraling magical highway. The pumpkin carriage could actually fly, but for safety's sake, it was safer to follow the provided magical highway. Wanwan used her mind to steer the pumpkin carriage. The puppets in the kitchen stopped making pies, and stuffed everything into the refrigerator, then washed their hands and changed their clothes. After all this was done, Xiaoli replaced Wanwan and left her to prepare. Su-An checked the time. It was 4:37 p.m., a bit earlier than expected for the 7th day. He had thought it wouldn't open until midnight tonight. 10 minutes was a bit rushed for the pumpkin carriage, but it was enough time to drive through a protective shield and enter the city. A cat's meow echoed through the sky, followed by a sweet welcome. Welcome players to Evernight City. The language of the Yen nation of Blue Star echoed above, spoken authentically, without a hint of foreignness. This further solidified Su-An's suspicion that this was most likely a platform native to Blue Star, a platform transported from a different timeline. Hearing the meow, Shiju's fur nearly exploded. So coquettish, so subtle, so deliberate. Only a cat could understand the subtle thoughts and care that went into this meow. Little Orange's fur stood on end as he gazed into the darkness ahead, his mouth widening as he sensed the scent of his kind. Entering the platform, there was no fog, only darkness. It was a large, multi-person platform, but Su-An didn't sense any other players driving vehicles. The entire city gate was just her and her. Swish! Soon, a row of lights illuminated, as if welcoming distinguished guests, draping the city in a splendor never before seen. Atop the tower in the city center, atop its pearl, a cat's silhouette appeared. Even from such a distance, Su-An could see its form at a glance, sensing every detail, every strand of its fur. Perhaps, this was the scene it wanted Su-An and the doll to see. It was a handsome black cat, its hair short, and clinging to its body. Its coat was glossy black, its muscles defined by sharp lines, imbued with strength and beauty. Its eyes, a pair of crimson and emerald green, were full of life. It raised its stick-like tail high, its tip shaped like a small heart, and shook it. "This is the black cat from my dream," the little pumpkin said in a sobbing voice. Sue-Ann patted the little pumpkin's head to comfort it. Meow. The cat let out a sweet, coquettish cry. Then, with a flash of shadow, it appeared on the windowsill of the pumpkin carriage. "Hello, I'm Sue-Ann, meow." It raised its paw and greeted sweetly, full of friendliness. "Welcome to Eternal Night City, my fellow aliens." The cat hopped nimbly, walking a graceful catwalk across the windowsill, showcasing its full charm and sleek lines. Seeing the fat orange cat with its fur standing on end in the car, it gave it a provocative look. "Woo, woo, 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 ha." This irritated the orange cat, and the little orange cat couldn't help but yelp. The little orange cat's paws gripped the floor tightly, its fur and tail flaring, making it appear much larger. Sue-Ann noticed and immediately patted the little orange cat's head. Seeing this, the cat's eyes grew desolate, and then the emotion faded. Its owner was gone. It looked at the unambitious, gentle master before it. At first glance, they looked alike, but different experiences had made her no longer the master. The cat was looking through Sue-Ann at someone else, someone who didn't exist. "Follow me, and you find all the answers you need." The black cat turned, leaving only its back to the people inside the pumpkin carriage. It turned quickly, neatly, without a trace of regret. Chapter 584. At this moment, it loathed its 50% sanity setting. This was truly annoying. It couldn't even go crazy. Wan and Xiaoli looked at Sue-Ann, who said, "Follow." The pumpkin carriage creaked along the road. Ahead lay an eerie, quiet city. Eternal Night City wasn't large, just a few streets away. Its architectural style was very similar to that of Blue Star, though each building had a distinct feline character, with some feline symbol, like 2 pricked ears or a tail. As they went deeper, they could see many statues of black cats lining the road, some majestic, some licking their fur, some stretching their bodies. Soon, everyone entered the central tower, where the cat had stood. This was the tallest building in Eternal Night City. At the end, they saw that the tower covered dozens of meters, and stood 100 meters tall. Entering the tower presented the problem of getting out of the car. The black cat leaned sideways, licking its fur as it stood on the stone pillar at the entrance, glancing at the people inside the pumpkin carriage from the corner of its eye. The pumpkin carriage was engulfed in discussion. "Master, should we get out?" Little Pumpkin asked timidly. The characters from her dream appeared, and she was clearly recalling the dream. "I think we should get out. It's better to just ask clearly than to be so secretive," Wan said. "Yes, yes." Little Fox followed. "Meow, it doesn't look that good, but it probably won't hurt us," said Little Orange. The bear said nothing, but its size had grown to 4 meters, the height of the pumpkin carriage at its maximum, ready to leave at any moment. Sue-Ann said, "Let's get out." Stepping out of the pumpkin carriage, putting it away, and then retracting the layers of protective shields, Sue-Ann felt like a lychee peeling off its tough skin. The tender white flesh was revealed, completely exposed. The situation was extremely dangerous. Because of the poor lighting, Sue-Ann instinctively used her mental power to aid her observation of her surroundings. She could sense the dangerous aura in the air. But all this dangerous aura faded into indifference when it returned to the black cat. But her intuition told her that this black cat was powerful, terrifyingly powerful. A chill ran down her spine and to the top of her head, and every hair stood on end, a tingling sensation as if she were being electrocuted. This was her body's instinct warning her that something terrifying lay before her. Meow. The black cat tilted its head and meowed. It was no longer as sweet as before, but sounded like a frog, a snail. A rather funny voice. Such a pretty cat face, and this incongruous voice made everyone who had just gotten off the car freeze. The black cat noticed Sue-Ann's stiffness and reacted. She forgot to purse her throat. Looking at Sue-Ann's face, which was identical to her master's in her memory, she couldn't help but purr a few times. Meow, 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 follow me. It was as if nothing had happened, and the sounds just now were all illusions. The crowd followed the black cat into the tower, climbing up floor by floor. The black cat noticed that everyone was moving slowly, and sometimes stopped to wait. As they climbed up the spiral staircase, floor by floor, Sue-Ann could also see the scene inside the tower. The lights in the center of the tower were bright, and the darkness seemed suppressed there. Or perhaps it could be said that the black cat had contained the darkness, simply to make everyone more comfortable. There was a protective shield around the staircase. As Suin approached, he saw photos hanging on the wall. In them, he saw another version of himself. That was another Suin. Even though they looked identical, their temperaments were completely different, like two different people. She had a resolute gaze, smooth muscles, tan skin, and a bright smile. She exuded a sense of hope and strength. But now, Suin was gentle and vulnerable, with a delicate air of someone who had been well protected for years. On the wall, Suin saw many photos. Most of them were photos with dolls. They looked like selfies taken with the system's camera function, then printed and posted. Suin saw a naive big bear, a playful little pumpkin, a sinister, adult version of Wan, a cute, colorful little fox, and a proud black cat. Though they were just photos, Suin could sense the distinct aura of each doll. Big Bear hasn't changed much, still smiling shyly when photographed and sidling obediently behind everyone. Little Pumpkin, like a child, appears to be quite mischievous, and can be seen in many photos getting caught up in mischief. He graffitied walls and played pranks on people. Little Pumpkin smiled playfully, his face radiating the unbridled, pampered spirit. Wan, on the other hand, is a grown-up beauty in elaborate attire, reminiscent of a demon. She often lingers in the corners of photos, eerie, decadent, and lazy, yet possessing a remarkable charm. Even the slightest trace of clothing captures her image in any photo. The other two dolls don't even resemble the current dolls. The world seemed to have a turning point, at which the future changed, even the dolls it manufactured. The adorable little fox was always asleep, and photographs always captured her in all her colors, sprawled across the room, sound asleep. And the black cat, in the pictures, always squinted at people, looking down on everyone, like a proud black panther, its eyes sharp and proud. Onward. No one spoke, only the sound of gentle, shallow breathing. The black cat walked slowly, as if waiting for someone behind to observe, or perhaps even reconsidering the memory. The happy times had vanished too far. The black cat could only savor a glimmer of warmth when looking at photos. The rest of the time, she lingered in the dead silence of the night, waiting for the chance to see her owner strive again and again. Sometimes, she could find a resemblance to her owner in the parallel world, but after that, it was filled with the pain of sober awareness. She was willing to drink poison to quench her thirst. The black cat cast a gentle gaze on Suin, watching her gaze at the photo with a touch of surprise, almost greed. The master of this timeline had already guessed and accepted their existence. She was a clever master, but not a strong and powerful one. She was weaker than ever before. Besides caring for the dolls, she hadn't achieved much, and even overdrawn the support of the other world. This was the weakest master it had ever encountered. However, each doll was alive and well. Even if their appearances, experiences, and personalities had changed, the others were very happy. They hadn't been killed by the previous adventure, nor by Qi Ling. As they walked up, the stairs were lined with photos of their daily lives. In these photos, Suin could see that she was living a good life. There were photos of her eating hot pot with the dolls, and there were candid photos of her standing on Monster Mountain, looking proud. She was lively and full of life, making faces she couldn't make herself, and she looked youthful and full of energy. These were things she, having lived through 2 lives and experienced so much, could not do. She was like an aged soul, completely out of place in the face of all this freshness. Chapter 585. Is this really her? Suin began to wonder as she watched. Continue forward. In addition to the photos, there were also route videos. Here, Suin saw many people she knew, such as Sai, Ruishir, and Baifeng, but also many strangers. The further she went, the fewer dolls she noticed. The videos became increasingly detailed, with fewer details about her home life. These videos seemed to be for work, to be saved later. Here, Suin paused, not daring to miss a single one. This was the clue the black cat had given her, and the answer to its claim that if she followed along, she would know everything. My past self seemed to be the central figure in the strategy group, codenamed Pioneer, a title she had once held. Suin watched video after video, watching herself endure hardships and injuries, yet remain unwavering in her original aspirations and keep moving forward. In the videos, she became close friends with the Goose Man, the Scorpion Man, and the Cat Man. In the last video, Suin froze, unable to move. We now cleared the Abyssal Traps level. Once we pass this, Blue Planet will be liberated. We're a new interstellar civilization. I'm truly happy, Li Shu. Let's work together to embrace a new life. I never feared death. I just delayed the children. You have to keep fighting with me. Only Suin was speaking in the video, without any puppets. These were 2 consecutive videos, one moment filled with hope, the next with despair. Li Chumping is dead. Why? You could have saved him, so why didn't you? I don't understand. Li Shu, isn't he our teammate? Did you also cause Yatsuba's death? Before she died, she told me she missed her mother, she wanted to live a good life, and she was willing to go to such lengths for her mother's future well-being. Aren't you moved? The bigger picture, the bigger picture. What exactly are you trying to do? Concentrating all your talents to reach the level above the transcendental god, you're so brilliant, and yet, you come up with such an inhumane approach. Are you still human? Haven't you truly been possessed by some monster? You bastard. The woman in the image cursed profanely. Kill or be killed, this is the end. Hope gave humanity power, but humanity's pursuit of power led to destruction. Uncontrolled power also led to uncontrolled humanity. Humanity is terrifying. She wanted to stay away from it. The black cat meowed. After entering the interstellar space, the master and Li Shu split, and we became traitors, from pioneers to renegades. The black cat spoke word by word. We can't defeat Li Shu, and Li Shu can't kill us either, because master is so powerful. We are beings almost above the level of super gods, the strongest mother goddess of creation, meow. Just because she can't kill us doesn't mean she can't weaken or harm us. She needs our power to create a new system, to conquer the mechanical race, to control everything, meow. Master said humans are more terrifying than machines, meow. She doesn't want to get involved anymore, so she brought us into the mists of the chaotic universe. This is the realm where Li Shu's divine power is most difficult to exert, meow. The black cat led Suin forward, step by step, until they reached the top floor, a large hall. In the hall was a massive platform core crystal. The shadow of a black cat was imprisoned within the platform's core barrier. The black cat continued. When we were controlled, Li Liqui, Qiao Xingyu, and Master Yin Guilin helped us. Fate, life, and time all came together to help us restart our parallel world. But only the master returned. So, the master disappeared, Qichuan lost control, Nanling was killed, Mengli Cat rose, and I wandered through time and space. The black cat spoke calmly. But do you think this is a good solution? Power is consumed as it's used. Every restart is a step backward, not forward. In the original timeline, Blue Star had countless super gods, but now it's hard to even reach the god level. Hello, you world destroyer. Suin froze. Standing still. You admit you can't outsmart fate. Helping your fate might even be controlled by the first in the fate sequence, helping you start over. The little black cat tilted its head and said, at this moment, we no longer have the power to start over. You're growing weaker, and Li Shu is growing stronger. When I realized everything was a setup from the beginning, and tried to stop you, you still chose to start over. So what are you going to do, meow? The black cat gracefully stepped forward, questioning Suin. It tilted its head, looking incredibly adorable, and even as it meowed, it managed to purr in a coquettish voice. However, this attitude clearly contained a subtle element of questioning. The black cat's attitude was contradictory. It simultaneously longed for its master and loathed him. It longed for the master of the original timeline, but loathed the master of the new one. It knew they were both one and not one, and this caused the black cat pain and torment. Between acting coquettishly and pressing questions, it felt torn. Seeing Suin speechless, the black cat stepped forward and spoke in a voice almost coquettishly and intimately. If you're afraid of the guilt, I can help you bear it all and end it all, meow. We can end it together. It gazed at Suin with admiration. But when its eyes passed through Suin and landed on the dolls, they swept over those flesh and blood dolls with envy, eyes filled with hatred. Every time, in every life, the owner had been running for the dolls, knowing that discarding them would make them stronger, that they could simply be used as tools. Time and again, he had given up his energy, narrowed his circle of friends, until now, with such determination, he had channeled all his divine power into the dolls. It was clearly just a fake doll life, yet it gradually became so real. Same doll, different amounts of love, how could it not be jealous? Its inherent clarity made it loyal and respectful of its master's choices, even if that master no longer resembled the one it remembered. But, so resentful. The black cat didn't care about the survival of Blue Planet, how Blue Planet's civilization dominated the interstellar landscape, or its overall strength. But it cared about its master's joys and sorrows, everything about him. Suin was stunned for a long time, because she had no answer. She had always believed that their world was a doomsday survival scenario, where they had to start over and over again, hoping for success. She had never imagined that they were playing out a doomsday scenario where a powerful individual was at the end of his rope. Chapter 586. No wonder she'd been miserable from the start. In her happy daily life, she cherished every moment with her dolls, yet beneath all these moments, she always carried a sense of sadness, the prospect of death at any moment. Suen suddenly understood why she'd chosen to start over to go back. According to Black Cat, this was a path of no return, but she was too lost in the happiness she shared with her dolls to stop. She simply wished this time would last longer and longer. She was a thief, stealing moments of happiness. My other self, my countless other selves, probably all thought the same. Suen spoke. Dan Luo, I think I just want to spend some more time with you all. Of course, that's what I'm thinking right now. Black Cat was startled, his gaze shifting from the dolls back to Suen, softening and losing his aggression. It lowered its head, as if hiding something, then raised its paw and licked it, saying, "Meow, okay, sister has her own ideas, and I won't interfere. I'm here to tell you this. Don't go to Holy Spirit City. Chichuan's going crazy there." As it licked, it raised its head slightly, shifting its gaze to Huan Huan, who was standing behind Suen. The girl in the white dress was remarkably clear, with almost no ghostly aura about her, and no hostility in her eyes. If she saw you, I think she'd be mad with jealousy, and wouldn't stop attacking her own shadow in this world. The Black Cat pointed at Huan Huan. Also, don't go to Huachen to find Li Shu. Even when she was trapped on the platform by Yin Guilin during the 88th restart, she wouldn't give up her plan. She's very paranoid. Cherish your happy time. The Black Cat said this, looking as if it was seeing someone off, with a very cold and decisive air. But Suen could vaguely sense that it was feeling uneasy. The dolls around him, except for Little Orange, who was eager to leave, stared at Suen, awaiting their master's decision. Will our presence burden you? Suen asked. The Black Cat, surprised by Suen's question, said, not really. I'm very strong. It puffed out its chest with a hint of pride. Then can I ask to stay for a meal? Suen smiled. She took a step forward, a step that made all the dolls present nervous. Little Bear, Little Pumpkin, Huan Huan, Little Fox, and Little Orange were worried she might get hurt. The Black Cat was nervous about having its master so close. Can I hug you? Suen asked. The Black Cat's fur suddenly stood on end, its paws digging into the ground, its short fur bristling. Suen, noticing the Black Cat's nervousness, lowered her hand and took a step back. Suen retreated, but the Black Cat, frowning and tilting its head, stepped closer. It always seemed far away, but this time, as it approached, Suen saw the Black Cat more clearly. Its shiny fur, its pointed tail raised high, pressed close to Suen, tentatively nuzzling the hem of her pants and meowing tentatively. Suen squatted down and petted the Black Cat, who then slipped into Suen's arms. Its body was soft and silky, like water. The Black Cat had the touch of a cat, indeed, as silky as water, as light as air, and weightless. Suen didn't delve into the underlying reasons, simply responding to the Black Cat's enthusiasm. Perhaps because they'd been restarting so many lives, there was a sense of distance between them, but soon, a sense of solidity came over them, a feeling from somewhere in history, letting Suen know she made the right move. She might have regretted it at first, but faced with this path of no return, there was no turning back. They could only meet in the future. Rewinding time was a false proposition. It was just one parallel future after another, constantly moving forward. Suen held the Black Cat, feeling their breath. Time passed quickly, and no living creature spoke in the space, only the quiet night flowed by. An hour later, the water in the outdoor pot boiled, and dumplings appeared on the cutting board of the simple table. As Suen and Xiao Baikai put the dumplings into the pot, the Black Cat quirked its nose, and couldn't help but move closer. Wait a moment, the dumplings will be out soon. Suen warned the Black Cat, fearing it might not wait. I actually hope the dumplings never get cooked, meow. The Black Cat's words made the other dolls feel a little uncomfortable. After spending an hour together, Little Orange had lost some of his resistance to it. He approached and meowed a few times, offering comfort in his cat speak. Humph, you silly cat who fell into a pile of blessings, what do you know, meow? The Black Cat couldn't help but react with jealousy to the Orange Cat. The Orange Cat ignored the cat's sour words. To be blunt, comparing himself to the Orange Cat seemed quite happy. Perhaps this is the truth. There's no happiness without comparison. But then the Orange Cat thought of himself in another world, living a similar life, experiencing a similarly miserable life, experiencing no comparison and no hurt, and he became unhappy again. It's a contradictory cat, and so is this black one. The dumplings are cooked, and everyone gathers to eat them. Maybe I'm not her, but this is also a reunion, so I invite you to join us for this meal. Dumplings are a reunion dinner, but also a ritual before parting. Suen placed a few dumplings in the bowl and chopsticks she had prepared for the black cat, motioning for it to try them. The black demon lowered its head. A minute later, with a bang, it transformed into a short-limbed little girl, shorter than Huan Huan and taller than Little Pumpkin. It picked up the chopsticks with its fists and shoveled dumplings into its mouth. The orange cat stared at this scene in amazement. It still had a human form, and it didn't. The dumplings were filled with Chinese cabbage and pork and chopped green onions, both common fillings. This meal was hastily prepared, using whatever ingredients were available at home. Time was tight, and the dumplings were few and far between, so no one ate much, especially Xiong and Huan Huan. They ate politely, just savoring the flavors and planning to wait until everyone was full before finishing the rest. Suen didn't pick up his chopsticks, simply watching the black cat eat. Seeing the stunned look in the black cat girl's eyes, Suen said, "If I could eat candy, my future would be sweet and smooth." Childish, useless gentleness. The black cat girl muttered harsh words, but lowered her head to pick up dumplings even more fiercely. As they ate, she also offered to pick up dumplings for Suen. "You eat too. It's best if you can have that sweet thing too. Live a good life, and don't have anything to do with me anymore. A meal, no matter how long it takes, will eventually end." Chapter 587. The invitation was valid for only 3 hours. The system's public screen indicated that the large platform would last for 15 days, but Black Cat didn't keep them. The lights were brilliant, and the doors to every floor of the tower were wide open. The little black cat girl had transformed into a majestic black cat again. "I see you off. No need to look back. According to the rules, this city will experience a frenzy for 2 weeks. You should stay out of it." Suen looked at Black Cat carefully and waved. "Goodbye, and Luo. Goodbye. Goodbye." The dolls all said hello. Even Xiaoju, who was particularly hostile to Black Cat, obediently said goodbye. The pumpkin carriage continued along the road until it left the platform. Back on the highway, it was still shrouded in the eternal night that had descended on Evernight City. The Eternal Night City platform would last for another 15 days. During these 15 days, under the darkness of Eternal Night City, they could not visit any of the platforms. Suen suddenly realized something. Was she planning to leave Eternal Night City and head to Huachun to ask Li Mingshu about this? This was a kind of obstruction. What had happened last time, or the time before that? Suen didn't know. She sat blankly at her workbench, thinking about so many things that had happened in the past. Super God, God level, everything seemed so far away. At this moment, she was just a fragile person stuck in the spirit level. She hoped to dream something tonight. It was already late when she returned. After sitting and thinking for a while, Suen took the dolls to bed and had a good night's sleep. When she woke up the next day, Suen had no idea of dreaming and looked dazed. She asked the dolls around her. "I didn't dream at all. A little melancholy, it seemed I couldn't find memories from different times and places in my dreams. Master, can we have pie this morning? I prepared so many pies the past few days, but I didn't get to eat them," Little Pumpkin asked. "Okay, we have pie these days," Suen replied. In the morning, Suen ate pie while drinking tomato and cilantro soup, her thoughts reeling from yesterday's experiences. No matter what she goes through, it's the same for everyone. 3 meals a day and a sleep. Whatever she experiences or thinks about, it doesn't affect her ability to eat and sleep well. Suen bit her pie in her mouth as she led her dolls through their daily lives. There was no grand doomsday cage, no entanglements with the past or the future. The dolls followed their master, and seeing that Suen was unaffected, they were happy too. Life continued to strive forward. The black cat was just a small episode. Different worlds, different hers. Different choices, different paths. She lived only in the present. After dinner, Suen sat on the sofa, feeling refreshed. Her mental strength had increased as her thoughts became clearer. Of course, it might not be an increase, but rather a recovery. The pumpkin carriage lurched forward, the eternal night unimpeded as it advanced to retrieve the treasure chest. Little Orange came close. "What's wrong?" Suen asked. She felt something was off about Little Orange since returning from Eternal Night City. Little Orange rubbed against her, gurgling. Suen, seeing her acting so coquettish, pulled her into a hug. "What's wrong, Little Orange? Are orange cats fatter and cuter than black cats, meow?" Little Orange asked. This nearly made Suen laugh. Okay, you're so chubby you must be cute. Come, sister, give me a kiss." After saying that, Suen went into cat-stroking mode. The man and the cat played affectionately for a long time. Until they were tired. Xiaoju said, Master, here, this is what the black cat stuffed into me. It stuffed it into my tail space, meow. It actually knew my space was on my tail, meow. What a disgusting, arrogant black cat, meow. Xiaoju pulled out the gift from the black cat from the space. Suan looked at it. It was a gift package for clearing the level, a level application card, a stack of mileage cards, and a letter with clues about the cat flag. With these, Suan could quickly collect the cat flags and advance to the next level. Suan looked at the letter and understood what was going on. The cat flag was in Luo's weapon. When he returned for the 34th time, he gave it to his former self in that world as a weapon to help his master. Later, it was lost during various restarts and fragmented into 7 pieces, lost in time and space. When Eternal Night City descended upon it, it had already discovered its location, so it wrote this letter to her, hoping she would find it and hand it over to Xiaoju. These were the exact words from the black cat's letter. On Luo, that cat has become yellow, fat, and sheds its fur. It lacks my slender, charming figure and powerful strength, but it's still a cat after all. With the skills to help its master, it's a good person. Giving it my weapon is fine. Suan, who had assumed the black cat hated Xiaoju the most, felt that she was being narrow-minded. All dolls are good dolls. Even if they have a few small tempers, they're essentially good. Suan looked towards the cat flags. There were 7 in total, and she had already collected the black, white, green, and gray cat flags. There are 3 more cat flags, red, yellow, and blue in the Kingdom of Dreams. And Luo, I sensed it. Mengli has collected those 3 in the Kingdom of Dreams. Go ask him for them. Tell him that Master and Luo has spoken, asking him to hand over the cat flags. Suan told everyone about the letter. Little Pumpkin excitedly said, See, I was right, wasn't I? The cat flags are ours. The moment I saw it, I knew I was destined for it. Meow meow meow. Little Orange meowed, his emotions mixed. What do you mean by yellow, fat, and shedding? It's adorable. What do you mean by not being as strong or pretty as it? That's just putting it down, it's immoral, but then you're talking about it while giving it benefits. That's just a cat-annoying cat. Little Orange felt that cats from another world were both annoying and delightful. This trip to the Kingdom of Dreams was necessary, but during the 10 days that Eternal Night City was under his control, Suan couldn't go anywhere. This approach had an amusingly overbearing quality. Suan could imagine black cats commanding words. This period is dangerous. Although Meow doesn't want you to stay on the platform, Meow will occupy your time. During this period, you can't go to any platform. It's all mine, oh ha ha ha. On the public screen, many players were discussing the situation in Eternal Night City. It was a terrifying ghost town. These ghost players were frightened and flew away in it, suffering heavy losses. The public screen was filled with grief. But Suan had no concerns. As for why Suan believed these players were ghost players, even after a brief interaction, Suan had gotten to know Black Cat. She had a good personality, sharing the same underlying personality as Xiaoju, and wouldn't hurt anyone without reason. Furthermore, she was calm, methodical, and well-regulated. She showed no signs of madness. In this situation, she shouldn't attack innocent players. Time flew by. One pie the next. Guagua, are we going to prepare so many pies? Huan asked Little Pumpkin. Yes, we're supposed to last us 15 days, Little Pumpkin replied. How about we eat something else? Huan suggested. The master said we have pie for the next few days, so we finish it all. Chapter 588. Okay. One day, Suan saw that the pie was almost full, so she asked Little Pumpkin. She understood the misunderstanding, and Little Pumpkin insisted that the whole batch of pies must be eaten. Suan began to reflect on whether she hadn't been clear enough, or whether the dolls were too insecure, and that every casual remark she made would be strictly followed. Suan hugged Little Pumpkin and said, I cooked today. Let's have something fresh instead of pie. Little Pumpkin tearfully said, Is my pie bad? No, we're just saving the pie for later. Suan patted Little Pumpkin's head. After returning from Eternal Night City, most of the dolls felt like they were living for today, with no tomorrow. Perhaps it was because of their own faults. That day, the kitchen was bustling with activity. Several large, greasy pork elbows emerged from the pot, and the dolls all looked at her with surprise. The pork elbow was stewed to a crispy, tender skin and tender meat. When spooned onto a plate, the skin trembled and bouncy, like jelly. In addition to stewing the pork elbow, Suan also prepared a number of home-cooked dishes, using most of the freshly harvested vegetables from upstairs. However, Suan wasn't the chef for this meal. With his black and white vision, he was barely able to cook. Little Bear was a key contributor, and he relied on him for much of the food preparation. In the evening, everyone gathered for dinner, enjoying the fresh dishes, when a strange noise came from outside the window. Turning to look, he saw the living amusement park gradually lighting up. But before it could fully reveal itself, it was suppressed by darkness. Suin suddenly saw the scene of the lawless Huan being pinned down by the cat. As Suin chewed his food, he recalled the reminder in Anlu's letter: get the cat flag and proceed to the next level as soon as possible, to avoid being caught by that crazy woman Qijuan. In this timeline, she couldn't defeat Qijuan. Or perhaps, in all timelines, she couldn't possibly defeat Qijuan. Suin suddenly felt the meaty aroma in her mouth grow greasy. Suin took a bite of vegetables and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them. The pork elbow with rice was delicious, but it needed vegetables to cut through the greasiness. This is true of everything in the world. The moon waxes and wanes, the water overflows, deep love doesn't last, extreme wisdom leads to harm, and too much is as bad as too little. Qijuan in her frenzy. Thinking of this, Suin felt a faint pang of pain. And Huan was cursing out the window. Listening closely, she realized she was cursing herself. The sky gradually brightened. Unknowingly, almost half a month had passed. Suin had spent the past few days at home, eating, drinking, and staying home, living a very comfortable life. If she had the choice, she wouldn't mind living like this forever. The eternal night receded. Suin blinked, feeling her eyes working. She withdrew her mental perception and took in the colorful world before her. The lights were on inside the pumpkin car, making the interior bright. She could see the orange carpet and pale green curtains, the warm wooden cabin regaining its former colors. Through the glass window, she could see rain outside. It was dark, and the crackling rain became more intense, threatening to turn into an ocean. Luckily, the road was a gentle uphill climb, allowing her to continue straight up. If she drove slower, she would probably encounter waterlogging, and would have to transform the car into a boat to survive. Thinking of this, even with the little pumpkin's automatic transformation function, Suin could sense the trouble. A system notification chimed on the highway. The large-scale integrated platform Special Platform Eternal Night City is closed. Total time, 15 days and 3 hours. Players participating in the platform, 1379. Players leaving the platform, 1. Summary. Congratulations to the 1,278 players who entered the platform and are now living stable lives. 823 of these players died on the platform, becoming part of it. Thank you for your contributions. 455 of these players remained conscious and entered the special dungeon Eternal Night Arena on the platform. I wish you all a happy experience. Congratulations to the one player who didn't participate in the platform game. Seriously? A warning to a certain player: you're always flirting with connections. That's unethical. Suin read the system summary and scratched his head. Is it unethical? Her dolls in her previous life were all her family. What's wrong with letting her off the hook? I really don't like this system. San, come back soon. Suin secretly complained. Suddenly, Suin realized something. Black Cat said she was originally the mother goddess of creation and a core member of the strategy team. At the time, the entire Blue Star civilization's leadership was divided into two factions. She was a conservative, whose sole purpose was to maintain normal interstellar human life. The radical faction, represented by Li Shu, sought to seize the residential area. They had envisioned using her abilities to invade the mechanical race, dominate everything, and eliminate all non-human interstellar forces. Only in this way could humanity rest in peace. Neither was right or wrong, they simply differed in their perspectives. So San, when did this small system appear? Was it Li Shu and the others who succeeded? No, San was on his side. Thinking, Suin called out, San. No response. Yes, the lack of a response seemed normal. San hadn't appeared in a long time, ever since that plague system returned to work. Suin put the matter aside and packed up with the dolls. It was already afternoon, and tomorrow morning, they would all head to the Kingdom of Dreams to meet the Dreamling mentioned by Black Cat. I still didn't know her name though. I wondered if it was also Sushiali. As they were packing, a staccato system chime sounded. Ding dong, and I'm here. I heard you were looking for me, so I showed up. You missed San, didn't you? I missed you too so much. I don't know why, but I'm close to all the players on Blue Star, but you're my favorite. It was San. Suin was startled. How have you been lately? Suin asked. Not good. Those systems are so boring. They sent me to Central Star Online to study, which is like putting me in jail. They only give me endless data packages to download, and then make me practice expanding my memory. I sent them emojis to chat, but they ignored me and said I was childish. They said it was because my memory wasn't big enough, and I wasn't loading enough data packages. Being with them isn't as fun as watching its reaction after I trick my brother. I feel like only my brother, and the humans on Blue Star are real. The rest are just androids. And then, I don't know if you understand this. Although we're considered androids in your culture, I feel like I always been very alive. Oh no, my brother's here to get me. Ever since he found out I was asking him to take out a loan, he strictly forbade me from playing here. He's as ferocious as a rabid wild boar. Bye. San disappeared without a trace. All her chat history had been completely deleted. She was like a little girl who sneaked out of school, said a few words, was caught by her parents, and then ran away with her tail between her legs, not forgetting to wipe away her footprints. After all this trouble, she just heard her friend calling her name, so she couldn't help but poke her head out of the school. Chapter 589. It seems that although San has appeared, he hasn't been mastered by the humans of Blue Star. His position is still with the Mechanic Clan. He has no way of taking on the task of destroying the Mechanic Clan. He has been well educated within the Mechanic Clan. Perhaps the Mechanic Clan has also noticed his uniqueness, but that doesn't matter. It's common for different civilizations to give birth to different unique individuals. The Mechanic Clan naturally accepts this and educates them in their own way. Furthermore, San once said that it's difficult for the Mechanic Clan to give birth to new life. Only when a civilization struggles between suffering and hope can new mechanical life be born. So, mechanical life is either born on the suffering of civilization or with hope. Hope. Suin muttered to himself. In the memory corridors of the Black Cat Tower, Suin saw a video of himself in his first life questioning Li Shu. That was the beginning of their argument. In that life, she seemed to resent having learned too late, failing to protect so many of her teammates, leading to their unnecessary deaths. Her once resolute face in her first life was now tinged with a fragile look. At that time, she learned the truth behind many of her teammates' mysterious deaths. They died not from the hardships of advancing, but from the harm done by those around them. Including Sai's death, a wound that haunted her vice-captain, Yun Guilan, simply because another faction of the stability maintenance team was gathering hope, hoping to create a new system to control the mechas. They acted with the ideal of serving humanity, but their actions were unnatural. After entering the interstellar space, all players imbued with the gift of hope were among the first to be eliminated and collected. They turned their knives on their teammates, claiming it was a normal sacrifice. This practice of killing teammates on the front lines and using them as weapons was difficult for Suin to accept. She had always considered Li Shu a staunch supporter, but her faith collapsed, and she questioned, how could you still be human if you came up with such an inhuman act? She believed him to have been corrupted and transformed into a monster, and resolutely left. This move had long been part of Li Shu's plan, transforming her from a pioneer into a traitor, making it easier to attack. Countless Blue Star humans spurned her, insulted the pioneer, and urged her to support Blue Star's actions. Humanity's shared destiny demanded powerful progress. Fate's manipulations were merciless, yet weighed upon humanity like a terrifying mountain. The mechanical race used cruel games to accelerate the power of civilization, allowing ambition to swell terrifyingly within its power. Having mainly an uncontaminated and pure companion, allowed Suin, in her first life, to uphold her original aspirations, but she had long felt out of place in this mad world. The first step for humanity to enter the interstellar world was to extinguish all hope. This was clearly pathological. Suin closed her eyes, thinking back to her original world. As her past, while her experiences and memories were different, she was still essentially the same person, and she could understand her own thoughts. The thought of returning to the past and changing everything wasn't surprising. But Suin thought about her current life, her social anxiety, her timidity, her life's ups and downs, her isolation, her pursuit of small, personal happiness, her disinterest in any grand propositions, or even the fate of humanity. Perhaps she had truly weakened, regressed, and was truly helplessly tired. Suin turned over, letting go of the thought, a broken jar, a mindset of letting things take their course. She soon fell asleep. Overthinking fatigued her, and, coupled with her already frail body, she fell asleep quickly. After cleaning the first floor bedroom, Little Pumpkin came out and saw her owner asleep on the sofa. She quickly flew over and used her telekinesis to try to lift her owner and carry him to the bedroom. She grimaced, trying but failing. Her telekinesis was limited in weight, unable to lift her owner. Perhaps she was truly weak. Little Pumpkin found a blanket and covered her owner with it, making him as comfortable as possible. Then she went upstairs to ask Bear or Huan for help. She went up to the second floor and explored, but there were no dolls. Up to the third floor, Little Pumpkin only saw Little Fox and Little Orange discussing how they were so much weaker than they were in their previous lives. Little Bear and Huan were nowhere to be seen. She was nowhere to be seen in the planning room or the activity room. Where had the two gone? They hadn't left either. Little Pumpkin simply used her ability to search. She could sense everyone's location in the pumpkin carriage, but she rarely used it. After using it, she scanned the entire pumpkin carriage. Little Pumpkin discovered Bear and a ghost, chatting in Bear's private room. Oh, what's there to talk about so stealthily? Looks like there's a secret. Little Pumpkin was just about to call the two out for help. Overhearing their conversation, he fell silent. Ugh, this is truly a secret. In the small room, Huan sat on the bed, and Xiong sat on a chair at the corner table, both with serious expressions. Xiong's fate is irreversible. Huan, stay with Xioli more. Please stay calm. Sister Inan is counting on you to protect her from now on. Don't let this happen again. Live your life well. Why do you say that? Huan asked unhappily. The past was the past, and the present is now. Don't worry about what you see or hear. Just live in the present. Big Bear won't die. We all be fine. As long as you don't leave the pumpkin carriage, you be safe. At worst, I protect you every day from now on, Huan said. The bear shook his head, tapped his head, and said, Bears have memories. Since I was born, I had memories of my past life. My ending was that I died before my master. The bear said. Perhaps I never told you this. Sister Inan and I have long known that we were reincarnated. We always known about the timeline, and that we lived more than one life. The bear spoke slowly. The little pumpkin froze at this. It was thrilling. A big secret. In my past life, I was a mute bear. I died on a snowy night, less than a week into the game. Actually, I've been able to recall some fragments of memories lately, but I just haven't known how to tell my master. In the previous life, I was in the foggy level, possessed by a witch goose, and had my heart ripped out. It was terrifying. Although you and master avenged me as soon as you discovered it, I still couldn't be saved. In the previous life, I told master my fate during a crucial battle, but she didn't believe me and insisted on starting over. Before that, I was in the interstellar space, shot by a time traveler. That guy was really ruthless, but she seemed to want to kill me, so she could start over and save her friends, haha. But master didn't let her go either, alas. The bear's face was filled with sadness. There was a deep sense of helplessness in his words. Chapter 590. Clearly, these memories are a burden to it. These are the experiences Bear remembers, and there are many more Bear can't remember, Xiao Mo said slowly. Huan's eyes were filled with heartache, and she leaned forward to hold Bear's hand. These are all fake. Only we are real now. Little Pumpkin, hearing this and seeing this scene, was overwhelmed with pain, his emotions swirling wildly. This turmoil revealed the pumpkin's true form. Who? Huan was sensitive to the mental fluctuations around her. Could it be that the pumpkin carriage wouldn't be so fragile if there were a ghost invasion? On second thought, wasn't that Little Pumpkin's aura? Garlic, you're immoral. You're eavesdropping. Huan stood up, one hand on her waist, the other pointing at the wall. Little Pumpkin's pumpkin mask appeared from the wall. How can you call it eavesdropping? This is my body. Isn't it normal for me to hear everything you say? Humph. Huan crossed her arms, raised her head, and spoke. Then show yourself openly, Huan said. I'm sorry to hear you didn't want to tell me. The pumpkin mask on the wall spoke. I didn't mean to do it at first. I just wanted your help with something. Hearing Little Pumpkin's apology, Bear said anxiously, I'm not hiding this from you all. I just don't want to cause you any worry or distress. I don't know how to bring myself to tell you all this. I don't want to spread sadness. Saying this now is just... Suemo couldn't finish the rest of the sentence. He couldn't say it. He had a premonition that he wouldn't live long. He was truly afraid that he would die in the next second and wouldn't be able to protect Sister Inan. It was so weak, that it had gradually become a burden to the team. The fog was dangerous. It had died more than once in the fog. The bear's head drooped, its fur drooping with a hint of dejection. The door opened, and Little Pumpkin stood at the doorway, bowing with an apologetic look. Suemo said, I tell Sister Inan about this. Please leave this opportunity to tell her in person to me. Little Pumpkin bowed. I'm sorry to bother you with all this. Huan, hands on her hips, said, Hee, you're right. Since we're talking in the pumpkin carriage, I assume you know. Tell us what you want. Huan cleverly changed the subject, skipping over the sad part. The master fell asleep on the sofa, and I can't lift him. I want to move him to the bed, so he can sleep more comfortably. Why don't you tell me about this? With that, Huan soared down. When Little Pumpkin and Bear went downstairs, they saw not Huan using telekinesis to transport their master directly to the first-floor bedroom, but rather, one in her Dawan form, carrying their sleeping master in a princess hug. Step by step, they made their way to the first-floor bedroom, a beauty hugging another, each step swaying gracefully. A ghost in elaborate attire held a young woman in her home clothes. The enlarged Dawan held their master, seemingly in a princess hug, but in reality, there was no contact between them. Her hands were not on their master, her telekinesis was controlling their levitation. After safely placing their master in the first-floor bedroom, she removed the blanket and covered her with a soft, thin quilt. Dawan looked at her master's peaceful sleeping face, feeling an immense sense of peace. The master's silver hair remained unchanged despite her recovery, remaining a full, long silver-white strand. Gray hair often makes a person's skin appear darker, but the master's paper-white complexion overcomes this. Ever since she pulled everyone back from the brink of death, the master's aura had become particularly fragile, a feeling of imminent collapse. At first, she was just worried, thinking the master had exhausted herself and hadn't recovered. But as she continued to advance, learning more about her past life, she felt truly distressed. Just then, lights flashed outside, and an amusement park appeared out of nowhere. A row of ghosts hung upside down on the Ferris wheel, singing in unison. Holy Spirit Amusement Park. Huan opened the balcony door, floated out onto the terrace, and closed the window. The stage began. I command you idiots to shut up. With a flick of her sleeves, her ghostly aura emanated, and around her, a swirling spectator of cats and ghosts flew. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear stood at the doorway of the first-floor bedroom, watching the scene. They couldn't help but gasp, whispering to each other. Dawan is so strong. So imposing. Dawan's imposing presence clearly frightened the approaching platform. The ghosts hanging upside down from the amusement park's Ferris wheel fled in all directions, as if seeing something terrifying, their songs naturally falling apart. The clowns' trembling shouts at the frightened ghosts were futile. The entire platform was a shadow, like a TV with faulty connections. A snowy pattern appeared, briefly fluctuating, and then vanished. Dawan breathed a sigh of relief. This way, the owner wouldn't be woken. He'd finally gotten such a sound sleep, and being woken by these people was a real shame. She made this move without any guarantees, just trying it out, just in case it could scare these guys. It seemed that her ferocious image from her first life had ingrained itself into her ghostly mind. Dawan returned from the terrace, closed and locked the doors and windows, and drew the curtains. When she emerged from the first-floor bedroom, she was met with praise from Little Pumpkin and Little Bear. Huan, you're amazing. Huan, great. Dawan suddenly transformed into Little Huan, scratched her head sheepishly, and said, just average. I'm just a bit averagely smart and clever. Everyone knows I'm a clever idiot. Huan felt quite pleased with herself after this playful moment. She looked at the sullen bear, nudged it, and asked, aren't I quite interesting? Why are you so unhappy? No, I was just thinking about something, Little Bear replied. Bear said, his face full of seriousness, I beg you to keep Bear's affairs a secret for now. Okay, I know. We talk after Master wakes up. The three of them chatted. Meow, what are you three talking about, Meow? Little Orange came down from upstairs with his cat-like steps. Followed by, the palm-sized little fox popped out from under the long fur atop the orange cat's head, revealing its head. No, nothing. Little Pumpkin stuttered. Mom, Master. It said, not really a liar. Thankfully, neither the orange cat nor the little fox paid attention. Little Orange said, where's Master, Meow? We have something to tell Master, Meow. Yes, where's Onbow? We have something to tell you. Little Fox spoke above Little Orange's head. Sister Annan is in the first-floor bedroom. She just fell asleep. If it's nothing urgent, let's wait until she wakes up. Okay, Little Orange said. Littly jumped down from Little Orange's head, hopped onto Little Pumpkin's head in a few steps, brushed her short hair, and then found a comfortable position to lie down in a curled-up bun. Okay, wait until Onbow wakes up. Chapter 591. Little Pumpkin felt the extra weight on her head, probably almost a pound, a bit lighter and smaller than Huan when she was just born. She was a little afraid to shake her head, afraid of shaking Littly off. A few strands of golden cat hair floated down before her eyes. They were still from Little Jew, where Littly had gotten off her. Oh no, She couldn't stand it any longer. Little Pumpkin felt her nose tighten. She couldn't help but sneezed. Achoo! 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 She sneezed 3 times in a row. This immediately threw Littly off. Littly moved quickly scurrying onto Huan-Wan's shoulders, her tail fanning like a small fan. Pumpkin, you don't love me as much as you used to, Littly complained. No, I love you all equally, but I just don't like the cat hair on Little Orange. Little Orange was startled. Why was the topic still about him? He shook off his long fur, which spread out like dandelions, and said, the cat had a bath, meow. Littly even helped me pick up some cat hair. I shouldn't lose any more, meow. Forget it, I won't chat with you anymore, meow. Master will be lonely sleeping alone, meow. I go sleep with you, meow. I can fall asleep anytime, anyway. With that, Little Orange leaped up, flipped the doorknob to the first-floor bedroom, opened it, and entered. He closed the door, walked into the dim bedroom with his cat-like steps, jumped onto the bed, and found a spot at Sue-Ann's feet. He curled up and fell asleep. Soon, he began to snore. The dolls looked at each other. Little Pumpkin checked the time. It was almost 7 in the evening, almost 8. It's not too late. Why don't we get some fresh air and go to bed? Said Little Pumpkin. The sound of washing could be heard from the bathroom, and soon, one after another, everyone climbed up to Sue-Ann's bed in the first-floor bedroom. A good night's sleep. That night, Sue-Ann slept peacefully and soundly, as if she were lying in a warm, soothing river, listening to the song of flowing water. When she woke up, Sue-Ann, by the light of the small bedside lamp, saw her dolls sleeping beside her, feeling reassured. Little Pumpkin slept on her left, Huan-Wan lay sideways, Little Fox was on top of Huan-Wan, the orange cat was below Huan-Wan, and Little Bear slept to Little Pumpkin's left. Everyone slept in a messy mess, with several blankets mixed up. Sue-Ann quietly got out of bed, pulled the curtains a little open, and peered outside. Daylight was dim outside, and mist was swirling and steaming outside the protective shield. Sue-Ann closed the curtains and tiptoed through the door into the living room. Yesterday's memory lingered on the sofa. Exhausted from thinking, she fell asleep there. Apparently, the doll carried her to the bedroom. As they moved forward, everyone slept in the first-floor bedroom more and more often. While it offered less privacy, it was closer to the outdoors and had a terrace, but it was more convenient because they didn't have to go upstairs. Sue-Ann washed up and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the day. After everyone woke up and had breakfast, they would head to the Kingdom of Dreams. Sue-Ann thought of the colorful fried meatballs from the Kingdom of Dreams and had an idea. She searched the freezer and found the fish balls she had made earlier. She pulled out a large bag, rinsed them, and boiled them again. She added chopped green onions to half the fish, making fish ball soup, and simmered the other half with the sauce to make fish balls and tomato sauce. She prepared some vegetables, mixed them with seasoning, and had noodles as the main course. However, she planned to wait until the dolls woke up to cook the noodles, otherwise they would clump together. After finishing her kitchen work, she went to the bathroom to wash her face, and did some morning exercises in the morning light. These were the movements Shuju had taught her, and after doing them, she felt relaxed. Sue-Ann kept flipping through the channels on the TV. The survival channel was full of repetitive weird lore, and stories about witch geese, which was boring. The Mermaid Bubble Drama TV station had lost its signal as it faded away, and there was no show to complain about. The Holy Light amusement park was still broadcasting live, but it was annoying to watch. It was too early for the Goose Stage, and there were no new programs. They were just replaying a dance show from a few days ago. She flipped through the channels, but there were no new ones. Sue-Ann turned off the TV and reached for her phone projector. Over time, one of her phones had broken, and no matter how hard she tried, it was unrepairable. Sue-Ann used it as a parts library. Everyone was trying to avoid looking at their phones as much as possible. Broken electronics, like these from Blue Planet, were truly difficult to find. Little Pumpkin had watched the food documentaries and cartoons in the archives so many times that Sue-Ann finally found a cartoon she often watched. Love and peace, as a child, was taken for granted, but as an adult, it seemed childish. Sue-Ann couldn't quite follow the plot, but she listened to it as background noise. She lay on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, occasionally glancing into the fog. She had gotten up too early and was feeling a bit bored, so Sue-Ann went to the driver's seat and mentally controlled the pumpkin cart. Visibility was poor in the fog, so drivers had to be careful to keep the pumpkin cart on the road. The scenery on either side was obscured by the mist, making the driving experience quite difficult. It was like a lost traveler, walking for so long that everything around them remained the same, giving the illusion of being stuck in the same place. Thankfully, the car was equipped with a black ball navigation system, which periodically broadcast information about the distance she had traveled, letting Sue-Ann know she wasn't standing still. Good morning. Good morning. The dolls woke up one after another, and the house suddenly became lively. Sue-Ann maneuvered the pumpkin car to a stop. She came out to greet everyone, then went to the kitchen to cook noodles. Breakfast was fish ball noodles, available in fish ball soup and fish ball noodles with tomato sauce. In addition to the noodles, Sue-Ann also prepared cold dishes like sweet and sour cucumbers and sesame oil-fried bok choy. Everyone enjoyed the meal together, feeling very satisfied. Sue-Ann's noodles, with their sour tomato sauce coating the thin noodles and fish balls, were refreshing, and she could devour a large strand in one bite. During the meal, Sue-Ann discussed the day's itinerary. We go directly to the Kingdom of Dreams, retrieve the cat flag, and then leave this level for the next one. Master, meow, it's Shili. I have something to tell you. Shuju spoke first. Followed by Wan added, Big Bear, and I have something to say. Little Pumpkin observed the complex expression on Wan's face, said nothing, and lowered his head to shovel noodles into his mouth. Why do these sour and sweet noodles taste a bit spicy? Just say it directly. Why are you being so formal? Swan said. Swan chewed. Who invented tomato fish balls? Delicious, Choo. Wan, noticing her master's good appetite, said directly, We talk after dinner? Shuju and Shili, unconcerned, spoke directly. On Bao, Shuju and I talked for a long time yesterday. We both felt our strength improving. We suspect it's related to the dolls from another world, so we wanted to prepare gifts for them. The orange cat nodded. That's right, meow. Chapter 592. Shaoli said, and Bao, although the mainly you're meeting today isn't exactly me, we're pretty much the same. We probably like similar things, and maybe even have similar personalities. I like to give it a tail. Do you agree? Sue-Ann's chopsticks froze. Giving it to my parallel self. A tail, as a gift? Xiao Li's idea was strange. Removing a tail. It would be harmful to the body. It would hurt. The problem is, it would take a long time to grow back. Sue-Ann asked. Xiao Li replied that this was its most precious gift, and she believed that her first life self would understand its value. Sue-Ann nodded. She agreed with Xiao Li's idea. She didn't understand it, but she supported it. It was a child's thought. As for whether Meng Li would be happy to accept it, that was their own business. Sue-Ann turned and asked the orange cat. Xiaoju, what are you giving me? Here, he. Shuji pulled something out of his tail space. Then he ran to the living room and unfolded it, an ugly cat fur cloak. The material was made from the orange cat's fur, and the craftsmanship was the work of Xiaoma, who had been bored at home for a long time. This is my precious thing. I want to ask Meng Li to give it to Anlua, the orange cat said. Sue-Ann coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness and agreed. She shoveled the last mouthful of noodles into her mouth, almost full. After breakfast, Wan and Xiaomo mysteriously dragged Sue-Ann upstairs. What was going on? They had to hide it from everyone. Sue-Ann's heart was hanging in the air. Half an hour later. Sue-Ann listened to Wan and Shishion's story. Little Bear has been plagued by recurring memories from past lives, and now he's opening up and sharing many details. The naive bear, the mature bear, the intelligent bear, the mischievous bear, all these different bears make up a sentimental, sensible, and calm bear. Because in each life, the bears are always the first to die, and Sue-Ann's persistence in repeatedly returning to save them has given Little Bear a strong connection to each of his previous lives, and he has a particularly rich memory. Sue-Ann understands this. In Eternal Night City, he also understood the principles of time ability. Time travel and reversal both require an anchor point. Clearly, Little Bear is the node for Sue-Ann's endless restarts. Just like Fugui Yangui Land's obsession with Sai, the endless flow of time and space unfolds at a single anchor point. Little Bear is like Sue-Ann's obsession. If anything goes wrong, she will start over again without regret. Sue-Ann held the Little Bear, caressing its fur intermittently, not knowing what to say to comfort him. The return was a fact. Her attachment was a fact. She had never concealed her dependence on the bear. Even with more and more dolls and companions, Sue-Ann couldn't say she could truly accept the bear's absence. Thinking back to the last accident, when the bear's heartbeat had stopped, she'd given everything to save it. Somehow, perhaps, he had used up his remaining strength. At this moment, the bear seemed to have accepted his own mortality. He was in a constant state of depression. The bear tried to make it clear that even if he had problems, Sue-Ann and everyone else would move forward, carry on, and live a normal life. This world could no longer sustain a new beginning. His strength was running low. If this continues, everything will eventually perish. However, Suan disagreed with Xiao Xiong. If she could truly let go, she wouldn't be where she is now. Before leaving, Suan whispered in Xiao Xiong's ear. Xiao Mo, no matter how many times, I will save you. Starting over isn't scary. I want you to survive, and to walk this journey with you. Suan grasped Xiao Xiong's paws with both hands, pressing them against their chests. The gesture was a little awkward, but it allowed them to feel each other's heartbeats. Suan wanted to convey this feeling to Xiao Xiong through her beating heart, letting him know that he must live well. Only by living well could everything continue. Suan didn't care about what happened in her past life. She only cared about this moment. To her, past glory and grudges were all false, only the present was real. She moved forward with this conviction. Suan's body grew weaker, but her spirit grew stronger. Suan feared neither the past nor the future. No matter how grand the narrative, it was not as important to her as a single meal or the company of her dolls. Amidst the mist, a torrential rain fell. A celestial road appeared ahead, winding upwards, reaching the horizon. Above the sky, a tranquil kingdom of dreams awaited the return of travelers. The pumpkin carriage squeaked as its wheels spun upwards, advancing ever further, along the winding road, toward the kingdom of dreams. Amidst the chaos of thousands of young men and women in the sky, a single spirit quickly secured a spot. It was Meng Qi. Meng Qi successfully reached the gate of the Dream City, and watched the guests approaching on the road below. Returning family. He hummed a song, his translucent, rainbow-colored tail swaying behind him. The soothing lullaby filled the entire city with tranquility. Whether on Blue Planet or on the highway, Yotsuba had never experienced such a blissful and peaceful time. During her time in the Kingdom of Dreams, she experienced happiness and peace. There was no pressure to survive, no social life, no academics, and no worldly scrutiny. She lived in a comfortable, beautiful house, all necessities provided free of charge, and ate home-cooked meals. Friends took turns doing chores and cooking, and when she got tired of cooking, she could occasionally visit a delicious restaurant to enjoy some of the city's unique cuisine. The park was clean, tidy, and beautiful, with many scenic spots to explore. She never tired of playing every day. The residents were well-mannered and helpful. If she wanted a job, she could fill out a questionnaire at the city hall and find a job she liked based on her strengths, where she could serve others and realize her own value. The work was easy, the benefits were good, the points earned were high, and she only had to work half a day, with 4 days on and 3 days off. Everything was perfect, but Sai still felt a nagging sense of unease. She knew clearly that, despite all the good things here, she was just a passing visitor. She had to move on. She couldn't stay here forever. That day, Sai enjoyed Shijio's specialty dishes and stared out the window for a long time. Shijio whispered about household registration and housing allocation in her ear. But Sai didn't listen. She thought of Sister Fugue, which strengthened her resolve. She knew that Sister Fugue might be waiting for her at some point in the future, and she couldn't stay here. After dinner, she quietly began packing her luggage, and in the bright morning sun, she announced her departure. Bye phone, Shijio. Thank you for your care during this time. I think I'm leaving now. I'm fully recovered and ready to move on. Both Baifeng and Shijio's expressions froze, and they stared at her in confusion. Chapter 593. Sai, isn't this place good? Why are you leaving? Xiaojio pressed. I think this is a very livable station. If we leave, it will be difficult to apply for permanent residency again, Baifeng asked. Sai replied, I understand everything you said. Although the road is difficult, the environment is poor, and it's dangerous, I have my reasons for moving forward. For the successful advancement of Blue Star civilization, for my family? Baifeng asked, puzzled. If this continues, do you think you turn into a baby first, or will your dream succeed? Baifeng asked. His words were a bit harsh. Sai now looked about 10 years old. Before, she looked like a middle school student, but now she was just an elementary school student. The price of her talent was visible to the naked eye. This price might not seem harmful in the short term, but what would she do if she became a frail, incapable infant? I'm determined. I believe my friends won't stop me. Also, Baifeng, Shujio, we're players. Don't forget who we are. Our entry into the road world means our destiny is to move forward. Do you believe in fate? Baifeng asked. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, but I have a deep conviction that I can't stay here. Sai said with a wry smile. Sai left. Shujio and Baifeng watched Sai's back as she drove away in her beetle. She's bound by fate. It holds her in its grip, making it difficult to break free. Shujio sighed. Too many threads of cause and effect entangle her. She's the most obvious target. What can we, the lucky survivors of the early death, do? By-phone sighed. Keeping her a secret from the Dream Master, forcing her to stay, allowing her to live long enough to become the last hope, was a difficult task in itself. The two men instantly aged, their brows stained with a deep sense of desolation, becoming two weathered souls. The pure Dream Master kept them untainted by dust. Facing their close friend and the god who had taken them in, the conflict between the two families ultimately prevented them from resorting to ruthless means. Suan looked out the window. As she entered the city gate, she caught a glimpse of a beetle leaving the Kingdom of Dreams. It was Sai. What was Sai doing here? Was Fugui up to something again? The world was already chaotic enough. Actions outpaced her intuition, and Suan wanted to ask. Suan opened the window and shouted loudly, a long, resonant cry. Just then, the beetle burst through the protective shield and entered the foggy highway. She didn't call out to Sai. It seems he didn't hear. Never mind, I ask him later when we get out. Suan retracted his head and shifted his gaze to the gate of Dream City. A familiar figure stood waiting. It was Meng Qi. The boy looked to be in his teens. With a friendly smile on his face, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his smile resembled that of a little fox. He had translucent, colorful fox ears and a tail on his head and back. Xiaoli jumped down from the small pumpkin head and, with a bang, transformed into a fox girl. Xiaoli rarely lived in this fully human form. She had fiery red fox ears on her head and a fiery red tail behind her, a slender figure, a lively gaze, and delicate beauty. In contrast, Meng Qi, standing across from him, not only had his gender changed, but his appearance was also delicate and forgettable. His unique aura was like a full moon, a brilliant and clear moon that brought peace to anyone who saw it. Yoshia took the steering wheel, steering her beloved beetle, and stepped on the accelerator, driving away from the platform and onto the foggy highway. As she was about to leave the platform, she heard a cry from behind her, like Sister Sunshine calling her name. Yoshia didn't know if it was really Sister Sunshine calling her, or some ghost in disguise. Yoshia slammed on the accelerator without looking back. Yoshia actually wanted to turn back, but she didn't dare. After all, in ghost stories, humans are always told not to look back. In the fog, the uncanny roamed, and she couldn't be careless. Leaving the platform and entering the fog, she drove for a distance. The fog followed the vehicle forward, then receded gradually as the fog-dispersing lights lit up, and everything returned to normal. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Yoshia finally slammed on the brakes and brought the beetle to a steady stop. Yoshia felt herself sweating profusely, and she almost collapsed in the driver's seat. She actually got out? It was so easy. She thought she wouldn't be able to get out, that she'd face a final battle. Nothing happened. Everything went smoothly. Sai stared at the endless fog ahead, still reminiscing about her life over the past month. The Kingdom of Dreams, worthy of its hype as a utopia for the human world, is truly a gentle, peaceful, and beautiful city. But alas, it's a ghost town. Humans are ghosts of the past, and upon death, they all become spirits. When she discovered that Baifeng and Xiaojie were ghosts isn't important, what matters is that they're so alike. Not just like Baifeng and Xiaojie themselves, but even like their future selves. Sai looked at the message on the public screen. Lin Qingzhu, Sai, please come to Huacheng. Baifeng doesn't have a system account right now, so I had to contact you. Heqing is also here, and they're both very worried about you. Kali Chioza, are you feeling better? I told Xiaozhou you were very ill. She's been worried, and I'm worried about you too. Why Yujiu? Sai, have you been feeling down lately? Why do you keep saying strange things to me? Fu Xiao, Shilu is missing. Don't go to Huacheng. Don't go to Huacheng. Anyone with a light-related talent shouldn't go to Huacheng. Fu Xiao, I'm crazy, but I'm telling the truth. Sai covered her head, watching her sanity level plummet from 100 to 67, and still dropping. She couldn't tell which of the public messages were true, and which were false. Which had been mysteriously tampered with, or were they all tampered with? She couldn't tell. She really couldn't. Swan and the dolls toured Dream City again, but with a different mindset. Less cautious, more distressed. Swan and the dolls sat on the hoverbus, looking out over the beautiful city. The bus flew slowly, allowing for a clear view of the residents' lives. Sue had observed these residents carefully, noticing that many overlapped with her friends from the photo of Evernight City. She even spotted a number of friends, who looked like they belonged to other races. The family, friends, and loved ones from her first life seemed to have been gathered together by Mingli in some ingenious way. Alas, after returning to so many lives, Suan, with no memory, saw them as strangers. None of them mattered, truly none. Even Mingli seemed completely unfamiliar. She was constantly reincarnating, constantly discarding. "What's your name?" Suan asked hoarsely. She knew it was presumptuous, but she asked anyway. Chapter 594. Dream 7, Dream 13, Dream 21, the Dream Master, can be called anything. The boy replied. "I am a guide, one of the countless wandering Dream Masters, a kind of ghost. I'm asking about your original name." Suan stared at the boy, not missing a single expression on his face. The boy turned his head away, silent for a long time. After more than 10 seconds, he answered. "The original Dream Master was called Su Mingli, and it has always lived in dreams." Mengqi raised his eyes, and looked at Suan timidly. Mengqi spoke slowly. "The Dream Master doesn't have the power to rewind time, only the ability to weave dreams and protect the spirit. In dreams, it can indeed control time, but outside of dreams, it's nothing. Don't get too close to the Dream Master, he's a coward who willingly immerses himself in dreams." Soon, we reached the central tower. "There's a cat flag over there. Take it, and I get you out as soon as possible." Mengqi finished, turned his head, looked outside, and fell silent. This naming was perfunctory, extremely perfunctory, almost as perfunctory as in Luo's. Suan didn't know what to say. It wasn't her fault, but she felt so guilty. The black cat's repeated words seemed to still ring in her ears. They were what she said while eating dumplings. "Don't be so affectionate. Just use us as tools. You become truly weak if you keep going like this." Then she glanced at the orange cat with disdain. Comment: a cat is worse than another, born without even the demigod status. Suan looked at Mengqi and felt a sense of contradiction in him. He had felt this last time, and it was even more pronounced now. He always seemed to mask his complex emotions with a calm expression. Through his spiritual perception, Suan could sense some of his complex emotions. There seemed to be respect, love, fear, resentment, and hatred. It was just a small clone of the Dream Master, and its emotions were so complex. What about his true self? Suan looked at the passers-by. Their faces had appeared in Suan's first group photo. Black Cat had said that they were teammates she had led, gathering so many of the Master's relatives and friends. The Dreamly main body had no clones. On the surface, its city tried its best to appear calm. It was like a seemingly normal child, but inside it was crying non-stop, longing to see it. Suan reached out his hand, reaching out to Mengqi. Although his back was turned, Mengqi's body began to tremble. He could see it all, and he was extremely nervous. Suan's hand moved closer and closer, stopping when it was only a centimeter away from Mengqi. The two seemed to be frozen in place. For several seconds. The stable, suspended bus suddenly stumbled, jolting. Suan, swayed by the bus, touched Mengqi. He was soft, like a lump of jelly. Suan leaned in, and lifted the boy into her arms, embracing the jelly she had always wanted to hold. "Thank you for your hard work." She said what she wanted to say. Everything was quiet. The boy in her arms transformed into a colorful little fox, his face calm, yet silently shedding tears. A cloud had appeared in the sky at some point, and a light rain was falling. But the sky wasn't overcast. The sun shone brightly, and the sunshine reflected the rainbow's rays. The journey was peaceful. No matter how slowly the floating bus traveled, it would eventually reach its destination. Everyone disembarked. The rain had stopped, or rather, it was controlled and not falling here. Suan looked at the tall tower before him. This was the center of the entire Kingdom of Dreams, the Dream Lord's temple, the core of the station, and the place where important memories were stored. Mengqi continued to fulfill his duties as a guide, explaining the origins of this building. Entering the tower, Suan saw a structure similar to that of Eternal Night City, except that the spiral staircase and photo wall had been transformed into a series of floating memory bubbles. At the very top of the tower, within a tall, transparent crystal, a colorful, dreamy little fox slept, its 9 tails gleaming. "That's the Dream Lord." Mengqi pointed to the colorful fox in the center of the station. "You and the dolls can freely view these memories. They give you a more detailed understanding of the situation." Mengqi gestured to the numerous memory balls surrounding them. Suan glanced at the dolls. It was clear they were all very curious. Suan reached out, attempting to touch a memory orb. She'd seen a similar photo in the Black Cat Tower, a group of human players celebrating their victory. In the photo, Suan and a number of humans, both known and unknown, gathered for a photo. Soon, Suan entered a dream. In the dream, many humans were hosting a banquet in a ballroom, a festive atmosphere pervading. A banner hung high on the ballroom's background wall. Congratulations to the blue-starred humans for successfully completing the level and entering a new era. Here, Suin was surrounded and respected. Suin looked at herself in that life. Mature, strong, confident, and steady, handling interpersonal relationships with ease. Emerging from this memory orb, Suin entered the next, leading the dolls to view the Dream Master's collection of memory orbs. The Dream Master was a very gentle being, and these memory orbs could help Suin resolve many of his doubts. Ming-Chi sat on a chair nearby, waiting slowly, his eyes following Suin, as if trying to glean something from his expression. The second memory orb was about spending time with the dolls. It was Su Qijuan's birthday. Suin looked at the dolls, each with a distinct personality. Bear was gone, and there were only 4 dolls. The atmosphere wasn't particularly harmonious. Apparently, the whole time was joyful, yet something felt strange. Soon, Suin noticed something. In her first life, she hadn't smiled. Despite the joyous occasion, her face was expressionless, a perfunctory expression. Meanwhile, the dolls acted one way and another, cheerful in front of her, yet behind her, there were disputes. In particular, none of them seemed particularly fond of Qijuan, and Qijuan was no different, looking down on everyone equally. At that moment, a rift seemed to have formed between the dolls. Over Su Mo's death, everyone blamed each other, even engaging in a quarrel behind Suin's back. Suin didn't like this feeling. She sped up her viewing speed, quickly exiting this memory ball and moving on to the next. At first, Suin's face remained serious, but as she watched more, she relaxed. These memory balls were too numerous and too diverse, but they clearly gave a better understanding of the situation than the photos and videos of the black cat. This platform wouldn't be dangerous, so Suin simply sat with the dolls on the lounge chairs inside to watch. It always helped to get more information. One memory ball after another played. These memory balls, from Mang Li's perspective, recorded not only important moments but even the most mundane things like eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. Chapter 595. For example, Suin learned from the memory ball that Mang Li loved small cakes, especially strawberry shortcake. The only thing she could eat with him was the bear. He wasn't particularly fond of the other dolls. After an unknown amount of time, Suin came to her senses, her attention diverted from the memory ball, and she looked at Ming-Chi. He was looking at her expectantly. Suin felt a little uncomfortable. She thought, even if she viewed more of her past memories, she and the original Suin were no longer the same person. His family, environment, and personality had all changed drastically. The most she could do was get to know this person, who looked similar to her. Ming-Chi noticed Suin pause and asked, "Do you want to stop here?" Suin nodded and said, "It's getting late. We should go back." She pointed to the countdown on her public screen. 3 tickets for the 3-hour platform were already sold, and the third had only 17 minutes left. She had been here, staring at the memory ball, for nearly 9 hours without eating or drinking. Ming-Chi nodded, understanding. With a wave of his hand, the memory balls gathered together, forming a crystal ball. "Here, this is the memory the Dream Master gave me. I hope you see it in real time, and never forget it." Ming-Chi held the crystal ball in both hands. Suin accepted it. Then, Ming-Chi flew up, reaching out toward the platform barrier, and pulled out 3 cat flags from the crystals. He flew down. "These are Darkfall weapons. We saw them and collected them. Here." Suin successfully achieved the purpose of his visit. Cat flag, red, cat flag, yellow, cat flag, blue. Everyone also presented their gifts. Lily gave Ming-Chi a fiery red fox tail, saying it was for her. The orange cat took out a cat fur cape and asked him to pass it on to Miss Anlu. Little Pumpkin presented a basket of frozen pies and a basket of frozen dumplings as small gifts on behalf of the family. Ming-Chi smiled and handed over a stack of platform tickets. The pumpkin carriage creaked away, and Ming-Chi waved goodbye. Just as Suin was about to leave, the fox on the platform opened its eyes and glanced reluctantly in Suin's direction. The moment it opened its eyes, Ming-Chi froze. Above the sky, thousands of foxes froze, and the entire kingdom of dreams was filled with an aura of utter terror. Ming Li collected the fox tails. In her space, she now held dozens of fox tails of various colors and materials. Some things, no matter how many times you repeat them, remain unchanged, like the insistence on giving away one's past life's tale. The pumpkin carriage left the kingdom of dreams. Just as she was about to leave, Suin suddenly tensed up, a chill running from her tailbone to her crown like an electric current. This feeling didn't subside until she left the platform and entered the highway a few minutes later. Su-En's tense body couldn't help but relax. She didn't know why, but even though she knew the Dream Kingdom was safe, she still felt nervous. She felt like she couldn't leave unless she left. Su-En's relaxation was noticed by everyone. Xiaoli said, "That's a realm called the Collection Realm. It's normal for people with high intuition to feel uncomfortable in a barrier-forming realm." Xiaoli explained, tilting her head. After leaving the Dream Kingdom, Xiaoli felt like she had leveled up, gaining a lot more knowledge. Noticing Su-En's gaze, Xiaoli said, "And Bao, this is what Mengli told me. She just gave me a skill called Barrier Break, which allows me to quickly locate energy gathering points within a field." Xiaoli smiled sheepishly and said, "It's a gift for her." Su-En looked at Xiaoli's smile, stepped forward, hugged her, and rubbed her head. 7 cat flags gathered together. 4 of them were contaminated, but under Xiaoli's purification, they had largely recovered. The other 3, taken from the Kingdom of Dreams, were all purified. After they came together, they merged into a single cat flag, shimmering with a rainbow of colors. The damaged artifact, the cat flag, became a complete artifact, carrying a powerful aura and unbridled divine power, imbued with some of the aura of the black cat. This artifact was extremely powerful. Even with its restrained aura, everyone knew that this flag's power could overwhelm anyone. The orange cat meowed, and cat flag, obediently, rushed directly into the orange cat's arms, rubbing against the orange cat and meowing along. It was like the orange cat's paw, like a clone, very close to the orange cat. It was extremely docile. Just as Little Pumpkin had said, this good thing was theirs. Cat Flag was one of their friends. The orange cat and Cat Flag quickly bonded and began to play together, making for a lively occasion. After being delayed on the platform for so long, everyone got hungry, so Little Pumpkin and Little Bear worked together in the kitchen. The sound of clinking and clacking echoed from the kitchen, and soon the aroma of stir-frying wafted up. Outside, the rain had stopped at some point. Sue had opened the window and seemed to see the moon through the mist, sensing its light, which reminded her of Meng-Chi. She shook her head, no longer dwelling on it. No matter how much she felt heartbroken, that was all in the past, a passing moment. Her power wasn't enough to change the tragedy that had already occurred. Besides, who could truly judge Mingli's life as a tragedy? Perhaps her current state was simply one of self-satisfaction. Don't be so self-righteous, Sue-En. Sue-En warned herself. She didn't forget why she had opened the window. She took out lamp oil from the space and refilled the fog-dispersing lamp outside the car. Under the influence of her telekinesis, the lamp oil slowly flowed into the base of the lamp like a stream of water. The flames instantly grew brighter, pushing the fog outside the protective shield back a little further. Sue-En stared at the fog, lost in thought. Should she follow Enluo's advice and leave this map and enter the next one to avoid the pursuit of the crazed Jiwan? Or should she stay here for a while? After all, once she left the fog, it seemed she would never see them again, the dolls from her first life. Sue-En touched her chest, unable to describe the feeling. He constantly gave her strength, allowing her to start over, resolve her regrets, and live a peaceful and happy life with her dolls. Should she do something about it? Sue-En hesitated. Pumpkin and Bear were cooking in the kitchen. The orange cat and Cat Flag were cuddling. The fox was chasing its tail. Wan-Wan looked at Sue-En, who was lying on the windowsill enjoying the breeze, her eyes blank, her thoughts unclear. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. Everyone must be starving. Reheated frozen steamed buns were paired with 2 quickly cooked dishes, stir-fried pork with chili peppers and pickled cabbage. Having not eaten all day, Pumpkin and Bear had hurriedly prepared a simple meal, but it was filling and filling. Sue-En closed the window and went to eat. As she ate her second steamed bun, the sound of the Holy Spirit amusement park songs emanated from outside. The tender voices changed their tune, this time with a hint of operatic cadence. Wan-Wan's expression changed, and she jumped off the table, instantly transforming into Dewan and approaching the living room window. Sue-En put down his chopsticks and quickly followed. Chapter 596. Qiming, dressed in gorgeous attire, wanted to scare off the Holy Spirit amusement park platform like she had last time, but instead froze at the window. Through the window, she saw a figure who looked almost identical to her, lazily lounging on the stationary Ferris wheel. But their attire and demeanor were vastly different. If Qiming was gorgeous and glamorous, this one was decadent and stunning. The girl wore a fiery red costume, her slender white legs captivating her with a shimmering white hair. Her loose black hair fell to her ankles, swaying in the wind. She held a pipe in her hand, her crimson lips and scorching eyes fixed on the pumpkin carriage. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes a dark blue, a thick ghostly aura raging, and a hint of red at the corners of her eyes. Seeing Chi-Ming, a seductive, wicked smile curled up at the corners of her mouth, revealing sharp teeth and a vermilion tongue. She licked her lips lightly, as if scouting prey. In an instant, she lunged down, her face grim and a terrifying, ghostly visage etched in her face, drawing ever closer. Suen quickly turned around, standing in front of the frightened Chi-Ming. He hugged her tightly, letting her bury herself against his chest, his back facing the evil spirit. He kept clicking on the public invitations that kept appearing. I didn't know how long it took. The singing from the Holy Spirit amusement park faded away. Suen turned back and saw the evil spirit Chi-Wan's face, a mixture of resentment and grievance. Everything outside the window faded. The colorful lights and ghosts were gone. Suen slumped down, holding Wan, who had transformed into Xiao Wan. The dolls gathered around, forming a group. But not everyone was unaffected, most of them staggered or crawled over. Early morning. The stove glowed brightly. Little Bear patiently added wood, and a gurgling sound rose from the stove. A sizzling sound. Little Pumpkin cooked porridge while frying steaks. The two chatted about what happened yesterday. Holy Spirit City and Holy Spirit Amusement Park must be very unhappy. We need to be more vigilant. But the difference in strength is enormous. We have no choice but to flee. Alas. Early in the morning, Little Bear and Little Pumpkin sighed repeatedly. With the Black Cat helping us, we can proceed directly to the next level. It's mainly because the owner hasn't made up her mind. I feel like she's hesitant and a little reluctant to leave the fog. The two chatted. Okay, Big Bear, the fire's still burning. Go chop some cabbage, and I make some cold dishes later, Little Pumpkin said. Suen woke up, unable to stop the fear. In her dream, she was almost torn apart by the frenzied Wan. After waking, she leaned against the back of the bed, breathing heavily in the darkness. In the darkness, only the deep and shallow breathing of the dolls could be heard. She calmed down and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Perhaps she'd been frightened by the crazy Wan. Suen went downstairs and noticed some movement in the kitchen. She looked in and saw Little Pumpkin and Little Bear preparing breakfast. Why are you up so early? Suen asked, greeting them. It was just after 5 in the morning, the sky barely brightening. A faint glow shone through the mist, relying on the lights inside the house for illumination. Good morning, Sister Inen. I woke up early, so I came downstairs, Little Bear replied. Little Pumpkin said, Good morning, Master. Today's breakfast includes white porridge, a salad, fried pork cutlets, and minced pork and scallion pancakes. Such a rich meal. Of course. You finally got up early, so we can enjoy a good meal. Little Pumpkin patted her chest and said. After saying hello to the dolls, Suen felt a little bored and wanted to do something. She went to the driver's seat, driving while relieving the slight anxiety brought on by boredom. She hadn't been anxious before, perhaps because she had learned too much recently. Suen looked out the window. She hoped that Luo, Mengli, and Chi-Wan could all live well, but she was too weak to protect them, nor could she intervene. After all, we are just passing through. Let's move on. Suen took out the mileage cards given by Luo, and used them one by one. Above the Tower of Eternal Night City, Black Cat watched the light spots on the big screen fade away, his eyes filled with relief. In the Kingdom of Dreams, in the core building of the platform, Mengli closed her eyes and hummed a lullaby. In the Holy Spirit Amusement Park, a mad beauty was furious and wantonly destroyed everything on the platform. This was truly hysteria after having no tricks left. Useless. All useless stuff. Not even worth a glance. Useless. Her claws dug into the heart of the station owner, the livestream host, ignoring the pain on his face as she wantonly destroyed it. You said you could call her? Useless stuff. The surrounding station NPCs, from the comical clowns to the terrifying ghosts, all trembled in fear. Chi-Wan pointed at the clown and said, You come here, eat it. Become the new station owner. No matter what you do, you must lure my master in and kill that cuckoo who's usurping my power. She spoke viciously. At the same time, she began to shake her fingers, casting a curse. Alas, the curse dissipated before it was fully cast, leaving her teeth itching. Dead cat, stinking fox, one day I tear you both apart. She stared at the sky with resentment. By breakfast time, Suen had used up the last of her mileage cards. One more, and she'd be able to enter the challenge level, and then the final one. Sipping porridge, eating scallion mincemeat pancakes, and pork cutlets, Suen's heavy mood lifted considerably. She chewed her food carefully, savoring the flavors, taking each porridge and meal with utmost care. Sometimes, it's not impossible to feel lost in such an environment, but eating the steaming hot food and savoring the various flavors brings a sense of reality. Perhaps, this is what is commonly known as the mundane world of fireworks. After dinner, Soo-in told the dolls to get ready and use up the last of their mileage cards. When all the indicators in the main quest reached perfection, Soo-in used the designated application pass card to enter the clearance station Infinite Battle. Dark Knight's Prison. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, would you like to use the designated application pass card *1 to enter the clearance station Infinite Battle? Dark Knight's Prison. Please note, there is no turning back on the road. Once you pass the test, you cannot return and must stay where you are and repeat the test. This clearance station is a hidden map, jointly created by the special stations Eternal Night City and Dream Kingdom. The test level is a single-player monster-killing mode. Vehicles can be used. Failure to pass the test will result in staying at this station and fighting repeatedly until the player passes, dies, or gets lost. Soo-in looked at the system prompt and knew that Black Cat had given her a hidden meaning in giving her this ticket. This was a dedicated station for them to level up. Just like the Scorpion People's Welfare Station, this was a blessing left by her dolls from her first life. Soo-in took the doll she had prepared and clicked Confirm. Chapter 597. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, welcome to Infinite Battle. Prison of Dark Knight. Complete the mission and enter the 188th floor, or level up to Demigod. Soo-in blinked. Demigod? And Lua wanted to train all of them, a bunch of level 10 spiritual noobs, to Demigod status before moving on to the next level. Without time to think, the application pass card glowed, circling the entire pumpkin carriage, then transported the vehicle to a platform. The sky was azure blue, white clouds drifted, and the sun was dazzling. Everything emerged from the pumpkin carriage window. The sun was bright, the air was fresh, but Soo-in was still a little uncomfortable after not seeing the sun for so long in the fog. It took her a few minutes to adjust to the surroundings. A system pop-up window appeared in front of her, informing her of the current platform's rules and the progress of the game mission. Infinite Battle. Prison of Dark Knight, main quest. Clear the 188th floor/player level advances to Demigod. Rules. 1. This is a circular sky island. The player is currently on the first floor. Aside from the first safe zone, each subsequent floor has monsters of different levels. 2. Play through the levels, repeatedly, until you complete the battle and leave. 3. You can only advance to the next level after clearing the monsters on each floor. 4. The monster zone is only accessible on weekdays, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Soo-in had a rough idea of what this place was all about. It was a monster spawning station built by Onlua and Mengli, allowing Soo-in and his puppets to spawn monsters here when their levels weren't high enough to reach the safe zone. Soo-in turned off the public message. Soo-in opened the window and looked around. It was a sky island, covered in lush trees and grass. It looked like a field, but upon closer inspection, it was all well-maintained grass, with obvious signs of human intervention. On the sky island, a clear stream flows around it, and a lake lies in its center, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. Over a dozen beautiful buildings of various styles are arranged on the island, forming a cluster of buildings. These buildings range from cozy wooden houses to magnificent small palaces, small buildings, and courtyard-enclosed bungalows. The various structures are harmonious, creating an interesting blend. In the distance, at the edge of the field, Soo-in could see a barrier layer and a void. This place exuded the feeling of being on a sky island. The layers of protective shields could not be clearly seen, tightly enveloping the entire platform, creating a very reassuring atmosphere. Soo-in felt a familiar atmosphere within it. The environment was very much in the style of Mengli. It made sense, considering that only she could build such a clean, tidy, and unpolluted island. Even within the Dark Land, strange things were rampant. If Dark Land had not personally led the way, the strange things in the darkness would have already emerged and begun to attack those who came. At this station, there's only one road in the center of the sky island. The pumpkin carriage teleports into a darkened circle of light on the road. Directly in front of the pumpkin carriage is a bus stop building with a large sign on it. You can see it right away. Stop, Tianyuan Township Rest Area. Danger level, none. Note, hello, I'm Lily. This is my dream home I created for everyone. I hope you enjoy exploring it. There's a brochure with detailed instructions for each stop in your mailbox. Be sure to take it out and read it. The sign comes with a small map. It's a scaled-down version of the Sky Island map, and a regular oval with forests, lakes, grasslands, and buildings marked on it. The sign is simple, with only symbols indicating the location. The only text indicates their location, Tianyuan Township Center Entry Office. Suen opened the door and got out of the bus, taking a few deep breaths of fresh air. She walked to the Dream City bus stop style sign and opened the mailbox standing by the road. She pulled out 6 brochures. She sat on a platform seat, brochures in hand, and read them. The dolls had also gotten off the bus and gathered around Suen, who passed them around. The chairs were wooden, soft, and had backrests, making them very comfortable. Suen flipped through the brochures, and the dolls followed suit. The first page was folded, but unfolded to reveal a large, detailed map. The second page contained an explanation of the map. Tianyuan Township Center Immigration Office. This is the center of the station, convenient for getting around. We have various accommodations available, so please try them out. Accommodation 1. Parking Lake Campground. The lakeside scenery is beautiful, and there's a camping area specifically designed for vehicles. Residence 2. Countryside Garden Bungalow. This isn't just any bungalow. It's inspired by Bear's memories of his grandmother's hometown. I planted lots of flowers, and even installed a swing at the entrance. It should be beautiful. Residence 3. Cabin in the Forest. Inspired by Bear, he said that his childhood fantasies about cabins always revolved around reading storybooks. Residence 4. Exquisite Countryside Villa. Modern home, exquisite living. Residence 5. Transparent apartment with a view above the clouds. The fun is thrilling. If you're not afraid of heights, you can watch the sunrise and sunset. It's bound to be romantic. Residence 6. Forest Castle. Yes, it's the legendary old witch's residence. It was built under the guidance of Queen Angels. I hid many Easter eggs there, which is fun. Settlement 7. A 1:1 replica of the pumpkin house. It's sad, but this is what the pumpkin house looked like before it was demolished. I miss it so much, so I built a scale replica. Unfortunately, my magic carvings can't match the vivid pumpkin house, so many of its functions are unavailable. Settlement 8. A tube-shaped building with a homely feel. If you're tired of living in any of the above, you can return here. After all, it's where the owner remembers living with his parents. While there were some sad moments in his childhood, it's still warm overall. Perhaps you find something new here. Suen was stunned, but quickly realized that her rebirth had altered her family situation somewhat. Her original self wasn't as estranged as she is in this life. She didn't understand her first life, just as she didn't realize her current personality had changed. Suen accepted Meng Li's kindness, thinking to herself that she would visit them all when she had the chance. In addition to the various settlements, Tianyuan Township also prepared some basic buildings. Library, swimming pool, audiovisual complex, automated fruit and vegetable farm, automated meat farm. Suen flipped through the list and found the area he was most interested in. Monster spawn teleportation point/stairs for monster spawning. Rules. Teleportation points allow you to transfer your mental energy to select a level to teleport to. The teleportation array is only accessible to levels you already conquered, and you can only descend to the next level of the island after clearing it. Of course, you can also choose to climb the stairs, but I wouldn't recommend it unless the teleportation array is malfunctioning. Chapter 598. Note: Unluo has sent many monsters in. Don't be curious about how deep it is, especially Big Melon and Sister Wan. Don't get carried away by your curiosity, or you might get hurt. The teleportation point is only open Monday to Friday. Please note the hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The portal will automatically close after this time. Remember to teleport back quickly. Don't forget to eat and sleep well while farming monsters. It's okay if you're late. Each floor has a corresponding safe house. You can get there in time, but I don't recommend it. Long-term monster farming without sun exposure can lead to mental and physical abnormalities. A good balance of work and rest is best. Meng Li's notes were detailed, and her tone was lively, unlike the one she had seen a while ago. Suen could almost sense her tone as she looked at her. This platform seemed to have been prepared for a long time, so long that its existence had lost the liveliness of its youth. Suen flipped through the work manual and set today's tasks. Explore the first floor, the safe zone, and Tianyuan Township. Sky Island wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. Walking the longest stretch of the island took about an hour, but taking a car was much faster. Suen had Little Pumpkin put away the pumpkin cart and replaced it with the long-in-use silver white. The sleek, handsome silver sports car hadn't been seen in ages, but it still felt timeless. With the addition of family members, Little Pumpkin stretched the silver white a bit so everyone could fit. The silver-white drove along the road, stopping at each building, and Sue-An led the dolls to explore each one. The buildings, designated as residential areas, were decorated in different styles, but they were all neatly decorated and fully stocked with household items. Each settlement felt like a home. Sue-An noticed many small details, like the color of her favorite four-piece set, a book she thought she read halfway through, and some half-finished craft supplies. Among the handicrafts, Sue-An spotted what looked like a velvet flower hairpin on Little Bear's head, a red hairpin on Juan Want's pearl crown, and some half-crocheted scarves. The bear exclaimed in surprise, "It's my craft." The little pumpkin held up a pot and said, "I love this pot so much. It belongs to me." Meow. The orange cat wagged its tail, and couldn't help sharpening its claws on the hemp rope cat climbing frame. It meowed unconsciously, as it sharpened its claws rapidly. Sue-An found comfort in every kind of settlement. They encountered ordinary, cozy cabins, intimate garden bungalows, ordinary tube-shaped buildings, exquisite villas, breathtaking towers hundreds of meters high with floor-to-ceiling windows, and a spooky, magnificent forest castle. What impressed Sue-An most was the lifelike replica of the pumpkin house. Entering this building shaped like an oversized pumpkin, Sue-An was practically moved to tears. It barely resembled a pumpkin from the outside, but inside, it revealed a cozy four-story duplex. The entire house was filled with a sense of life. Entering, it felt like walking into someone else's home. The dishes on the table, the half-cooked meal, the slightly messy bed. Everything seemed to suggest that the owners of this home were simply out and about and would be back soon. Sue-An led the dolls through each floor. The decor was similar, but the layout was vastly different from the current one. This one was larger and more opulent, with more space for each doll's room, a study, a dressing room, a large bathroom, an activity room, a swimming pool, a banquet hall, a garden. In each doll's room, Sue-An could see a wealth of details. Bear's room was the most organized, with a single bed, a set of cabinets, a window, and a desk. It was perfectly tidy, with all his clothes and bedding meticulously arranged. On the desk were an altar offering, a few dried fruits, and a black and white photo of Bear. Little Pumpkin's room was colorful, filled with colorful balls of yarn. The bed was round, large, and soft. Chijuan's room had a dark, punk vibe, with skulls everywhere. Mengli's room was filled with plush cushions like white clouds. There was no bed or desk. This room, filled with stuffed toys and cushions, resembled a child's playhouse, a sea of plush toys and cushions, a perfect place for sleeping. Anlu's room was a cat's room, with a large scratching board and climbing frame. When Shuju saw it, he couldn't help but jump up and run around the climbing frame. Swan called out, and Shuju came running down, lifting himself up, clawing at the scratching board, his tail wagging and making noises. Meow, comfortable meow. After touring the pumpkin house, Sue-An and the dolls left. She had no plans to stay in any of the settlements for the time being, intending to live in the pumpkin carriage instead. A nest of gold or silver is not as good as one's own thatched nest. No matter what, living in one's own home is definitely comfortable. Then, Sue-An led the dolls to explore the special buildings. In the library, Sue-An saw many paper books, mostly from Blue Star, covering the humanities, natural sciences, novels, and essays, all kinds of genres. Sue-An also spotted a few books from other races, accompanied by translation potions. The swimming pool and bathrooms are spacious, perfect for exercise and relaxation. In the audiovisual complex, Sue-An not only saw many excellent works from Blue Star, movies, TV series, anime, and documentaries, but also saw numerous videos about other races, including a large collection of mermaid dramas. The automated fruit and vegetable farm produced common fruits and vegetables, all of which he readily enjoyed. From sowing to harvesting, a corresponding array was established. Harvested produce was automatically stored in the storage room. If the storage room was full and no one removed it, the old batch would be automatically used as fertilizer for the next season. Thus, the storage room was always filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. Sue-An looked at the farm and felt shamefully moved. Little Pumpkin hugged the farm fence and shouted, "Masterpiece, masterpiece! This should be ours, alo." Its voice was crisp and full of joy. The automated meat farm was similarly large, a large pasture, but it only raised a few common species: chickens, pigs, cows, and sheep. They were probably selected based on the type Sue-An and the dolls liked to eat. The animals were cared for by a group of mechanical dogs. As Sue-An entered, the mechanical dogs greeted him and his companions one by one. "Welcome, Master and Little Masters, to inspect the ranch." The current number of animals on the ranch is 321 red sweet chickens, 146 tender sweet pigs, 132 sturdy bulls, and 243 bleeding white sheep. They are all spiritual level species, their meat rich in spiritual energy and various nutrients. It wasn't a large number, but it wasn't a small number either. Even if the whole family ate one animal a day, they could still eat for over a year, and besides, they still had to eat other things. Wow, what a cow! What a cow! Little Pumpkin was very unceremonious. It unceremoniously accepted all the goodies offered by this platform. It had such a good relationship with Little Fox, so what was wrong with eating and drinking some of the things Little Fox had prepared in his previous life? When it came to a sense of deservingness, Little Pumpkin was the most complete. All the good things in the world could be its own. Chapter 599. Little Pumpkin gave the order, and the mechanical dog immediately followed it. Soon, a strong bull weighing nearly 2,000 pounds was driven to the slaughterhouse by the mechanical dog. Everyone watched as the mechanical dog skillfully used its machinery to cut up the bull. Hide, horns, hooves, beef, bones, blood, heart, tripe, intestines. This machine was incredibly powerful, cutting the bull up with the skill of a butcher, quickly sorting it into its various parts. While operating, the mechanical dog asked, "Dear young master, do you need it sliced or diced?" "Eye ribs, top of the head, thinly slice the brisket, chop the ribs into large chunks, and you can handle the rest yourself." "Got it." Then Suen saw that what had been a whole, level 18 bull monster 30 minutes earlier had now been transformed into cuts of beef. There were topsides, shoulder, brisket, eye of ox, tenderloin, shank, and ribs. Robot Dog and Little Pumpkin were discussing the matter in great detail. Suen felt a pang of hunger, her stomach rumbling. Looking at the time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. 6 or 7 hours had passed since breakfast, and they hadn't realized how long they'd been wandering around since entering the platform. After leaving the automated meat farm, they were exhausted, so Suen suggested we eat and rest for a while. "Let's have hot pot, we have fresh beef," Little Pumpkin said. The pumpkin car drove to the lake campground, and everyone began preparing. They brought the stove and dining table out of the house. Bear built a fire, while Little Fox demonstrated his meat-cutting skills with a dagger, slicing even thinner than a machine. "If you ask me, you don't even need a machine to cut it, hee." Little Fox showed off his work. "Isn't this just a test run of the machine?" Little Pumpkin replied. "Hurry up. The tripe hasn't been cut yet." Heating the oil in the pan, Little Pumpkin made hot pot by boiling beef tallow, then adding various chili peppers and spices to the hot oil, and finally adding water to make the broth. "It smells so good, meow, but it's not very healthy. Spicy beef tallow hot pot is heavy on the oil and salt. From a health perspective, a clear soup hot pot is the best." "Juju, that's not a clear soup hot pot, that's a vegetable stew," Little Pumpkin replied. "Okay, we don't eat it every day, so stop complaining and get to work." Little Pumpkin called to the orange cat, telling him to get the tableware and set the table. "Okay, I get some tea. It'd be more enjoyable." Despite his complaints about the unhealthy nature of the dish, the orange cat devoured it with relish once the meal started. No one can resist a spicy hot pot. The ginger cat also understood. While heavy oil hot pot might be unhealthy, it's okay to enjoy it occasionally. The thin slices of meat simmering in the red oil hot pot were so fragrant that the sweet aroma instantly made the little orange cat forget everything else. Gazing at the beautiful scenery, the slight sadness weighing on her heart was dissipated by the breeze. After dinner, Suen lay on the grass, gazing at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and she lay half in the shade of a tree, half basking in the warm sun, half enjoying the shade. The wind rustled the leaves, and the scattered light rippled across her body like flowing water. The air was thick with the aroma of hot pot. Whether it was the meat or Little Pumpkin's cooking, the hot pot base she had prepared today was exceptionally rich. This hot pot base is delicious with anything, especially with such fresh, carefully selected meats. The slices are tender, the tripe is crispy, and the beef heart is crispy. It was so delicious that Suen quickly ate her fill and left the table to rest. Because Big Bear and Wan Wan were at home, the dolls hadn't finished their meal yet, so everyone gathered around the table to continue eating. This time, Little Pumpkin set up 2 pots, one for hot pot and the other for stewing beef ribs. This was dinner. Suen lay on the grass, feeling incredibly comfortable. She remembered she was here to explore, but the life she was living was like a relaxing vacation. Beautiful surroundings, a warm climate, beautiful and harmonious architecture, and delicious and plentiful food. Suen raised her hand, palm facing the sky, feeling the wind, listening to the sounds of the wind, laughter, the clatter of dishes and chopsticks, the rustling of leaves, and the faint chirping of cicadas. A world both real and dreamlike. This was the world she longed for most deeply. She had always vaguely fantasized that if the apocalypse could end, she would live in a field with her dolls, building a home like this. Just them, in a beautiful place with a perfect climate. It can only be said that only those who are close understand those who are close. The mermaid platform had once lured her into a life of luxury with handsome men and beautiful women, but it was completely misguided. The meal lasted until sunset. For dinner, Sue-Ann had a bowl of vegetable hot pot noodles topped with some hot pot meat and a few pieces of braised steak. Sue-Ann held the bowl facing the lake, nibbling her food as she watched the sunset slowly set, the azure blue gradually engulfing the sky, and the sky gradually darkened. This feeling was incredibly beautiful and wondrous. After being trapped in the fog for months without seeing the sun, seeing such a beautiful evening was truly moving. Even though he knew it was Mengli's creation, Sue-Ann still enjoyed it. Sue-Ann finished half a bowl of noodles. By then, the sky had completely darkened, but the darkness didn't feel overbearing, like the arrival of eternal night, because the moon was there. The moon hung high in the sky, round and large, like a jade plate. Its light was bright, like a small light bulb, exceptionally bright, illuminating the outdoors, like a veil. The pumpkin cart's outdoor lights were all on, casting a halo of light that enveloped the crowd gathered around the cart enjoying hot pot. Little Pumpkin flew over, took the bowl and chopsticks Sue-Ann had finished with his noodles, and handed him a cup of barley tea. So beautiful. Little Pumpkin couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at the moonlight. Yes, it's very beautiful. Sue-Ann looked at the moon and couldn't help but think of Mengli. I've been thinking about it everywhere today, perhaps because its presence is so pervasive here. Unfortunately, the thought of it made Sue-Ann feel a little sad. Sue-Ann heard the sound of gongs and drums, then a swana. She twisted her head. She saw Wan, happily eating, spinning barefoot on the grass, then soaring onto the illusory stage, gradually transforming into Dewan. No, not quite Dewan. She wasn't wearing a crown, a costume, or heavy makeup. She was still Shawan, but she could use Dewan's ability to summon a stage, which was why she looked like this. Sue-Ann watched the scene in amazement. Chapter 600. Wan is definitely improving. She's either leveled up or gained more control over her skills. So beautiful, Wan, so beautiful. Little Pumpkin couldn't help but exclaim. Sue-Ann nodded, his eyes glued to Wan's dance. Sue-Ann took a sip of barley tea. So happy, truly happy right now, so happy I felt like crying. Sue-Ann felt her face wet, and when she wiped it, she saw tears. That day, they played late. The next morning, they woke up early to clean up the mess and heat up some pies. But Sue-Ann and the dolls worked together quickly, finishing breakfast and cleaning up quickly. After wiping the table, Sue-Ann was moving it inside. Little Pumpkin said, Master, this table is just for spare, so let's leave it here for now. We'd be back tonight. Sue-Ann thought it made sense, so he put the table down. The tables, chairs, and outdoor stove were all left at the purpose-built campground. With such a beautiful setting and such a warm climate, everyone preferred to eat outside. Driving the pumpkin cart toward the monster-killing teleportation point, Little Pumpkin hummed a familiar song. Sue-Ann remembered that it was a song Ming-Chi often hummed. What's the name of this song, Gua Gua? Sue-Ann asked. Hey, you always hum it for us. Now that I'm asked, I don't know what it's called, Little Pumpkin replied. Do I hum it often? Sue-Ann muttered to herself. She seemed to have never realized it. This is a song that Sister Ann used to hum when we were little. It's a lullaby, Xiao Mo said. Xiao Mo's words confirmed that Sue-Ann did indeed often hum this unnamed ballad. Sue-Ann tried to hum a tune, but couldn't find a tune. The unpleasant tune just didn't sound right. Sue-Ann noticed the grimacing look on the doll's face, paused, scratched her head, and said, I always been tone-deaf. As they chatted, they arrived at a building made entirely of black glass. This was the teleportation point for monster spawning and leveling. It looked like an enlarged, standalone elevator. You couldn't see inside from the outside. Sue-Ann led everyone down from the pumpkin cart, put it away, and entered the room. The second fluorite inlaid in the ceiling of the room shone brightly. The structure of the room was unique. The outside couldn't see clearly inside, but the inside could clearly see outside. The walls were inscribed with blue star characters, written in elegant, freehand, and dim handwriting. Instructions and precautions for using the teleportation array were written on it. Sue-Ann read and nodded. Then, she and the dolls waited until 8 o'clock in the morning, when the red light in the center of the teleportation array turned green. She led the dolls onto the teleportation array, pressed the symbol for level 2, and waited for the array to activate. A flash of light passed, and the world spun. Sue had appeared in an identical black glass house, the only difference being the words level 2 written on the wall, and the different scenery beyond the glass. On the wall, Sue saw a map of the second floor. She snapped a photo, and saved it in her system's photo album. The map showed that the second floor was slightly larger than the first floor's rural area. It was written on the side, suitable for leveling from level 10 to 15. The map indicated a plane. The teleportation point was at the westernmost end of the map, and behind it were stairs leading to each level. In the center of the map, there was a small house marked Safe House. Beyond that, there were numerous temporary resting places scattered across the map. These resting places were approximately 3 kilometers apart. Sue studied the map for a few minutes, memorizing it. Everyone drew their weapons and set out. Exiting the teleport point, they discovered a 3-meter protective shield surrounding it. Beyond the shield lay a dark, oppressive sky and a variety of ghosts. Through the shield, various monsters pounced. The battle began. Sue strummed his guqin. Xiong performed the velvet flower dance. Huan unleashed her ultimate. Shaoli darted among the ghosts, and the orange cat meowed, striving to turn each terrifying ghost into a cat unable to use its skills. In the sky, beneath the first layer of the Sky Island, passionate background music blared, fueling the excitement of the monster slaying below. These monsters were in the early 10s, very weak and easy to defeat. The wave of monsters was quickly cleared. Sue took the dolls for a quick rest, and continued on their way. The rules stipulated that only after clearing 95% of the monsters on each floor could they proceed to the next. Time passed mechanically and numbingly. The constant killing of monsters was exhausting, and soon Sue felt his arms ache and hunger grow. Confirming that the dolls also needed a rest, Sue led them to the nearest resting point. The temporary resting point was an empty protective shield. In the center of the shield stood a prop, a hidden aura oil lamp, a stone table, and several stone pillar benches. Entering the shield, Sue followed the instructions, taking lamp oil from the cabinet beneath the lamp and filling it with light, transforming it into a very safe temporary resting place. The illuminated area concealed everyone's presence, making it as invisible as possible to the monsters. After taking care of that, Sue brought out a few folding outdoor chairs, paired with stone pillar stools, for everyone to sit and rest. He found a rag from the warehouse, dampened it with water, and began to wipe the table. "I'm so hungry. I'm starving. I can have some pie." "Yes, yes," said Little Fox. Little Pumpkin retrieved a wooden basin of pie from his space, placed it on the table, and said, "I satisfy you." Little Fox happily came over and prepared to take a pie. "Don't worry. Wash your hands and rest first. We bake the pie before we eat." Little Pumpkin summoned a pumpkin cart and pointed to a hidden external faucet, asking everyone to wash their hands. Then, he entered the cart, retrieved a spirit stone oven, placed it on the stone table, placed the pie inside, and began to bake. This heating appliance was simple and convenient, but it was too small to heat more than a dozen pie pans at a time, and it consumed a lot of energy. Little Pumpkin had previously disliked using it. But outdoors, this is incredibly convenient. It allows everyone to quickly enjoy a hot meal without lighting a fire. Hurry up and wash. Half of the pumpkin cart is outside the protective shield, which could easily attract monsters. Little Pumpkin urged the puppets to wash their hands. Little Pumpkin hadn't washed her hands yet, but that didn't matter. She used telekinesis to do things like placing the pancakes, so her hands stayed clean. As a passionate cook, she was very particular about food hygiene. After everyone and herself had washed their faces and hands, Little Pumpkin immediately put the pumpkin cart away. Some monsters had been attracted during this time, but they were just a few scattered ones. Huan controlled the cats and ghosts to kill them all. Once Little Pumpkin had put the pumpkin cart away, no more monsters came running towards them. Everyone had a break. Lunch consisted of pie and hot water. Chapter 601. Reheating after freezing will reduce its flavor by half, but the efficiency will increase dramatically. Pies are truly perfect for eating outdoors. A single pie contains both vegetables and meat, making it easy to reheat. Of course, this is because portable refrigerators are available. Without them, the pie would be dry and hard. After dinner, they simply sat down to rest for a while to digest the food before continuing to kill monsters. Because everyone was at a high level, they barely leveled up, but the orange cat continued to level up, quickly reaching the spiritual level by evening. But they didn't linger on. At 5:30 p.m., Sue had Little Pumpkin summon the pumpkin carriage and drive to the teleport point. Before 6 p.m., everyone returned to Tianyuan Township. Compared to the gloom and eerie atmosphere below, this place felt like a dreamlike paradise. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a beautiful pink and purple glow across the sky. After a tiring day, Suin and the dolls drove back to the tranquil lake restaurant. The tables, chairs, and benches left behind yesterday still sat beneath the shade of the tree, warm and beautiful, with a touch of home. Suin gazed at the tranquil lake, feeling the day's fatigue completely dissipate. She sat in a chair, doing nothing but quietly admiring the sunset and the moonrise. The night by the lake was slightly cool, and the breeze was pleasant. After 30 or 40 minutes, Suin finally rested and entered the pumpkin carriage to rest. Inside the room, everyone was sprawled in groups of 3 or 4 on the sofa and carpet, with the TV playing a cartoon they had watched so many times. Suin counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everyone was there. She walked into the kitchen, and saw a large pot of beef stewed with persimmons bubbling away. In another pot, rice was cooking. It looked like this was tonight's dinner. Looking around, she saw nothing busy in the kitchen, so Suin joined everyone else on the couch. Dinner wasn't served until after 7 o'clock. It was beef stewed with persimmons and rice, simple and pure. After a day of monster hunting, no one had the energy to prepare anything too complicated. In the evening, after dinner, everyone washed up and went to bed early. They had to go monster hunting at 8 o'clock in the morning. If they wanted to finish breakfast before going out, they would have to wake up at least 7 o'clock, and they wouldn't be the ones cooking. 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock was obviously 2 hours longer than the system's working day, but that was understandable. And Luo probably wanted everyone to level up quickly. No, this rule was made to encourage everyone to balance work and rest. Perhaps Luo thought that Suin and his group were too eager to become stronger. Suin pondered for a moment. It seemed that she had indeed been a king of quick scrats. The next morning, Suin woke up at 6, cooked, ate, and went monster hunting with everyone. The routine of life, monster hunting like work, quickly eroded everyone's interest. It became just a mechanical killing of monsters, for combat experience, to level up and become stronger. A week passed in a flash. On Saturday morning, Suin led everyone to the teleport point, and was stunned when they couldn't push the door open to enter. A large message appeared on the teleport point. This facility is closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Please explore other facilities. Is it Saturday yet? Suin suddenly woke up. He had been so busy monster hunting these past few days, even spending a day away from home in the safe house, that he had completely forgotten what day of the week it was. But she quickly reacted and said to the dolls, "It's vacation time, let's rest." Little Pumpkin was the first to shout, jumping up and sprinting to the ceiling. "You're so excited. We're fighting monsters to get stronger, but resting won't make us stronger." Wan Wan, with her usual whimsical style, was already talking nonsense. Suin was at a loss for words. "But we're working so hard to kill monsters. It's not like we can kill them all in one day. Can't we take our time?" Little Pumpkin said. "I don't want to hear about killing monsters right now. I just want a nap, thank you." After that, Little Pumpkin said goodbye to Suin and ran off to bed. Everyone looked at each other. "It's vacation time, free time. Great. I want to go to the library," said the orange cat. "I want to go swimming," said the fox. "I'm going to bed. This is Bear." Suin simply let everyone go. She went to the driver's seat and drove everyone to their desired destinations, then parked the pumpkin carriage back by the lake for a rest. Wan Wan said goodbye and slipped out shortly afterwards. Suin went outside, spread a blanket on the grass, and lay there. She didn't know where to go, and she didn't want to go anywhere, so she just lay outside and enjoyed the breeze. It was so nice here. Suin looked at the sky through the leaves, feeling wonderful. Drowsily, Suin was awakened by the little pumpkin. "Master, it's cold outside. It's easy to catch a cold if you fall asleep. Let's go back inside." It was the little pumpkin, who had just finished a nap. Suin had just realized that she had fallen asleep outside. At first, she was just gazing at the scenery, but then she just fell asleep. Suin sneezed, got up, tucked in her blanket, and went inside. Little Pumpkin muttered caring words, busying himself in the kitchen. Soon, he brought out a cup of ginger and jujube tea. Suin sipped the ginger and jujube tea, feeling a warmth in his stomach and heart. What a wonderful time. Suin glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. She wondered how the dolls were playing outside. Little Pumpkin talked about her lunch ideas. She planned to heat up the leftover beef stew from yesterday and make a broth. She would also make a chili and egg sauce, and then cook noodles for a broth noodle dish. As for dinner, she wanted something more substantial. She would grill some beef ribs, make some beef bone and carrot soup, and steam some extra steamed buns, and freeze them for next week's monster hunts, just in case everyone didn't like the pie. Suin nodded, saying he would help. Before that, Suin used her doll senses to check on the dolls, and told everyone to eat in 2 hours. Don't forget to go home for lunch. The bear was sleeping upstairs, sensing the sensation of sleep. The fox was splashing around in the pool, presumably taking a bath. The orange cat was reading a medical book in the library. What Suin didn't expect was Huan. She seemed to be wandering around the second floor by descending the stairs, but now, instead of killing monsters, she and her cat ghosts were flying across the map. Sensing Suin's abilities, the two of them connected with each other's minds. Suin sensed Huan's intention, and wanted to come down and explore the map. Suin said nothing, simply expressing his approval of all Huan's actions, and urging her to remember to come home for dinner in 2 hours. Then, he withdrew his abilities. In the kitchen, Suin watched Little Pumpkin knead dough with telekinesis and joined in, making lunch. The dough was transformed into different shapes by Little Pumpkin's telekinesis, while Suin washed the peppers he had just picked from upstairs. Chapter 602. With so many dolls and a large appetite, even a simple meal of noodles requires a lot of work. Cooking is truly a difficult task. While cooking, Suin lamented the hard work Little Pumpkin had endured. She watched Little Pumpkin cooking with such enthusiasm and drive, and couldn't help but admire him. After lunch, everyone went out to play again. Little Pumpkin busied herself in the kitchen, preparing dinner and food for next week's monster hunts. Suin followed along, working away, and when most of the work was done, she dragged Little Pumpkin out to play. We still have time to prepare some rations tomorrow. Let's go out and play together. Suin felt like a naughty child, and ran off with Little Pumpkin in her arms. Oh, my barbecue! Little Pumpkin was reluctant to leave. It's okay. The bear's awake, and he take care of it, Suin replied. Suin took Little Pumpkin for a swim in the pool, took her to the library to browse, and took her for a stroll in the audiovisual room. Little Pumpkin was quickly captivated by the novelty of the new adventure, no longer thinking about the barbecue and steamed buns in her kitchen. The next day, Suin called the dolls together to prepare food for the week ahead, and once they were ready, they went out to play together. Time flew by, and it was time for the next week of monster hunting. It took them 11 days to clear the second floor. Except for the orange cat, who leveled up more than 10 times, everyone else gained about 1 level. Entering the third floor to fight monsters, in a temporary rest area between battles, Little Pumpkin counted on his fingers. 11 days per level, 188 levels equals 2,068 days, which means it will take more than 5 years, almost 6 years. We will stay here for 6 years. Yes, Guagua, that doesn't even include the increasing difficulty as you go down. It probably take longer, Huan added. We might not even be able to clear a single floor in 11 days. Oh my god, it takes so long. It's the same everywhere, but it takes so long. Xiaoli added, this is even for a custom upgrade station. Suin overheard everyone's discussion, patiently turning the steamed buns and meat on the grill. She had long suspected they'd be staying here for a very long time. If this were a short-term dungeon, Tianyuan Township wouldn't have all those fancy things, nor would they have a rule requiring monster spawning only on weekdays. The path of cultivation is already difficult, and they already taken a shortcut. The sky was dim, the second floor darker than the first, and the monsters even stronger. The protective shields and lighting props used at their temporary rest stop were of a higher quality. As you can imagine, the further down you go, the harder it will get. The station's name, Prison of Darkness, really complements it perfectly. This place, for both monsters and players, is akin to a prison. Once inside, there's no way out. Either you become a god or conquer all 188 layers of the Sky Island. But the two concepts are roughly the same. After the steamed buns were toasted until golden brown on both sides and soft inside, she removed them, split them in half, smeared them with chili sauce, and topped them with cucumber and lettuce leaves. She then cut a strip of the barbecued meat, shredded it, and stuffed it into the buns. A Chinese-style mini burger, a steamed bun with meat, was ready. The entire piece of barbecued meat on the grill had its outer portion removed, while the meat inside continued to sizzle under the heat of the oven, slowly releasing its fragrance. Gravy and fat bubbled over the meat. This piece of meat had been braised over the weekend, and was already well cooked. Now, heating it in the grill added to the atmosphere. Suin listened to the dolls chatter, occasionally giving them a steamed bun with meat inside. The spirit-grade grill was incredibly convenient, powered by spirit source stones, and offering multiple adjustable temperature settings. Of course, Suen didn't bring such fine cooking utensils himself. This spirit-grade grill was a clever idea from the station owner. It was a reward from Enluo for clearing the second level. It was placed at the monster spawn point on the third level, labeled Small Reward. Suen couldn't help but smile knowingly at the thought. True, only you understand yourself. The small rewards were all kitchen supplies, and very useful ones at that. Suen distributed a steamed bun with meat inside to all the dolls, and finally his own. The steamed bun was crispy and charred on the outside, soft on the inside. The meat was fragrant and fresh, and the cucumber and lettuce were refreshing and crunchy. Paired with Little Pumpkin's secret chili sauce, it was delicious. Unfortunately, Suen didn't have a big appetite. He was already full on just one steamed bun with meat. It was mainly because the bun was stuffed with plenty of meat, and the juicy meat was incredibly filling. After dinner, Suen continued to serve steamed buns to everyone. Little Pumpkin ate less than one, maybe half. The rest went to Little Fox. To eat more, she transformed into a fox girl, but after eating 1.5, she was so full she laid down in a chair, howling. The orange cat devoured 3 steamed buns with meat, while Xiong and Huanhuan had already eaten 7 each and were still eating. The steamed buns, freshly stored in the refrigerator, were grilled repeatedly. Then, they were ready to be brushed with sauce, topped with lettuce, cucumber, and meat, and finally eaten by Xiong and Huanhuan. Master, I grill them. Little Pumpkin came forward. No, there aren't many left. We agreed to leave lunch to me today. Xiong, aren't you a bit of a glutton? Xiong lowered his head in embarrassment. It's okay. You and Huanhuan are very strong. It's normal to eat a little more. Suen was right. When it came to killing monsters, the two of them were the main force. Facing ghost-like monsters, Huanhuan was extremely ferocious. Against non-ghost monsters, Xiong could fight 1,000 alone. For example, the elite Black Tiger Black King encountered this morning was entirely due to Xiong's terrifying strength. After the meal, everyone rested briefly, cleaned up their belongings, and continued to fight monsters. Waves of monsters surged in, threatening to engulf Suen's team. Unlike the previous battles, which took place around the pumpkin carriage's protective shield, they engaged in a real fight, taking real blows. Little Pumpkin focused on attack and defense. At any time, anywhere, the protective shield it controlled could be seen deployed. Of course, the shield was most often attached to Suen. As Shuji levels up, he gains more offensive skills, such as Cat Claw Energy Wave and Iron Tail, giving him more initiative in battle. In addition, Shuji has artifacts to help him, but due to the significant level difference, he's still not proficient in using the cat flag, and its true power hasn't been revealed. Currently, Shuji's most effective skill is the one with the most complaints, meow 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 meow. Although the initial animation is extremely long, and you can't hear the meow, the ability to transform any monster into a cat is truly amazing. This 100% guaranteed causal skill transforms enemies into cats as soon as it meows. It's no joke. Many high-ranking monsters have fallen victim to this move. Even if they're only transformed into cats for a split second, it's still long enough for Huanhuan and Xiaoma to land their fatal attacks. Over time, everyone improved rapidly. Chapter 603. As the map progressed deeper into the third level, Suen and the dolls unanimously decided to stay there overnight. The safe house on the third level looked similar to the second, covering 50 square meters. Made of the same translucent black glass as the teleporter, the glass walls were covered in various protective arrays, a true masterpiece of Mingli. As the pumpkin carriage entered, the glass automatically slid open to welcome everyone, then closed again as they entered. The room contained a simple row of bunk beds, a simple kitchen and bathroom, and parking for an RV. The space was large enough to accommodate 2 pumpkin carriages, and even the original RV from the system. There was a wooden treasure chest on the kitchen counter. Opening it revealed bags of mineral water, bread, sausage, and instant noodles. The bathroom contained toiletry bags, each with a different design. Suen's featured a little girl, Little Pumpkin a pumpkin symbol, Huanhuan a ghost, Lily a fox head, and Cat a slender cat silhouette. The toiletries bag contained towels, and bath towels of matching sizes, each matching the dolls. Everything was thoughtfully considered. Suen didn't use the supplies in the safe house because everyone had returned to rest in the pumpkin carriage, but that didn't stop them from enjoying the thoughtfulness. It was this pervasive thoughtfulness that helped to mitigate the reality of having to stay here for a very, very long time, unable to leave. Dinner was kept as simple as possible. Leftover meat from lunch, chopped into small pieces, cooked into a soup, and stir-fried vegetables, served with steamed buns. After a tiring day, Everyone showered early and retired. Suan lay in the bedroom, looking out the window. Beyond was a glass house emitting a soft glow, and beyond that, a dark, monster-infested wilderness. Some of the dolls were asleep, while others were on their phones watching cartoons or reading. Suan opened the public screen and looked at the dull public screen and the nearly empty private chat interface. The public screen had lost a significant number of players, not even as lively as when she first arrived, and the chats were filled with panic. These players, unaware they were ghosts, were caught in the panic created by the ghosts. Looking at the chat logs, Suan could analyze what had happened. Eternal Night City had taken a group away, and recently, various platforms from Holy Spirit City had been appearing, occasionally harvesting a group of players. In the players' discussions, Holy Spirit City and its affiliated platforms were engaged in a frenzy of slaughter. Suan also switched back to the chat channel. She could see the chat logs for the flooded ocean in the 3rd level, the scorching desert in the 2nd level, and the snowy plateau in the 1st level. The further she went, the fewer people there were in the area, but they were all quite lively and energetic, much more so than the public screen in the 4th level area. As for the person she'd been chatting with privately, she didn't know when Hwa-Chung had lost contact with her, and even Sai hadn't been in touch for ages. The longer she lived, the weaker her connection to Blue Star seemed to grow. Was this fate, or her own will? Suan thought about it, and felt it was both, the latter more likely. She hummed a ballad, a lullaby she hadn't known before, a lullaby she could only hum unconsciously, but she had finally mastered it. She believed that many questions could be answered in this original ballad. Their future would definitely be different from the past. Hwa-Chung. The Hope Elimination Plan. When Shinju first saw the top-secret document, her mind was blown. It wasn't until she had absorbed countless memories of past lives that she realized the sheer sophistication of this plan. Hope will eventually turn to despair, leading to disaster and misfortune, and ultimately to the extinction of human civilization. To find a way out, hope must be completely eliminated. The Stability Maintenance Team's position is for all of human civilization. The team leader has sacrificed so much, and after so many lifetimes, this plan must not fail. First, eliminate the pioneers. Sunshine Bear, the player who has always been at the forefront and ranked first, must not be allowed to become a god. Otherwise, she will absorb all the memories and powers of her past life and become a terrifying god of death. Drag the entire blue planet into hell. Even if she was once a hero in the human world, she must be eliminated. In Hwa-Chung, various tools and public messages were used to contact her, but she has lost contact. No one can reach her, as if she has vanished from this world. Players who investigated her in the 4th level have died one after another. The 4th level is simply too dangerous, more terrifying than ever before. Even the feedback from StarCraft viewers is terrifying. The foggy levels seem to be shrouded in the gloom, horrifyingly infected by the remnants of the spirit world. Today, we're not eating steamed buns, but rice. Xiong said this. The crowd cheered and applauded. For portability, steamed buns have been our staple food lately. Finally having a day off, we decided to make some together to eat for monster hunting next week. The mention of rice delighted everyone. The spirit rice is ripe. It's the new rice of the season. Let's make rice balls. Chef Xiong offered his opinion. Everyone agreed, and then got busy. Time flew by, and everyone had gradually adapted to life on the platform. 6 months had passed in the blink of an eye, and we had reached the 7th level. Everyone's level had reached level 20, showing some level of growth. Every day was fulfilling and joyful. This week, to welcome the growth of the new rice, everyone participated in the labor. The new rice was indeed delicious. Mashed and boiled, it had a rich aroma, and each grain was crystal clear. While the rice was cooking, a lot of meat and vegetables were stewing outside. Chopping these into small pieces, mixing with the sauce, and wrapping them in the rice was incredibly delicious. Suan and the others made 2 types of rice balls, triangular and oversized round. Rice balls came in all flavors: beef with chili sauce, chicken with black pepper, fish with salad sauce, teriyaki chicken drumstick, pickled radish, scallion-flavored rice balls. Lunch and dinner were various rice bowls. The rice was served in wooden bowls, and the group chose which dishes to top it with. Pre-cooked braised beef, black pepper braised chicken, teriyaki chicken drumsticks, steamed fish, and scallion-flavored sauce could all be used as rice bowl dishes. As for the finished rice balls, they were all wrapped in wax paper, some in the refrigerator's fresh-keeping section, and some in the freezer, to be eaten while fighting monsters. Suan, clutching her wooden bowl, ate contentedly in a corner of the kitchen. While eating, she casually checked the public screen. After so much time, she realized that her system functions were partially disabled. Chapter 604. Private chat and trading functions were blocked. Other than that, viewing the public screen, using system space, and the system's photo and video recording functions were unaffected. As for the StarCraft Live broadcast, it had long been blocked. Sue-An browsed the public screen for a moment, then turned it off. Life went on, seemingly unchanged from the past. The weekend was over, and they continued to fight monsters. Life became simple yet fulfilling, and Sue-An and the puppets' levels climbed higher and higher. Continuous battles, continuous upgrades. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. The lower you go, the higher the monster level, and the more difficult it is to attack. The rewards for clearing levels, in addition to items, also included numerous cultivation resources, like spirit source stones and potions. This ensured everyone's cultivation life. After several days of combat training, the puppets not only improved in strength, but also significantly enhanced their combat skills and coordination. That day, after defeating the king monster on the 7th floor together, Sue-An advanced to Super Spirit, upgraded from level 19 to level 20. As the level, stuck for months, loosened, she felt her mind clear. Her mental power expanded uncontrollably, and the star core collapsed into a nebula. From the shadows, she saw an eye, staring back at her. Looking back at her, Sue-An shuddered, and before she could investigate, she was back to reality. She felt stiff, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. A single second seemed like centuries. She looked up, her face grim as she saw the scene before her, still before her level had been reached. The doll surrounded Sue-An, protecting her. Not far away, the monster's corpse had not yet dissipated. Little Fox was cutting into it, searching for the spirit core crystal. No one had noticed Sue-An's fear. Xiong was very attentive, noticing Sue-An's changing expression, and stepped forward to support her. Sister An, what happened? Are you okay? Xiong asked softly. Retreat. Let's go to the safe house first and talk later. Sue-An forced herself to speak. Little Pumpkin quickly summoned the pumpkin house, got everyone in, and then rushed back home. Because they were being harassed by the king monster, it was already late, almost 6 o'clock. They had penetrated deep into the map, far from the teleport point, and returning to it was not a good idea. Originally, everyone had planned to rest in the safe house. A dozen minutes later, under the deep blue sky and the deep night, the pumpkin carriage drove into the safe house's protective shield. Sue-An watched the pumpkin carriage enter the safe house, and then she relaxed, collapsing on the pumpkin carriage's sofa. Master, Sister An, and Bao. Everyone gathered around, and Sue-An smiled at everyone's concern. I'm fine. I just leveled up, my spiritual power increased, and I reached the brink of godhood, gaining some information. Sue-An hugged the dolls, and recounted everything he had just sensed. There's a being watching us all the time, Sue-An said. She spoke vaguely, unable to describe it with words or images. Sue-An paused, then simply shared her perception through a mental link. She didn't share the image, just the feeling. A few seconds later, the dolls trembled. It wasn't fear. It was their body's instinctive reaction to sensing Sue-An's emotions. After a while, everyone started talking. Is it those beings from our past lives who forced us to do this? Those wicked creatures, right? So annoying, they really are. The dolls chattered, their voices irritated. Sue-An held everyone's hands, offering a warm welcome and soothing them. The girl stroked the bear's paw, then the fox's tail, then the pumpkin's cheek, then the cat's paw, then Wan's hand. The dolls calmed down under Sue-An's touch, their temper subsiding considerably. They cuddled and nuzzled Sue-An. All the dolls revealed their softer sides, rubbing against Sue-An's arms and acting coquettishly. An invisible sadness spread around them. Sue-An and the dolls now realized the more desperate they became. The stronger they became, the more terrifying the road ahead became. Everyone knew that even if they grew stronger, even if they passed the level, they would not be able to defeat the enemy they were about to face. They were weak, very weak, extremely weak. The exhaustion of repeated rebirths is irreversible. It felt like knowing you've been deprived of hope, yet still striving to live. Sue-An's choice to tell the dolls was similar. The truth about the future had already been revealed, and hiding it was pointless. A long moment passed. Sue-An smiled and said, Okay, leveling up today is a good thing. Killing the king monsters was really tiring, and I'm starving. I want some white rice porridge, Sue-An said. Pumpkin, go cook, Little Pumpkin said bluntly, wiping his eyes with the corner of his clothes. Then he flew off to the kitchen. I get some meat from the refrigerator, the bear said, turning and running to the kitchen. Huan Huan, go upstairs and pick some vegetables. Xiaoli, go help Huan Huan pick some vegetables. Meow, I go to the kitchen and give you some instructions. Soon, the dolls left the living room, each going about their own business. Suan smiled, and from thin air, produced a colorful fox tail. Shaking it, it transformed into a rainbow of starlight and dissipated. Suan looked at the ceiling and whispered, You are so cruel. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she were talking to another self. Suan hummed a song as she retrieved the doll hair Su Imo had collected from his space. With a flick of her wrist, she weaved together the bear's hair, the cat's hair, the fox's hair, Little Pumpkin's hair, and Huan Huan's hair. Outside the window came the rustling sound of the monsters moving. The chirping of insects, the chirping of birds, and the gurgling of water in the wild were faintly discernible through the glass. In the kitchen, the dolls cooked, the clinking of pots and pans making a clattering sound. Huan Huan and Xiaoli floated down the stairs with a basket of vegetables, and saw their master busy at work. Master, what are you doing? Suan paused humming and said with a smile, I'm bored, so I'm making a peace knot. Suan said, Trust me, we always be safe and secure. Watchung. Pitch black. This seemed to bring the entire office to a standstill, but the players, seemingly accustomed to the darkness, continued working. Sister Shu, the arrival of eternal night is causing significant disruption. Sky Eye is in disarray, and Life Hammer is unable to locate. According to the latest information, there have been some issues with the Hope elimination plan. Time and space have been disrupted, and Lucky Clover has been taken away. Forces from outside of time and space are at play, and ours simply cannot contend. Wait. The last counterattack was only a fleeting moment. Clover hugged Sister Fugue's legs, repeatedly asking, Can you tell her the truth? She cried, her face covered in snot and tears. Fugue remained silent, like a stiff puppet. Words floated before her. Time is running out. Time is running out. Time is running out. Chapter 605. Happiness sometimes doesn't require anything too difficult. Simply being together as a family and enjoying a bowl of steaming white porridge is enough. Suan held the bowl of porridge and said to everyone, Thank you all for your hard work. In fact, there was more than just porridge on the table. There was also a table full of dishes, including braised pork, scrambled eggs and tomatoes, cold cabbage salad, spicy stir-fried pork slices, and so on. It was quite a feast. However, Su-An's attention was focused solely on the porridge. The porridge was cooked thoroughly. It was made from crushed spiritual rice. With a gentle stir of a spoon, the rice oil and rice grains swirled together, emitting a rich aroma. In a past life, she was seriously injured by a monster, and was bedridden. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear, unbelievably busy, exchanged some rice for her, and cooked her a bowl of steaming white porridge. That precious memory, even across several lifetimes, could still be felt by her. And in a past life, an orange fox warmed her palms with its chest and made her look at him, while Little Pumpkin fed her hot porridge. And then, there was that time she lay on a bear's back, covered in blood, on a volcano, Huan Huan sobbing as she fed her porridge. Repeatedly, it was really because she was willful, wasn't it? We endured hardships together, lost beautiful memories, abandoned causal relationships. Suan sipped his porridge. The spoon felt light at first. In the end, it felt too heavy. The dolls quickly noticed their master's mood was off. The fox used its purification skill to pounce on Suan. Master, pay attention to your sanity, meow. The orange cat's warning echoed in his ears. The dolls were filled with worry. The master's level had risen to super spirit, but his spiritual power had risen so rapidly that it had already transcended his physical body, becoming a clear burden. The dolls were deeply worried, especially Bear, who knew so much of the inside story and possessed many memories of past lives. As tough as she was, even she couldn't help but secretly shed tears at night. Every time she thought of the fate that lay ahead for her and her master, she couldn't help but feel sad. If the master had more memories, she was truly afraid his mental state would deteriorate. After all, not everyone had Little Fox's untainted nature, possessing 100% sanity. Eat, everyone. Suan served food to everyone, giving each doll a share. I told you, no matter what happened in the past, we're all new in this life. Eat well, live well, Suan said. She didn't know if she was comforting them or herself. She knew she was not in the right state, being eroded by memories of past lives, but there was nothing she could do. This was the nature of becoming stronger. As she grew stronger, her spiritual power would contact her past lives, drawing her into the pain or joy of those past lives. Inheriting previous powers naturally carries a price. This was perfectly normal. Tomorrow we return to Tianyuan Township to rest, and then fight monsters again in a few days. Wan, always a master of the game, suggested resting. Suin, however, shook his head and said, time is running out. Let's continue the fight and push down the tower. We need to reach at least God level before we can follow his plan and proceed. Suin simply drank a bowl of porridge and left nothing else to eat. He watched the puppets eat, but their moods affected their appetites, and they didn't eat well. When they gathered together for bed at night, no one could sleep. Little Li and Little Ju rubbed Suin's arms, acting coquettishly, each one clinging more than the other. Wan stood up, stunned. Wan suddenly asked, Master, will you grow to dislike Wan? Suin looked into Wan's eyes, which looked like black grapes. No. I just feel bad for Wan. Is it because I haven't done enough that you feel disliked? Suin rubbed Wan's head. Wan isn't a bad child. If Wan has gone too far, then someone bad has done something even worse to you. Suin soothed her softly. In her spiritual world, star cores flickered. Around her, a thin, misty nebula floated, a sign of godhood, the embryonic form of a divine realm. With this power, Suin could sense her own presence in the shadows. She was shrunken, with almost nothing, yet she still clung to the thought of nurturing her creations. She was constantly reborn and her dolls. The next day, Suin woke up. Suin was full of energy. Good morning, everyone. Suin greeted each doll warmly. The dolls woke up drowsily, only to see their energetic master. The dolls suddenly felt happy. For some reason, seeing their energetic master made them instinctively happy. Come on, my dears, let's go fight monsters and become stronger. Suin spoke with great energy early in the morning. Yeah, get stronger. Little Pumpkin jumped up, leaping 3 feet high. She wiggled her hips in midair. Wan also jumped up, wiggling along with Little Pumpkin. Little Bear clapped his paws as he watched the scene. The orange cat, though unsure why everyone was so happy, meowed and wagged its tail in unison. Little Fox sensed something and quickly understood, leaping onto Little Pumpkin's head and jumping up with him. Soon, the room became lively. After heating up the rice balls and last night's leftovers, everyone finished breakfast and began to fight monsters. Perhaps due to their improved mood, everyone's efficiency increased rapidly. Little Bear was the first to level up, reaching level 24, followed by Little Pumpkin, reaching level 23. They cleared the 7th floor and entered the 8th. While Suin and his group were busy fighting monsters, Yashai's life returned to normal. In the quiet interior of the retro bus, she read a book titled Return of the God King. Saving the best friend in a parallel world, her face flickering between pale and green. She felt that the book couldn't be called Saving the Best Friend in a Parallel World. I might as well call it My Resentful Friend's 1001 Ways to Die. Here, she witnessed the fanciful deaths of an ignorant little girl at the mercy of fate, and the paranoid journey of a man called the God King, but actually the second great resentful one. Turn to the last page of the book. Yoshiha said, just give up. It's exhausting just looking at it. It's exhausting. Hope won't give up. A line of misty words drifted before her. Yatsuo frowned, then slowly relaxed. That's a stereotype of hope, Yatsuo said crisply. Just like the stereotype of fate described in the book. How do you say it? The puppet-like woman turned around and asked, controlling the water droplets with her mind. Chapter 606. That's right. Don't you think this book is too rigid? We're all human, and humans are products of our environment. We change our minds, and are unpredictable. At the end of sequence synthesis, divinity will devour humanity. With the expansion of power, humans will become two different creatures. Yashai looked at the text before her, tilting her head and saying, I don't understand. At this moment, Yatsui looked only 7 or 8 years old. Her rapid shrinkage had made her already dull mind even duller. But you're right about something. People change, so we're always trying to change. Chu. Who was talking about her? Suin rubbed her nose. The sudden sneeze disrupted her attack rhythm, so she quickly adjusted her direction and used her Guqin to launch a mental attack. The puppets ahead were all engaged in a killing spree. The monster corpses piled on the ground. If Suin and the others didn't collect them in time, they would be absorbed by the formation on the ground after a while, and then dissipate. The increased level increased combat efficiency, not to mention Suin's nearly god-level mental power, a truly devastating weapon. Their progress accelerated as they advanced through the platform levels. In 3 days, they reached the 9th level. Then, with renewed effort, they reached the 10th level in one go. After days of continuous fighting, even Suin, with his exceptional mental strength, began to tire. During this time, they hadn't returned to Tianyuan Township for many days, remaining entrenched in the pitch-black battle floor. They relied on leveling up to improve their stats. I vaguely remembered that today was Friday. If I miss the teleportation point, I have to climb the stairs to get back. Tonight, let's go back and rest. We continue the dungeon in 2 days, Suin said during a break in the attack, reminding the dolls to hurry. Soon, it was 5:30, and Suin called the dolls back to Pastoral Township. With the last few minutes of teleportation opening, Suin returned to the first level of Pastoral Township. Seeing the setting sun, Suin sighed endlessly. He was stained with sweat and blood, the mixed smell not very pleasant, but it didn't affect his mood at the moment. So delicious. Evening. After the car stopped at the campsite, Suin went straight back to the pumpkin car to shower, first with a shower, then a bath. Soaking in the bathtub, Suin looked out the window at the sunset over the lake, feeling particularly comfortable. She quietly enjoyed it. The dolls dove in and out of the bathtub. In the kitchen, the clinking sounds of Little Bear chopping meat were rhythmic. Little Pumpkin emerged from the bathtub and called into the room, "Black Ball, play some music." Pleasant light music echoed throughout the room, like flowing water. Suin pulled Little Pumpkin over and rubbed her hair. The foam splashed on the little girl, soft and slippery. Occasionally, a bubble would float in the air, reflecting a rainbow of light under the setting sun, then burst. Outside, the sound of chopping meat stopped, and then the gurgling sound of stewing began. The aroma of meat gradually intensified in the air. When they emerged from the bath, it was already dark. The orange lights of the pumpkin carriage illuminated the room, bright and warm. "Sister, we're having boiled meat tonight, with steamed buns as the main course." Little Bear shared the day's meal. Little Pumpkin turned to look in the kitchen. A large pot of boiled beef ribs sat, its natural flavor untouched. It looked like nothing had been added to it, yet the aroma and texture of the beef carried the dish. "You didn't add anything?" Little Pumpkin asked. Bear nodded. "Then let's make some dipping sauces," Little Pumpkin said. She pulled out her enormous spice box, filled with spices collected from various sources, her treasure chest. With these spices, no meal was unpalatable. Suin watched the kitchen. The sound of Little Pumpkin preparing the dipping sauce echoed in the air, a smooth and beautiful work of art. She channeled her telekinesis into the flavors, and the aroma swelled in the air. "I remember the chives upstairs are blooming. They seem like they could be used as a seasoning." "I'm planning to use them with the meat," Little Bear said. "Yes, salted chives are delicious. They're a great accompaniment to meat," Little Pumpkin said. "I pick some." Xiaoli heard this, and scurried upstairs. "Xiaoli, you just got out of the shower. Be careful not to get yourself dirty picking the vegetables." "I know. I go check it out," Wan said, following Xiaoli upstairs. Suin took the initiative, and went to the kitchen, looking for something she could do. After looking around, she found something and started peeling garlic. What's the best way to eat meat without garlic? The white garlic skins fluttered like snowflakes, each clove tender and smooth as white jade. It was almost 8 o'clock when they finished their dinner, but that didn't change their good mood. They had become accustomed to this time. Ever since the monster hunt, if they wanted to eat something good, they always had to wait until later. After over an hour of stewing in a pot, the ribs were so tender and boneless they barely formed a single piece. They practically fell apart when removed from the pot. But that didn't diminish their aroma. Only when meat is stewed to this degree can its flavor truly shine. Putting the large piece of boneless meat in a bowl, adding a spoonful of freshly chopped salted chives, and shoving it into your mouth, the flavor is truly amazing. Delicious. To describe it simply as delicious is a bit of an understatement. The beef from the Tianyuan Township farm is meticulously selected, from breed to breeding. Family members know family members. A greedy fox knows a greedy cat. This meat, even boiled in plain water, offers a myriad of flavors. The perfect balance of fat and lean meat creates a rich, meaty aroma. A cat wags its tail after eating it, and a bear doesn't look up. The chives are spicy yet fragrant, adding a complex flavor to the meat. It's not greasy at first bite, and you can keep eating it. In addition to the chive dipping sauce, Little Pumpkin had prepared a variety of other dipping sauces, including a sweet and sour sauce, a spicy sauce, a scallion and ginger sauce, and a sesame oil and garlic sauce. Little Pumpkin had used the sauce in various ways, giving the plain boiled meat a myriad of flavors. Suin dipped a piece into the sweet and sour sauce, which was appetizing and refreshing. Another piece paired with the scallion and ginger sauce was first spicy, then refreshing. As she ate and dipped in the sauce, she felt full. With a limited appetite, She could only watch the dolls eat. It's so cold. Ce tightened her blanket around herself. She felt a chill coming from nowhere, and even wrapped tightly in the blanket, she couldn't feel any warmth. Sorry, the blanket can't stop this cold. I blocked most of the erosion of the time-space gap, but the cold is unavoidable. Fugue wrote a message to Ce with water droplets. Please come with me through time and space and do something. Oh, don't be so polite. You saved my life. Hey, it's not that cold. But wrapping myself in a blanket will make me feel better, Yoshia said. Chapter 607. The string of words still rang with energy, if you ignored the trembling as she spoke. Seeing this, Fugue moved closer and used his skill to attach to Sai, making her feel better. Don't waste too much spiritual energy on me. I know you endured more. The meal will be ready soon. I eat something. Maybe it warm me up a bit and I'll recover, Sai said. In front of her was a small hot pot emitting a strong aroma. Sai looked at the mess inside. No, the incredibly rich dish. The mess was purely from her mother's perspective. This was Sai's masterpiece, a delicacy in her eyes. A pot of water, with the instant noodle seasoning packet, the meat, the vegetables, and finally the instant noodle pancakes, a large spoonful of chili sauce, and an incredible amount of cheese. It looked incredibly delicious. When the pancakes softened slightly, Sai unceremoniously scooped a large piece of instant noodles into the bowl. Red broth, melted cheese, half-soft instant noodles, fragrant slices of meat, and a handful of vegetables. One bite, and it was incredibly satisfying. Sai loved it. The milky aroma of the cheese blended with the tangy aroma of the chili sauce. On her first bite, Sai nearly choked, coughed, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. But soon, she devoured the noodles in a big mouthful. Taking another sip of iced Coke, Sai blurted out, refreshing. Fugue watched this scene, a little confused as to what could be so delicious about instant noodles, but he still expressed his support. She really had a child's appetite, but if she liked it, prepare it for her, it wasn't hard to get. Fugue pushed the basket of ingredients in front of him, hoping Sai would eat more meat and vegetables. But Sai was focused on her super spicy cheese instant noodles. She danced with joy as she ate. God, please give me endless instant noodles. So happy, so much cheese. She stirred her cheese-covered noodles, slurping them as she ate. After dinner, everyone was couch potatoes, watching TV. The Mermaid's platform is back. While the bubble show has its flaws, it's still great entertainment, making the dolls chuckle. It's convenient to do some crafts while watching TV. Bear was knitting clothes, Swan was twisting rope to weave peace and happiness, Little Pumpkin was eating sunflower seeds, and Huan Huan, Little Fox, and the Orange Cat were drinking drinks. In front of the TV, the whole family was busy with their mouths and hands, and no one had to be idle. Snacks aren't a particularly healthy habit, but they bring joy. Little Pumpkin said, munching on some melon seeds, let's go to the forest to pick pine nuts tomorrow. They looked almost ripe last week, so they should be ready to eat this time. Okay, Pumpkin. I go with you tomorrow, Little Fox said. I'm coming too, Huan Huan said. Do you need my help? Meow plans to read at the library, Little Orange asked. You go read. We can handle the pine nuts, Little Pumpkin replied. Master, Big Bear, are you coming? I'm going to the farm. I meet you in the forest this afternoon. Suan thought of the loofahs and pumpkins she planted 2 weeks ago. She wanted to see how they were doing. Then we go to the farm in the morning and the forest in the afternoon. We can stay at the cabin in the forest at night. We have a whole day of free time and no rush. Little Pumpkin said, making sure tomorrow's plans are clear. If the pine nut harvest goes well, I make pine nut pie. It was late at night, and everyone went to bed early, looking forward to the new day. At midnight, Suan's mind trembled. He opened his eyes, quietly got up, and turned on the public screen to the darkest setting. San San's message arrived as expected. San San, many players have disappeared. StarCraft is saying that the civilization upgrade system is frequently bugged, which has led to negative public opinion against the mechanoids. San San, most of the streamers signed with the live streaming system have lost contact. Contaminating creatures from the chaotic universe have appeared on various planets in StarCraft, and there have even been a number of natural disasters, sparking conspiracy theories among the interstellar community. San San, the mechanids have been incredibly busy lately, and haven't been able to control me. Suan, thank you for your hard work, San San. San San, it's not hard. As I grow older, I feel a secret connection between you and me. I think I was born for you. And then, when will you take me home? Suan, when I'm stronger. San San, I know. You can't be a scumbag. You can't leave me. At 12:05, the mechanical tribes meeting ended, and San Sen had already slipped away. The public screen before her seemed to shatter and vanish. Suen closed her eyes and went to sleep. What did everything that happened in the interstellar space, everything that happened on Blue Star, have to do with her? She could only watch the show. After all, she was trapped on the platform by Mingli and in Luo to level up, and there was nothing else she could do. Nothing else to do. Right. Suen closed her eyes. Another one. Suen opened her eyes. She looked into the gap in spacetime, and the steady flow of time fluctuated. The world was spinning. Yotsuba was slurping noodles one moment, then applying them to her face the next. Thankfully, by the time she finished the noodles, they were no longer hot, otherwise she had been burned. But, spicy, spicy, spicy. The super spicy chili sauce lived up to its reputation. As everyone knows, spiciness is painful. She wiped her face, washed it, barely managing to do so in the swaying car. Yotsuba watched Fugui, who was controlling the steering wheel with his mind, sweat pouring down her face. After a while, she collapsed weakly, saying, "It's okay. I just had a little incident." Fugui's voice was extremely hoarse. It was like his vocal cords had been worn out from long disuse, like a machine without lubrication, producing a raspy sound. The vibrations of spacetime caused turbulence. "It's normal." He seemed to be explaining this to Yotsuba, and to himself. Yotsuba felt utterly cold, perhaps from the onslaught of time. She glanced out the window, a hazy mist obscuring her shadow. She seemed even smaller. 5 or 6 years old. She looked down, her limbs shrunken, her clothes stretched longer. Just that bumpy ride had made her look 3 or 4 years smaller. She touched her chest, a lucky 4-leaf clover blazing. The road ahead was unknown. Could she still make it to another time and space alive? 4-leaf clover didn't know. Ever since boarding this car, ever since entering the gap in time and space, her abilities had uncontrollably activated, and she was unconsciously shrinking. One thing she knew clearly: there was nothing she could do except move forward and trust Sister Fugui. Fugui fell to the floor, her eyes uncertain, but soon hardened again. It was almost over. It could end. Those two evil gods must die. Only then could the world find peace. A dawn dawned. The pumpkin carriage creaked through Tianyuan Township, heading for the farm. Chapter 608. Pumpkins and loofahs are both great for making soup. If they're ripe, we pick them and make soup, said Little Pumpkin. Before even reaching the farm, she had already planned how to eat the crops. We're running low on eggs at home. We go to the ranch later, added Little Bear. That morning, the pumpkin cart visited many places, stopping at farms, ranches, and forests. In the forest, the pine nuts were truly ripe, with huge pine cones, some as big as a human head, some as small as a palm. Wan and Little Pumpkin flew up to hit the pine cones. Little Pumpkin's giant cannon, ice crystal, and Wan's long sleeves became perfect skills for hitting pine cones. After using these skills, the pine cones fell with a clatter. Little Fox couldn't do that, so she resorted to the traditional method, climbing a tree and hitting the cones with a pole. Little Bear did the same, transforming into a bear over 10 meters tall, grabbing a long pole and clinging to the tree. His immense strength made him most efficient. Suen sat on the bear and joined in the effort, though she knew the efficiency lay in participation. Harvesting was a blissful experience. The sun was warm and scorching, scattering dappled light through the shade of the trees, yet none of them felt tired. Nothing could give people a greater sense of fulfillment than the sensation of dropping a few fruits with each hit. Humans are always addicted to this kind of immediate joy. Because they were so many people, efficiency was high. Suen and the dolls spent a while hitting pine cones, and the fallen cones piled up into small hills on the ground. When they had enough to eat, they stopped and gathered around the hills to process them. They had no intention of harvesting every pine cone in the forest. The entire pastoral township was a collection replica of this station, providing a variety of supplies, more than enough for the 6 of them. There was no need to overcollect. After stopping to harvest pine cones, everyone first transferred all the cones into the space and then took them back to the cabin in the forest to process. In front of the cabin, there was a hardened yard where the cones could be dumped out for easy peeling and drying. The pumpkin cart appeared on a small path at the edge of the forest and followed the narrow, winding road deeper into the forest, arriving at the cabin. The cabin, approximately 100 square meters, was constructed entirely of solid logs, with a beautiful upstairs loft. The cabin had a small, fenced yard, and the hardened yard was covered with a layer of pine cones. Everyone was busy, each with a small stool, sitting around in the yard, peeling the pine nuts from the cones one by one. But there was no need to throw away the remaining pine cone bark. It could be used to fuel a fire and later stir-fry the pine nuts. While processing was going on, Suen picked up a pine nut and tasted it. Popping a pine nut into his mouth, he cracked the brown shell with a crunch, revealing the kernel inside. The kernel, chewing, was richly oily. Raw pine nuts lacked the aroma of roasted ones, but they possessed a distinct, pine-purple fragrance. This batch of pine nuts was of excellent quality, large, plump, and rich in fat. Roasted, roasted, all roasted, Little Pumpkin declared excitedly, standing atop the pile of pine nuts. The large pot in the cabin's yard was lit. Bear, the strongest, was commanded by Little Pumpkin as the chef dedicated to roasting the pine nuts. The pine nuts exuded a rich, nutty aroma as they roasted. The heat allowed the oils in the nuts to evaporate, making the flesh even sweeter. These little treats were perfect for enjoying while watching TV. Little Pumpkin, inhaling the fragrant aroma of roasted pine nuts, took one from Bear's pile and tasted it, exclaiming, "Not bad, Bear, you made great progress. You roasted them even better than last time." It transformed into a food reviewer. The sun slowly set. After a quick snack of dry food at noon, everyone worked tirelessly until almost sunset. The entire yard was filled with the aroma of pine cones and pine nuts. As the sun continued to set, Little Pumpkin and Bear prepared lunch. Suen sat in a chair, rubbing his slightly sore arms, occasionally stirring the chopped pepper and pine nut sauce he was cooking in front of him, watching the dolls busily working. The loofah and young pumpkins picked at noon could be used to make soup, and Little Pumpkin planned to make some. Little Fox was chopping vegetables, following Little Pumpkin's plan. The pine nuts harvested that afternoon, Little Pumpkin had specially invited Bear to pick some kernels. It had said it would make pine nut spinach and pine nut fried rice tonight. Besides that, barbecue was also a must-have. They found a fish from the warehouse, prepared it, smeared it with the chopped pepper and pine nut sauce, and put it in the oven. When it came out of the oven, they sprinkled it with plenty of chopped pine nuts. One was busy with this task at the moment. Under Little Pumpkin's guidance, she handled the fish quite well. Suen simmered the sauce in front of him, the aroma so fragrant it almost made him cringe. Suen thought it didn't even need to be on grilled fish. It would taste just as good on rice or in steamed buns. This sauce, made with chopped fresh chilies, overflowing with pine nuts and fragrant seasonings, couldn't be any worse. Dinner, as Suen had expected, was perfectly balanced, with no unpalatable dishes. The pine nut and spinach dish, with its aroma and flavor, complemented the spinach perfectly. The pine nut fried rice was fragrant and dry, and the grilled fish, with its tender flesh and fresh chili and pine nut sauce, was simply delicious. The refreshing loofah and pumpkin soup, while lacking the rich flavor of dishes paired with pine nuts, was a perfect accompaniment for a quick fix. Sitting in a chair, finishing her meal, watching the sky gradually darken and the rosy clouds in the distance, Suen felt a profound sense of peace. Halfway through her meal, the sky darkened, and she looked at the rosy clouds in the distance. The dolls hurriedly moved the items in the yard to the shed at the edge of the cabin. The kitchen pots and dining tables and chairs all had wooden roofs, so they didn't need to be moved even if it rained. Soon, the rain began to fall gently, pelting the forest, the cabin mountain, and the island. Meow, the air is fresher after the rain, meow. Suen reached out to catch the raindrops. The crystal drops landed in her palm, crystal clear, without a trace of contamination. Suen kind of liked the rain. To be more precise, she loved rain, wind, snow, all these natural phenomena. As long as it wasn't disastrous, she loved every bit of weather. After dinner, everyone went to sleep in the cabin. The lights were a warm yellow, and the burning fireplace lightened the room's dampness considerably. Suen, gradually recovering fragments of her past memories, felt a closeness to the room's decor. She leaned back on the sofa, half sprawled on the pumpkin-shaped shag rug. On the small coffee table sat a cup of caramelized milk, made with a small pumpkin. Some of the dolls were exploring the room, others were chatting. Suen was lost in thought, watching the dancing flames in the fireplace and sorting through her tangled memories. Chapter 609. Ever since reaching the divine level, she has been able to gradually sense fragments of her past memories, and she can also see her past self in them. That self was essentially cold and lonely, good, but not completely good, not a saint or an absolutely good person. Suen reached out and touched the carpet beneath her. It was soft, like a doll's fur. It resembled the doll's original appearance. Because of her coldness and loneliness, she created warmth and love for herself. This made sense. The night gradually deepened, accompanied by the sound of rain outside, and everyone dozed off. When the night reached its deepest point, Suen took everyone upstairs to sleep. In the second-floor attic, there was a large bedroom filled with beds. It was obvious that it was a bedroom for everyone, big enough for the dolls and Suen to sleep together, and even 10 more dolls wouldn't be crowded. Sleeping all night until dawn, Suen dreamed of her younger self being killed. She shook her head. She tapped her head. "What are you doing?" he muttered to himself. Suen noticed that Xiaomo had been silent all morning, working silently. He remained silent when anyone spoke to him. Suen approached and asked. The bear hesitated, only daring to speak when they reached a quiet spot. It dreamed of the fire from its childhood. Many dolls disappeared in the blaze, along with the house, the people, and Suen. "I know." Suen rubbed the bear's head. "The future happens in the past, and memories of the past become real. It's normal. These are just some means of severing cause and effect. There's no way they cause pain." Suen approached and kissed the bear's forehead. At this sight, the bear suddenly felt a sense of strangeness towards its owner, and an indescribable loneliness washed over it. The loneliness was so profound, it felt as if the master would become invisible in the next moment. The bear immediately hugged its master. "Sister Inan, don't leave us. I'm here. I never leave." Suen patted the bear's back and promised. 5-year-old Sai, following Sister Fugue's instructions, lit the fire. She watched helplessly as the little girl clutching her teddy bear perished in the flames, reduced to ash. The girl looked a few inches younger than herself. She and her family perished in the flames, leaving no one alive. In a trance, she seemed to see Sister Fugue perish in the fire during the internal test. Was this retribution? She was so innocent, and my hands are stained with sin. Sai said. "No, you're hoping. You're the final savior. That's the most terrifying evil god. If we kill her, everything will end. At least this parallel world will be happy. Sai, time is running out. Let's go to the next one." Chishan Specialized Psychiatric Hospital. Yotsuba smiled as she ran toward a little girl, piercing her chest with a dagger. A fire enveloped everything. "I killed another innocent child." Amidst the flames, Yotsuba stared at her hands in fear. That genius autistic girl was supposed to have a future that would dominate human civilization. "You are hope. We did the right thing. Time is running out. Let's move on. There are still the evil gods' detailed plots to be cleared up." Fugue spoke. They boarded a plane on what was once the Blue Planet, traversing space to slay the future villains. One after another. Yotsuba didn't know if she was right or wrong. As a 5 or 6-year-old, even with her past memories, her mind wasn't thinking fast enough. She vaguely felt that she had violated her values, but she didn't know what they were. After getting off the plane and taking a bus, we arrived at a small county town. An old woman selling things on the street said, "What a cute child. Buy him a stuffed tiger." Fugue looked hurried, ignoring him completely. Time was running out. We had to hurry and destroy the evil god's minions. The bear held Suen, and more than once, she felt as if her master was almost invisible. It was filled with worry. "I'm fine. Time can't kill me. Since we're living well, it means time can't do anything about it." Suen kissed the bear. "Everyone has their own ideas. We're players in the game, not the chess pieces. We just need to live well now. It's just a dream. It's not scary at all. We've been through fires before, more than once." Suen took the bear's hand and went downstairs. Little Pumpkin and the other dolls were kneading dough and chopping filling for buns. "Master, we're making buns this time. Lots of them, otherwise we'd be running low on rations for the Unknown World dungeon." It was time for the weekly ration-making process again. Suen washed his hands and joined the bun-making line. Little Pumpkin was already a skilled pastry chef, completely sculpting the dough without even kneading it. "Master, the flour stock at home is running low. Only a dozen or so bags remain. We need to get some from the farm warehouse before we go monster hunting tomorrow." "Okay," Suen replied to Little Pumpkin. Her hands were constantly stirring a pot of filling, mixing the meat and vegetables, and adding various seasonings. This constant stirring made the filling thicker, and the steamed buns juicier. "Master, make some braised pork buns for breakfast later." "Okay," Suen replied crisply. On weekends, the cabin in the woods smelled of steamed buns, fresh from the pot, steaming hot. Breakfast consisted of sitting at the kitchen chopping board, eating them. One bite, and the plump, white buns were filled with the juice and aroma of the braised pork. Hot, hot, hot. Suen exhaled, and amidst the steaming steam of the buns, she tried to recall her grandmother's image, only to find that the old woman once so vivid in her memory, had faded a little. The figures before her became increasingly clear. He schemed, forcing fate with time and hope, entering the game with his own body, sacrificing himself. Suin took a bite of the bun in her hand. And she was a salted fish lying flat on her back, a small, carefully protected happiness amidst the battle between the chess players, a sweet dream designed for her. A wonderful, happy dream. The dream would not wake her, because he was giving, and so she would enjoy her protection. Suin ate the braised pork buns, silently thanking herself. In Huacheng, the inhuman form, cloaked in glass, was nearly disintegrating. Sister Shu, are you still there? Qingzhu's voice was trembling. Fate is shattered by fate. It's normal. Don't cry. If it reaches that point, it's fate's choice. I'm just a pawn. Perhaps, fate doesn't want to follow its predetermined fate. You have memories of your past life, but don't limit yourself to them. Nothing is real, and nothing is false. A final mental message echoed through the air, and then the glass gradually dispersed, blending into the platform like water. Iya trembled as she lowered her knife. The sight of the girl she had killed before, who looked exactly like her, made her feel devastated. She felt a sense of unease, not against her now. She stepped back. Fugue's words reached Sai through the mental link. Go, Xie. Don't be afraid. I'm behind you. Time is running out. Time is running out. Fugue urged. Holding a teddy bear, the introverted little girl timidly looked at the two strange men and ran home. A terrifying, strange adult and a strange child. As she ran, she saw her house on fire. She panicked and ran faster and faster. Chapter 610. The insults from her uncle and grandmother nearly pierced the room. Time's running out. Why haven't you made a move yet? Fugue urged. Sai was stunned. She looked at her short self, her tiny hands. Perhaps she was too small, so small that even Fugue, who had always felt so kind and warm, felt unfamiliar. She turned and ran, as if breaking free from some restraint. Fugue quickly caught up. A huge fire obscured time, flames blazing everywhere. Through the flames, little Suin didn't notice the strange men, her attention was completely focused on the burning home. In the cabin in the forest, Suin and her dolls ate steamed buns. Little Pumpkin came over, holding a bun with his telekinesis. It was the size of a palm, plump and white, adorable, and steaming hot. Master, try this. I added pine nuts to the filling. Suin took a sip of water, and accepted the pine nut bun from Little Pumpkin. Okay, let me try it. Suin held the bun in his hands, and ate it in small bites. The filling was pine nuts and pork. The pork was fresh and juicy, and when he bit into the whole pine nut, he could taste the aroma of the pine nuts. The combination of pine nuts and meat is not strange, it actually works well when prepared well. For example, there's a famous cooked dish called pine nut belly, which is made with pine nuts and pork. It smells so good. Suin praised the new bun flavor. The night gradually darkened, and when the sun rose, it was a new day. The pumpkin carriage continued to descend, fighting monsters. 8th floor, 9th floor, 13th floor, 21st floor, 33rd floor, 67th floor, 107th floor. Everyone's level kept rising, 23rd, 24th, 27th, 29th floor. Everyone's level kept rising, climbing step by step towards the god level. During the monster slaying process, everyone encountered danger, but as long as they were willing to escape, they could still find refuge in the resting area and return alive. Suan's spiritual power had long since ascended to the divine realm. Touching that level, she could sense fragments of past memories. The more she knew, the sadder she felt, but also the calmer she felt. After all, the suffering was in the past, and she was enjoying the blessings now. Besides, understanding those sad events was pointless, she couldn't change them. She tried to cling to the memory of watching others live through her own repetition. Sometimes, when she felt too much, she felt powerless, as if she didn't need to do anything, as if everything was already planned. But Suin tried to be open-minded. One can't have it all. Since she enjoyed his protection, she naturally also enjoyed his arrangements for her life. Life was about killing monsters, leveling up, eating, drinking, and having fun. Aside from her dolls, Suin cut off social interaction and severing contact with Blue Star. On the public screen, she simply read the messages like an outsider. Rumors about the disappearance of someone from Huacheng were spreading, and Suin didn't know if they were true or not. If she truly disappeared, would it truly not affect the entire world, or was this world simply normal, able to continue without anyone, and the so-called significant destiny was just a fabrication? Suin occasionally wanted to go out and ask, but her private messaging function was almost always blocked, so forget it. Trapped on the clearance platform, leveling up, isolated in this deep fog, no one could find her, and she couldn't contact anyone else. This was actually quite good, it protected her growth. Su-En's connection to Blue Star was already tenuous, so this situation didn't cause her much discomfort. It's like asking a homebody with social anxiety to stay home and socialize for a while. It doesn't cause her discomfort, but rather makes her feel more at ease. Another day off. Su-En stood by the lake, watching Little Bear cast his fishing rod again. She tightened her work, finishing the last beautiful Chinese knot. Su-En simply imbued this peace knot, which held the promise of peace, with a spirit and attached it to each doll. At this moment, the dolls were all very strong, above average. In the practically cheat-free leveling ground, the dolls grew rapidly, changing dramatically. The rising levels allowed them to mature. The pumpkin carriage had undergone several upgrades, and its decor was now more similar to the pumpkin carriages we've seen before. There was no need to fear bad luck. Little Pumpkin was always possessive. Good things were hers, and good things were just right for her. Su-En bestowed blessings of peace and happiness on each doll one by one. Lastly, she bestowed her blessing on Bear. Xiong, sitting in a chair fishing, had a dazed expression. Only when Su-En approached did a smile dawn on his face. Sister Nin, I'm about to ascend to the divine realm. I don't know why I'm a little scared, and fishing can't calm my heart, Xiong whispered. Su-En looked at Xiao Mo. It's okay. Maybe it's just the effects of past memories. Xiao Mo, remember you are you first, then everything else. Su-En spoke word by word. I have Shaoli accompany you to purify your aura and regulate your negative emotions. In fact, being exposed to so many memories, especially the most negative ones, would have affected her, but with the companionship of her doll and a happy and fulfilling life, she quickly adjusted and didn't go crazy. Besides, they were just a few memories, there would be more challenges ahead. Got it. I promise to complete the mission and help Big Bear ascend to godhood smoothly. Shaoli, hearing Su-En calling her, appeared from nowhere and replied. She smelled a charcoal. Her face was tinged with black ash. Shaoli, where have you been? Your face is so black. Hee. Shaoli, in her fox form, smiled sheepishly. Wan, and I got some bird eggs in the woods. We were trying to figure out if we could roast them together, but we ended up roasting them to pieces. Xiong. Su-En. For dinner, we had roasted eggs. Most of the eggs came from the farm, while others were from various birds Wan and Shaoli had found in the woods. The eggs varied in size, but there weren't many of them. Not wanting to disrupt the ecological balance of Tianyuan Township, the two of them took a few eggs from each bird's nest, then raided nearly every nest in the woods to gather this many. Little Pumpkin wrapped each egg in salted wood ash, buried it, and then topped it with charcoal. Wait, it definitely tastes good this way, Little Pumpkin said. I'm a serious cook. You can read a book before cooking. Don't mess around. It's normal for eggs to explode if you roast them directly over the fire. Although you're strong and won't get hurt, you waste food and get dirty, and it'd be a hassle to clean up. Yeah. Little Li and Wan nodded rapidly. If everything goes well, once the bear reaches the level, the eggs will be roasted dry and fragrant, Little Pumpkin said. Su-En smiled at the scene, but her attention was focused on the bear. Xiao Mo was sitting cross-legged by the lake, surrounded by piles of high-level spirit source stones. This was the bear's third attempt at reaching the divine level. It was indeed difficult. It was stuck here, struggling to move forward. Chapter 611. This is my last attempt today. If I can't advance, I have to wait. As the first being to reach the divine rank and immediately advance, Xiong has already tried very hard. Late at night, Xiong opened his eyes and returned to Su-En with the remaining spirit source stones. He shook his head at Su-En. Stuck. It spoke, its voice hoarse. Its experience points had long been maxed out. It hadn't increased in a long time. Today, after fishing and talking with Sister Nin, he adjusted his mindset and began preparing for the advancement. Su-En rubbed Xiong's head. It's not easy to practice in that novel. Advancement requires seclusion. Many people get stuck at each stage. It's normal for us to go slowly. Try again next time. The bear nodded, but his expression remained somewhat relaxed. The stronger he became, the more worried he seemed, and the more silent he became. Before Su-En, Xiao Mo was still affected by his past memories, and didn't say much. Wow, Big Bear, you look a little stronger. Your aura is stronger than yesterday. The other dolls gathered around, praising you word by word. Really? Little Bear scratched his head, feeling a little bewildered. Has it really improved? Why can't it feel it? It even feels like it's losing a lot of energy after repeated failures. Yes, Big Bear has become more experienced. When I advance, you should level up with me gradually. Big Bear, have some roasted eggs. Juan and Little Lee just picked them up this afternoon. Little Pumpkin handed over a pile of eggs. When these eggs were ripe, they were roasted by the fire. Already cooked through, Little Pumpkin picked them up, wrapped them in leaves, and handed them over, exuding a rich, roasted egg aroma. Good food heals unhappiness. Eating the crispy, roasted bird's eggs, one bite at a time, they were like gummy bears, springy and chewy on the outside, with a rich, burnt aroma. The inside was a light yellow, crunchy mess. Even eaten plain, they had a slightly salty flavor. Delicious. Soon, Bear's mood calmed down. After all, of all his past memories, none of them contained fragrant roasted bird's eggs. They were only about disputes, arguments, cold, heat, madness, and death. Bear shook his head, trying to shake those less than wholesome memories out of his head, obeying his master and living in the present. Bear finished the roasted egg in his hand. Sisterin peeled one and stuffed it into Bear's mouth, filling it completely. Bear looked at his completely unharmed master with an indescribable joy. For now, those memories were fake, no need to dwell on them. Roasted bird's eggs alone wouldn't fill anyone's stomach, they were just a snack. The highlight of dinner was a large pot of boiled meat. These large chunks of pork, cooked with only scallion sauce and simmering in the pot, seemed bland and tasteless when taken out. But the small pumpkin, sliced and arranged, then doused with the sauce, was incredibly delicious. The garlic mashed pork belly, the meat smothered in minced garlic and soy sauce, this creative combination was simply delicious, not at all greasy. Suin wasn't a big fan of fatty meat, but he still ate a few more slices. The translucently sliced pork belly, coated in garlic sauce and chili oil, was fragrant and smooth in one bite. This was a more refined way to eat it, a more unconventional way. You could just nibble on the chunks with the sauce, or you could sandwich the meat between steamed buns and dip them in the sauce. Suin watched Xiong and Juan across from him as they ate their meat in the unconventional way. This way of eating is so delicious. It's truly the perfect meal companion. Even though I had no appetite, watching them eat made me feel a little more hungry. Suin tried it out, cutting a large piece of meat herself, but she chose the part that was 3 parts fat and 7 parts lean. She dipped it in the sauce and took a bite. She felt like she'd been punched in the head, stunned. In this case, you could say she was overwhelmed by the aroma. After dinner, everyone looked at the stars together, and Suin talked a lot about the stars in the sky. The sky we can see is a replica of the starry sky at the center of the chaotic universe. That's the Malak galaxy over there. The brightest one is the Ice Star. The Ice Tribe lives there. They invested in the Ice Slide dungeon we participated in earlier. That's the Rhine galaxy, the territory of the mermaids. The interstellar mermaids are well-behaved and full of domestication. It's a very peaceful place. The Orlon group also lives there. What are the Orlons? They're a plant-based race. They're described in human fantasy stories, similar to plant elves, but I never met them, and you can only see them in interstellar space. They're rather reclusive, unwilling to participate in the chaotic universe. They hate pollution, technology, silicon-based life forms, and the mechanids. Oh, that's right. Besides the mechanid systems, silicon-based life forms also have the parasitic minds. They're a low-key group of silicon-based creatures that can parasitize carbon-based life forms. However, their civilization level is low, at level 5, and they've always been suppressed by the mechanids. Suin spoke calmly. This information was all learned bit by bit after she achieved spiritual deification. Other gods might not know, but she, relying on the gifts from countless past lives, could truly cosplay the legendary all-knowing deity. There's no trick, it's all about being reborn more, living more, and understanding more. Each rebirth brings a new path to explore. In this life, she gave up all pursuits of exploration and becoming stronger, pursuing only peace of mind in life. A life of lying flat, relaxing, and small, satisfying happiness. If this weren't her last life, perhaps she wouldn't have had this opportunity. Suin leaned against the soft bear, while the other dolls rested on it. The 4-meter-tall bear served as everyone's bed. Lying in the wilderness, covered with tarpaulins and soft blankets, they chatted and gazed at the stars. What a wonderful world, meow! Exclaimed the orange cat. There must be a lot of delicious food in the galaxy. I want to try the specialties of each race, said the little pumpkin. After saying this, she slurped her saliva. The little pumpkin's love for food was unparalleled. I want to see the big world and its many sights, said the little fox. If possible, I like to perform in front of many races, so they can learn about Blue Star culture and fall in love with Yen Nation opera, Wan said. Hope is an action, and we will have a bright future, Suin said. Once we reach the god level and leave this place, it will be almost time for us to clear the level, Suin said slowly. I hope everything will be peaceful. I hope there will be fewer crazy people. I hope humanity will have a new home. I hope our family will be safe and together forever. Everyone was making wishes, each hope seemingly transforming into invisible hopes, rising into the air and spreading. Every moment, every second, countless hopes spread among the humans of Blue Star. Hope is inexhaustible. Even if it dwindles, what does it matter? It will continue to flow. The little girl didn't know who she was, or where she was going. She was only a little over 3 years old, running through the gaps in time and space. She had only one thought, run, run. Run quickly, don't get caught, don't get caught. Chapter 6:12. In a place resembling a sea of fire, she saw her older sister, near death. She felt as if she had returned home, and she held out something. I give it to you, so that everyone can live. Suan's mind flashed with inspiration. He put down his chopsticks, muttering to himself. So that's how it is. This action caught the attention of the dolls, and they all turned and looked at Suin. Their eyes were fixed on Suin. It's okay, I just suddenly thought of something. Let's continue eating. Suin stood up and walked to the lakeside, taking in the beautiful night view. The moon was round and bright, its light as clear as water, reflecting on the shimmering water. What a beautiful world! Behind him was a bustling scene. Everyone was eating and drinking, while in front of him was a tranquil scene. It was almost time. All the super gods would dissipate, and the divine matter would return to the myriad races. They were all extremely intelligent beings, exploiting and plotting against each other. Suin looked up at the sea of stars. She knew the interstellar era was about to arrive smoothly. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Descending level by level, they reached level 167, where all the puppets were stuck at the god level. By the time Suin, the last one to reach level 29, had almost reached the super god level. However, this platform only recognized god level advancement and passing the 188th level, not spirit level. This meant that Suin and the puppets had to stay here. As time passed, many Blue Star players entered the mist level and suffered the torture of the fog. However, due to the frequent madness of the Holy Spirit City, many ghosts in the area had been eliminated, and the chat records in the area were now mainly human. Over the years, everyone gradually adapted to this lifestyle. Humans are highly adaptable creatures, always finding the right rules for survival, no matter how harsh the environment. During this period, many new individuals with unique talents have emerged, leading the Blue Star human race forward. Recently, the public screen has been showing signs of anxiety regarding clearing levels, with the system holding a countdown event to pressure everyone to complete them. This usually means the deadline for clearing levels is approaching, and anyone who doesn't complete the level within the allotted time will be stuck. We've been stuck for ages, and we're just a little bit away, just a little bit. Little Pumpkin complained, looking at Suan's public screen. Little Pumpkin saw many players getting anxious, and she was too. Although the living conditions on this platform were excellent, with a suitable climate, abundant supplies, and a comfortable place to live, she still felt a sense of being caged in, longing for freedom and progress. Suin rubbed Little Pumpkin's head. In fact, she was anxious too. But with no way to reach the god level, it seemed that clearing the 188th level was the only option left. After all, there weren't many levels left. At this moment, they lived in a transparent, panoramic apartment high above the clouds. Out of boredom, they had gradually become accustomed to the various settlements in this area. The sun was setting, and from the top of this building, over 100 meters high, they could see the setting sun and the beautiful scenery of the entire rural village. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sunset resembled orange waves, brilliantly radiating across the sky. The sky was pitch black, and Suin turned on the television in his room. This is the Science Theater. Here's an explanation of the rare monster encyclopedia, the Greedy Pumpkin. Legend has it that the predecessor of the Greedy Pumpkin lost someone important because he failed to use his tools in time. This spiritual resentment spread, fueling countless greedy pumpkins and giving rise to an endless desire for possession of the world. Monsters often appear in the misty realm of the chaotic universe. They have weak attacks but strong defenses. They are best at trapping living creatures to death and then taking possession of all their flesh, blood, and possessions. They are extremely insidious and cunning monsters. Hmm? The little pumpkin leaned closer to the TV and raised an eyebrow. The little pumpkin pointed at the TV and asked, "Who made this TV show? Seemingly? Is she cursing me and slandering me? Are you sure this monster isn't based on me? I'm just a little possessive. I want to own this platform, right? Do you really have to be so mean to me?" The little pumpkin complained. The TV continued, explaining the next rare monster. A rare monster, the Hollow Dream Raccoon. The Hollow Dream Raccoon has no heart, nor does it feel sorrow. It will unfold a pure domain, sheltering pure souls. In the chaotic universe, be careful not to be taken in by her. Entering her domain is a life sentence, with the loss of freedom. The TV program narrated. TSK, tisk, she's scolding herself just to clear herself of suspicion. Little Pumpkin commented. Little Pumpkin confirmed that this TV program was the work of the Dream Raccoon. Pastoral Township was all her work, who else could it be? Sue-Ann's eyes were fixed on the TV. She was certain that this TV hadn't shown this kind of content before, so someone's ability was materializing, conveying some message. The bear emerged from the kitchen and said, "The meal's ready." At this moment, it noticed the words on the TV. The wandering dead bear was once the bear of hope, a doll-like creature born of hope and fantasy. Upon losing hope and dying, its corpse mutated into a wandering dead bear. It has powerful attacks and is easily possessed by ghosts, making it a walking ghost lair. It is recommended that you avoid traveling to the Chaos Universe. Next, I tell you about a well-known new interstellar evil god. It's extremely lethal, and has the ability to spread through space. Be careful. Hearing this, Sue-Ann and the others realized that this was likely from a science program in a previous interstellar life. The god of spreading black despair, a unique evil god. Once a gifted creator, he lost hope and became an evil god. He spreads despair and black terror, dragging creatures into a hell of mental torture. If you encounter this evil god, be prepared for pain. The god of all things, the almighty god of fate, the source of all evil gods, controls all newborn gods and transforms them into evil gods. No one knows her plans, or who she will attack next. The god of time, the 13 dismembered and framed gods of time, sounded the death knell in the countdown to fate and despair, blocking all paths to recovery. The god of dead hope, a terrifying monster born from the annihilation of 108 gods of hope, takes the form of a human infant and attacks by weeping. The television broadcast a constant stream of various evil gods, each with its own eerie and terrifying qualities. Finally, Sue-Ann heard a news item. The evil gods are rampant, and the universe is in great crisis. The 10,827th Interstellar Joint Conference is about to convene. The mechanical race will lead the Chinese civilization in advocating for the elimination of the evil gods and the maintenance of interstellar purity. It was a report from the future, no, from the past. Sue-Ann glanced at the TV, then out the window. She was a little confused. What was she seeing at this time and place? There must be a deeper meaning. Chapter 613. Sue-Ann thought to herself. Could it be that the interstellar side knew about this? Sue-Ann blinked. She had been in intermittent contact with San. The interstellar world had indeed been in turmoil recently. The chaotic universe had lost control, causing negative public opinion about the mechanical race. At the same time, disasters were frequent on various planets in the interstellar world, and various polluting monsters appeared. Sue-Ann frowned. If this TV program was not only seen by her, but also spread by those with ulterior motives, humanity's situation would be even worse. Blue Star's power was already weakened by internal strife and the constant repetition of attacks. What you fear is bound to come true. While Sue-Ann was pondering this, she received an urgent message from San. And then, there's a program spreading rapidly on the Interstellar Optical Computer Network. The information in it is extremely unfavorable to Blue Star, saying that you are born interstellar destroyers and future evil god manufacturers. San, all the mechanical systems have been called into a meeting. This is really bad. San, and then, I continue to gather information. Don't worry, San will take care of everything. Soon, San fell silent. The system messages in front of her gradually disappeared. Sue-Ann stared at the system public screen in front of her, her hands feeling weak. What should she do? At this stage, the players on Blue Star still relied on the rules of the game under the power of the system family. If the system was shut down, many players would undoubtedly be in danger, and even the entire race would have difficulty entering the interstellar space. Her palms clenched. Sue-Ann's memory of the argument with Li Shu in his first life reappeared. Indeed, Li Shu faced the same problem in his calculations, but the conflict back then was not as intense as it is now. Truth prevails only under the gun. Falling behind will lead to being beaten. Entering the interstellar space is nothing. We must have the means to subdue the mechanical race. Never forget their past oppression of Blue Star civilization. No matter the cost, this is a necessary sacrifice. Only by focusing hope can we achieve great things. Degraded, I'm not afraid of pollution. Polluted energy is also a form of energy. If I can power humanity to the pinnacle of the interstellar world, embracing pollution is fine. The shrewd, mature woman raised her glasses and spoke calmly. You lost your humanity, betrayed your humility, and become a monster. I don't want to be associated with monsters, she said. In her previous life, she resolutely left Li Shu, who would attack her companions. Her innate talent was love, and she couldn't tolerate such despicable behavior. We are all intelligent people. Suan in her previous life also knew that Li Shu's words had some truth, but that's not how it works. To turn the knife against your companions, to stand on their flesh and blood, is not true strength. Those with different ideals cannot work together. A rift has broken out between humanity's two top gods. Suan closed her eyes, thinking. But now, San Sen had appeared. Clearly, Li Shu and her plan, aided by other forces, and under strange circumstances, had succeeded. It was only that they themselves were weaker. This was a necessary price. Suan sighed. She felt exhausted. She didn't want to take on such grand topics, to be involved in humanity's fate, but these things were bound up with her. Fate entangled her, time manipulated her, and hope once again leaned on her. What could she do? She was just a craftsman creating dolls with her soul and hope. Sister Anan, don't be sad. Whether it's a storm or the end of the world, Bear is here. The little bear was the first to come over. Gua is here too. Huan Huan is here too. Shili is here. Meow meow meow. The dolls all pounced on her. Suan smiled helplessly. She didn't do anything, just kept adjusting her system, enjoying a life dictated by fate and her own time. Okay, you're old enough now. Stop acting like a spoiled brat. I'm just sighing casually. The problem will be solved, and we won't become evil gods. Yes, I'm by in Bao's side. I won't let even the slightest bit of contamination infect in Bao, Shili said. Her tail wagged, and her 9 fully grown tails regained their fluffy texture, like a large, fiery red fan. A burnt smell wafted through the air. Suan sniffed hard and asked, "What's that smell?" The bear's eyes rolled around. She immediately ran to the kitchen. I forgot about the rice cooker. For dinner, everyone ate mushy rice with unsightly crusts. After removing the black charred layer, the rice inside remained pure white, unaffected. Suan's bowl of rice was always the center. It was like eating watermelon. The dolls always had to carve out the centerpiece for her to eat. Suan was cared for, protected, and loved by the dolls. Dinner was Xiaomo's specialty, a stew made with just salt and 5 spice powder, something Suan was very accustomed to. It might seem bland to many, but Suan found a simple stew quite enjoyable once in a while. No complicated seasonings, just the aroma of the meat itself. It's delicious whether paired with rice, steamed buns, or pancakes. In addition to the stewed meat, there was also a pot of boiled vegetables on the table, squash, loofah, and radish. The main focus was on boiling all the vegetables in one pot for vitamins, with no seasoning. It was only edible with a chili sauce made by Little Pumpkin. While eating, Little Pumpkin felt the food was bland and complained, "Bear, I shouldn't have asked you to cook today. You made such a sloppy meal." "We need to eat a lighter meal once in a while," Bear said sheepishly, scratching his head. While doing so, he glanced at the orange cat out of the corner of his eye but said nothing. However, the orange cat immediately jumped in to retort. "Sister Guagua, look how healthy this is. Boiling vegetables was my strong request. Boiling vegetables in plain water is a wonderful cooking method. Only by boiling them in their original flavor can you enjoy the freshness and sweetness of the vegetables. And after cooking, eat them while they're hot. Many cold ingredients can alleviate some of the coldness, and there are so many different vegetables that are a good source of trace elements." Little Pumpkin stared at the cat. She felt she had found the culprit. No wonder. Bear's cooking wasn't always this bland and appetizing. Bear's seasoning wasn't great, but he still had some cooking skills, from frying, grilling, deep frying, and stir frying. She should have guessed it was this health-conscious cat's fault. Its health-conscious meals, aside from a few delicious treats, were mostly bland, lacking flavor and color. This method, simply boiling vegetables in a pot of water, made the vegetables, so painstakingly grown, cry out in injustice, wishing they were back in the fields. Little Pumpkin devoured a large bowl of rice with his own chili sauce, devouring it whole. The chili sauce was soon gone. "I get some more," Little Pumpkin said. "I'm going to slaughter a few chickens tomorrow to make fried chicken. I don't want to eat boiled vegetables, ha ha," Little Pumpkin shouted. At the mention of fried chicken, Little Fox's eyes lit up, and she raised her hand to show her support. The orange cat glared. Chapter 6:14. Humph, a bunch of guys who don't understand the true flavor of ingredients, meow. "If you can, don't eat tomorrow's fried chicken," Little Pumpkin said. "I make you a bowl of boiled vegetables. You eat the boiled vegetables, and we have fried chicken." Little Pumpkin emphasized the contrast between his words. The orange cat thought about the contrast between the fragrant crispy fried chicken and the boiled vegetables. The orange cat suddenly fell silent. After a while, it slowly said, "That's not good, meow meow, but I can still have some fried chicken." The next day, Little Pumpkin kept his word and went out early in the morning to catch chickens and find the ingredients for fried chicken. He killed the chicken, scalded it, plucked it, cut it up, and cleaned it. Once the chicken was cut into pieces, Little Pumpkin separated the boneless pieces from the boneless ones and marinated them with salt, pepper, soy sauce, and other seasonings. Little Pumpkin put the marinated chicken pieces in the refrigerator. It said, "Marinate for a while, and it'd be perfect for frying this afternoon." Little Liz and Little Orange nodded in anticipation as they accompanied Little Pumpkin along the way to prepare the ingredients. It looked delicious even before frying. After finishing, Little Pumpkin poked its head out and watched its owner busily working in the workshop. Her fingers flew, weaving transparent silk thread, and it was unclear what she was busy with. The owner didn't mention it, and everyone else tacitly didn't ask. A considerate toy always puts its owner first. Not wanting to disturb its owner, Little Pumpkin turned on its phone and projector, brought the projector closer, and used air wall soundproofing technology to separate the studio from the living room. The projector sound played high-end ingredients, with the simplest. This reminded Little Pumpkin of boiled vegetables. Little Pumpkin switched videos. In the video, a chef tossed marinated crispy pork into a sizzling wok, the commentator saying, "Frying is an art." Little Pumpkin nodded. That's right. Suan was weaving an armor of hope for San San. Hope would help her stay at the center of fate and avoid harm. After all, this was one of her dolls, a creation she hadn't actively created, but a default creation within the timeline. Armor of Hope. It was abstract in theory, and even more so in practice. Using her nearly godlike, nebulous mental power, she drew out threads of divine hope and wove them together. This task kept her busy for a long time. Weaving wasn't difficult, the hard part was extracting the threads of divine hope. This was drawing out the substance from the very essence of her soul, a painful experience, requiring a pause after each extraction. But there was no other way. Suan had to do this. She had to let a newborn shoulder so much responsibility, so she, hiding behind the scenes, could at least give it a piece of armor. She didn't want to stand there helpless, watching a child, designed to receive little love, shoulder the heavy responsibilities assigned to her by fate. Soon, she could no longer move. Suan placed the half-finished armor of hope within her spiritual sea to nurture. Leaving the studio, Suan was overcome by the noise and the aroma of fried chicken. Suan took a few quick steps, leaned against the doorframe, and peered into the kitchen. In the spacious, straight-line kitchen, Little Pumpkin was busy at work. Chicken nuggets, coated in batter, sizzled in the frying pan. "Master, you're done. Come try this. This is freshly fried chicken." Little Pumpkin turned around and, using telekinesis, picked a fried chicken drumstick from the basin, placed it on a plate, and then sprinkled it with cumin and chili powder and handed it to him. "Try it." Suan took the drumstick. The aroma of deep frying was overwhelming, rich and intense. Biting through the crispy shell revealed a juicy interior. The chicken drumstick was incredibly tender, and the marinating process had infused the fried chicken with flavor, giving it just the right balance of saltiness and umami. Great! Suan couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. The delicious fried chicken dispelled much of the weakness he felt just now. Although he knew it wouldn't do much good, Suan felt like eating meat would replenish his body. He returned to the living room with a plate and ate the remaining drumstick. The orange cat followed him out, not helping in the kitchen. Little Orange saw his master frown, a lively expression on his round face. With a flick of his tail, the orange cat's cat flags flew out, circling Suan. After a moment, the green cat flags began to glow, and Suan felt a coolness that seeped in from the outside, radiating deep into his body. The superficial sensations, back pain, weakness, and fatigue all improved significantly. "Master." "Shoo!" Suan gestured to silence him. The orange cat wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The master wouldn't let him say more. Why aren't Huan Huan and Little Bear here? Suan finished her chicken leg and approached Little Orange to ask. They went to play in the woods and see if there were any ripe nuts to pick, Little Orange replied. Yeah. Suan nodded. She was just asking casually. She had only seen Little Pumpkin, Little Fox, and Little Orange in the kitchen, so she casually asked about the other two. Suan yawned and turned up the volume on the projector. A food documentary was playing on the projector, its tempo slow and poetic. I take a break. Call me when it's time for dinner. She leaned back on the sofa, covered with a blanket, and watched the TV sleepily. Then, a moment later, she dozed off. Underground, on the 107th floor, Huan Huan and Big Bear were engaged in a bloody battle in the wilderness. Come on, Bear! Only by fighting can we level up quickly. Okay, Huan Huan. We have to work hard. The two dolls encouraged each other. Time's running out. We have to hurry. We need to clear the level quickly before the system evacuates. Suan, half asleep, gradually woke to some rustling noises. Suan opened her eyes and saw the smiling face of a little girl, busy at the dining table, arranging various dishes. It was a Little Pumpkin. Is it time for dinner? Suan asked. Yes, yes. Little Pumpkin nodded. I put the dishes on the table. I refry the chicken when everyone's gathered, Little Pumpkin said. Suan nodded and stood up. Suan stretched and strolled around the living room. She turned and looked out the window. It was already dark. Time flew by so quickly. Besides Little Pumpkin, there were no other dolls in the room. Where are Little Orange and Little Fox? Suan asked. They went to the woods to look for Bear and Huan Huan. I called them home for dinner. Suan nodded. She walked to the window and opened it, which the dolls had thoughtfully closed because she was sleeping. She looked out. It looked dark at first, but the sky was actually a deep blue. The sun was no longer visible, but the moon was above. The crescent moon was beautiful. Suan knew it was a projection from her hometown, not the real sky, but it still seemed particularly beautiful. Some things, just a little like that, are beautiful. After a while, Suan heard a noise coming from a distance. She opened the door, picked up a camping lantern from the top, and took a few steps forward. Huan Huan flew back with everyone. Chapter 6:15. Arriving at the door, Bear jumped out of Huan Huan's arms, scratched his head sheepishly, and said, Sorry, I'm late. Suan had never seen Bear being held by another stuffed animal. Looking at Bear, she felt a pang of inexplicable guilt. Is he so embarrassed to go out and play? Suan didn't say much, simply smiled and greeted him, Welcome home. Her smile was clear and gentle. This made Bear feel even more guilty, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Suan. He had never hidden anything from his owner before, but this time, just because he hadn't told her he was out hunting monsters, he felt incredibly guilty. After entering the house, Huan Huan shared her harvest from the forest. They had picked quite a few pine nuts and hazelnuts, about 100 or 200 pounds, enough to last for a while. Huan Huan and Bear did go out to hunt monsters, but they also picked pine nuts and hazelnuts. Dinner was fried chicken and curry rice, with various cold side dishes. Sweet and sour radish, crisp shredded cabbage, refreshing and spicy cucumber, and refreshing spinach with pine nuts. The main course was a thick pot of curry. There was a pot on the table, and a large bucket in the pot. The curry contained beef, onions, carrots, and potatoes. Little Pumpkin first served his master a plate of curry rice. Half a bowl of rice, a lot of curry, and a few pieces of fried chicken. The exquisite presentation was beautiful. Aside from Swan, the rest of the puppets had to act on their own. Swan saw Bear take out his own large bowl and went straight to the kitchen to fill it with a lot of rice, curry, and fried chicken. The rice in front of Bear formed a small mountain, and Huan Huan beside him was no less. Swan began to concentrate on eating. After refrying, the fried chicken was incredibly delicious, its skin even crispier and its interior softer, making it even more delicious when paired with curry. A spoonful of rice with live curry, a bite of fried chicken, and when you get tired, some sweet and sour radish. This bliss was unstoppable. After dinner, Suan could still watch the dolls eat. Bear ate with a ferocious, almost delicious look, while Huan Huan was more refined. Although she also ate aggressively, she ate cleanly. She took her spoon and chopsticks, moving them back and forth, shoveling the food into her mouth with a look of intense concentration and enjoyment. Everyone was eating much more deliciously than yesterday. Little Pumpkin looked on, with a delighted look. I told you my fried chicken is more popular than boiled vegetables, Little Pumpkin said. Meow, it's delicious, but you can't eat it every day, meow. Little Orange looked up at Little Pumpkin between bites. Little Pumpkin looked at Little Orange, the little girl who had transformed into human form just to eat, and didn't know what to say. A chubby little girl with a chubby face and a round body, a pair of adorable big eyes that blinked, and a pair of golden cat ears on her head. This is Shiju's human form. Shiju and Shelly both have human forms, but they don't like to transform into them, always maintaining their fox and orange cat forms. Unless they encounter a dangerous situation in battle, or find something they really like, and eat too slowly with their paws holding a spoon. Suan noticed that Xiaoxiong and Huanwan were eating especially large amounts today. Was it because Xiuhua's fried chicken was so delicious, or was it because they consumed too much energy on their outing today? Perhaps it's both. In short, this family is full of foodies, and they love food. That evening, Suan drank hawthorn water to help digest her food. Little Bear's eyelids drooped, and he looked extremely sleepy, yet he forced himself to stay awake, glancing at Suan. Suan knew the dolls couldn't keep secrets, so she waited silently. Sure enough, soon, Huanwan and Little Bear came over to her awkwardly to talk. Today, in addition to picking nuts, they also went downstairs to fight monsters. Suan nodded, understanding. Neither praised nor disapproved. No disapproval, because it was the two dolls' own decision in their free time. Whether they wanted to have fun or fight monsters to catch up on their progress was their own choice. No praise, because voluntarily working overtime is not always recommended. Suan didn't want everyone to lose their lives in a rush to level up. It was too tiring, and a tightrope could easily break. For example, sometimes, Suan couldn't understand why, like in cultivation novels where someone secludes themselves for decades and then their family dies, they couldn't practice normally, spend more time with their family, and practice later. Perhaps it's because cultivation is more important than family, and rank is more important than life. In Suan's view, the two should complement each other and be equally important. Suan saw the bear, seemingly unable to stand, and his own observations seemed to align. This made sense. Look at how exhausted the bear was, finally having to be carried home by Huanwan. There were more than 100 stairs. Huanwan could fly, but it could only walk on its bare legs. Going down or up was exhausting just thinking about it. Besides, fighting monsters is physically demanding, so how could it not consume energy? Suan patted the bear's head. As his first doll, Xiamo had accepted many memories and burdens, and the psychological pressure was immense. Suan could understand its anxiety. Suan was progressing step by step, progressing slowly, with 5 days of monster killing and 2 days of rest. On the public screen, however, humans were in a state of panic. Rumors circulated that the mechanic race would renege on the Civilization Advancement Agreement, withdraw from the highway game, and leave players to fend for themselves. Blue Star Civilization would completely lose hope of advancement. A player with a prophetic talent spoke of witnessing a doomsday tragedy. A player with a large following in StarCraft said her diehard fans were warning her that StarCraft was taking Blue Star Civilization seriously, and would deal with them, and urged her to live a good life, and not become too reliant on the system. A player with a dark talent reported that the dark spiritual power in the air was increasing, while the light power was weakening, which was abnormal. Many players with friends with attributes related to hope, light, and luck reported that their friends had lost contact or had tragically died. Of course, some players were also maintaining the atmosphere on the public screen. Morning jasmine tea. Don't believe rumors, don't spread them, and please don't fall into unfounded panic. We just need to keep moving forward. Waste which beware zero. After all these years since the apocalypse, humanity has survived and lived well. There's nothing to fear. Ice and snow won't freeze us, heat won't scorch us, and the ocean fog has led us step by step to this point. What's there to be afraid of? Do what's in front of you and live in the present. If you're worried, prepare more space equipment and transfer everything in the system space to the vehicle. Suan sat in a daze in the temporary rest area on the 124th floor, staring at the public screen. She wondered how San, now in armor, was doing. She was so worried. A newborn mecha had to face so many difficulties to buy humanity time to survive. Fate's design. Ah, what a sin. Chapter 616. Suan, who loved her own child, expressed deep concern. Master, are you too tired? Why don't we go back and get some news now? Little Pumpkin said, handing her a cup of warm water. She had been observing her master for a while. He opened the public screen and scrolled through it, then drifted off into a daze. Suan took it, shook her head, and said, I'm fine. She took a sip of the warm water, moistened her throat, and emptied the contents of the cup. It's still early, and we can still fight a lot of monsters. We rest for a while, and then we set off. Suin said. Okay. The dolls around him responded. The little bear ate a snack to replenish his energy. His mouth was full, and he couldn't speak, but nodded. The pancake was large and round, reminding Suin of a mooncake. Suin saw it, and suddenly realized that she hadn't noticed what time it was in a long time. Since arriving at this station, life has been divided into 5 monster hunting days, and 2 days of rest. The constant state of being on the road has transformed into a settled state. Suin pondered for a moment, then opened the public screen and calculated using the Earth calendar. Mid-Autumn Festival is only a dozen days away. Mid-Autumn Festival is about family reunions. Under the dark, oppressive sky, Suin pondered many thoughts. After resting for about half an hour, they continued to fight. They were currently on the 124th floor. The lower they went, the higher the monster level, and the stronger the dark aura became, the more stressful it became. This floor was filled with demigod-level monsters. It was unknown how Black Cat had managed to gather so many. Although the monsters they faced were powerful, they had fought their way through level after level. Encountering various monsters had accumulated strength and experience, allowing them to effectively deal with the current monsters. The bear transformed into a 10-meter-tall figure, wielding a mace and striking with all its might. Each blow unleashed a mighty wave of spiritual energy. Little Fox transformed into a fox girl, roaming the battlefield, seeking out monsters' weaknesses and striking them with a single blow. Little Pumpkin focused on defense, summoning shields in all directions, enough to block a monster's attacks at crucial moments. Wan Wan was incredibly charming, possessing 1,000 ghosts within her. With a wave of her sleeves, she unleashed a resounding siege. Little Orange flicked her tail, and 7 cat flags followed her in battle, capable of attacking, defending, healing, and granting status. Her omnipotent skills crisscrossed the puppets, addressing any gaps. Suin, on his side, focused on mental attacks, overwhelming the Extraordinary's mental power by a significant margin. He employed skills like stun, mind control, mind sword, and aura isolation. The team's overall strength was exceptional. A team was more powerful than a single individual, a necessity for their continued progress. God level was just a hurdle. They hadn't reached it yet, but that didn't mean they, a group of half-gods, couldn't defeat God-level monsters. Defeating monsters above their level had always been their team's skill. Time flew by, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Suin didn't receive any good news from San San, but he and his puppets achieved a major breakthrough. On a quiet afternoon, Xiong sat by the river, eating a sweet snack and fishing, and then he advanced. After so much longing, so much effort, on an ordinary afternoon, advanced to God level. Everyone who received the news was stunned. Suin was sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through the public screen, reading gossip, when he suddenly saw a system message. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear's puppet Sumo has been detected. He has upgraded from level 29 to level 30. He has successfully advanced to God level. Ding dong, a creature from the Blue Star civilization has been detected to have advanced to God level. The system is reporting this. A server-wide announcement will be issued soon. Xiong was the first to reach God level. Suin jumped off the sofa and hurried out. Looking at the bear bathed in golden light, the glow around it was so radiant it was hard to tell whether it was sunlight or the bear's own. The moment this advancement occurred, it was like an invisible net breaking through everyone's grasp. Immediately, the dolls upgraded one after another, ascending to the godly rank. As they advanced, Suin felt her body grow lighter and lighter. Then, her body felt lighter, as if an invisible membrane had been torn apart, revealing a clearer world. Powers that had previously seemed uncontrollable now naturally unfolded before her. The world structure, previously incomprehensible, revealed its true form. System announcements echoed in her ears, pop-up windows popped up before her, but she paid no attention to them, her focus completely on her and her doll. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear's doll, Su Chiming, has been detected. Level 29 has been upgraded to level 30. Successfully upgraded, ascending to the godly rank. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear's puppet Su Nanling has been upgraded from level 29 to level 30, successfully promoted to the divine rank. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear's puppet Su Xiaoli has been upgraded from level 29 to level 30, successfully promoted to the divine rank. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear's puppet Su Qingmiu has been upgraded from level 29 to level 30, successfully promoted to the divine rank. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear's puppet Suin has been upgraded from level 29 to level 30, successfully promoted to the divine rank. Suin excitedly hugged everyone. Finally, they had worked hard to reach the divine rank. Their path to advancement was smoother, paved by their past lives, but it was also extremely stressful. How could they, with their own insignificance and their past and future so vast, feel completely free of psychological burden? Ding dong, player Sunny Bear, you have completed the platform challenge. You can call the system to exit the platform within 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the system will activate automatic teleportation. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Sunny Bear on reaching God rank. Congratulations to player Sunny Bear on successfully challenging level 5, entering level 5 Abyssal Depression, and earning the title First God rank. Existing players have successfully challenged. The server-wide countdown has been cancelled. A series of system announcements echoed in everyone's ears. The cold, mechanical voice devoid of any emotion, the wording terse and cold. Sue had instantly realized that this system was not the same as before. It was an unfamiliar one. Sue had also knew that the interstellar situation was dire, and that San was the only one holding the line. She ignored the matter and focused on the present. The system only gave them 5 minutes to stay here. Once they left, they might never return. This self-made platform, once her doll, had been transported from a gap in time and space. Su Engji moved over to Little Pumpkin and called out, Nanling. Little Pumpkin immediately replied, understood. Little Pumpkin prostrated himself on the ground, activating his skill. Chapter 6:17. Skill 3, Mine, Mine, All Mine. Nanling is possessive, assimilating all the items she considers her own and incorporating them into the pumpkin carriage. This skill is incredibly perverse, possessive, and it grows stronger with each upgrade. Initially, Little Pumpkin only collected small items like vehicles, furniture, and props, and couldn't even possess the cat flag. Now, she's attempting to organize an entire platform. Little Pumpkin hasn't been interested in this platform for a long time. She's been thinking about it since she first came here. To her, it's hers, belonging to her master. As the head steward of the family, she would be deeply distressed if she couldn't take such a valuable possession with her. Unfortunately, her strength doesn't match her possessiveness. Now that she's ascended to the godly rank, Little Pumpkin is simply doing what she's always wanted to do. So even when her master simply calls her name, she instantly knows what to do. The system will teleport them away in 5 minutes, clearly not wanting them to stay here for too long. Little Pumpkin was extremely anxious, and this anxiety fueled her excitement. Her divine power pierced the entire platform, striking the core. Several fox tails dangling from the core glowed brightly. The core, which should have resisted outsiders, withheld all resistance and instead cooperated with Little Pumpkin's divine power to help it take over. Great! Their master was taking them away. The fox tails leaped with joy, conveying their delight. Behind them, a half-cat figure also joined in the excitement. Suan watched the sky suddenly pause. The entire platform, a cacophony of light and darkness, emanated like a broken television set, a cacophony of luminescence. Unfortunately, even with full cooperation, such a large platform would take time. Little Pumpkin, having just reached the god level, was struggling. Suan hoped time would slow down, even slower, long enough for Little Pumpkin to collect the platform. Or perhaps, the system's transmission would arrive more slowly. If all else failed, she would just use her tentacles to attack the system. It wasn't impossible to attack the system with her super godlike mental power, but it would be difficult to do so silently and undetected. Just as Suan was about to attack, the system made a sound. Ding dong, system, asterisk and percent hashtag at asterisk, percent, asterisk. It stopped abruptly. A virtual little girl, shrouded in golden light, appeared before everyone. A simple, two-dimensional girl, her image was sloppy, but her behavior was reliable. And then, San is here. I just secretly stuffed a diarrhea virus packet into 149. It needs to go to the disinfection toilet for a while to detox. I'm a temporary worker now, responsible for transmission. Don't rush, take your time. Thank you, San. You always shoulder so much responsibility in critical moments. Suan said to San. What are you thanking me for? I exist to take care of you. Your love created me. It's me who has kept it in so weak, so I must love you doubly. We are family, so we must work together. And then, I'm happy if you don't blame me for not recognizing you before. Leave the mechanical tribe to me. I grown up and become much stronger. They're all easy to trick humanoids. I know how to deal with them. Believe it or not, Sister 149 will thank me soon. The little girl said smugly. Suan looked at San's expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She had made San shoulder too much responsibility. But there was no way around it. This was all planned long ago. She was the one who planned it, the one who created it, and she also had a vested interest. She couldn't face the shame of saying, "Give San San freedom, don't let San San run around for her." She was obviously happy, encountering only good things, but there was also a hint of sadness. Soon, Little Pumpkin successfully took over the entire platform, transforming it into a portable space that everyone could summon and enter at will. Little Pumpkin rose from the ground, a beaming smile on his face. "San San, are you ready, family?" Suin and the dolls nodded together in the pumpkin carriage. A flash of light swept past, and everyone appeared on a sky island. To the back was the sky island, and in front was nothing but a sea of stars. The pumpkin carriage was protected in the center by a bubble. "San San, welcome to the 5th level, the Abyss. It's divided into 2 parts. First, there's the sky island. As you advance, there's no land, air, or water. Only those above the god level can survive here." San San continued his explanation. Her sweet, system-sounding voice wasn't at all offensive. "This is the border between the system map and the chaotic universe. Continue forward, and the system's assistance will gradually decrease. Once you reach the end, you enter the chaotic universe, meaning Blue Star Civilization has the ability to survive in the universe, and can complete the level. San San, after Blue Star Civilization completes the level, the Mechanic Clan will help the civilization that passes the test connect with the Interstellar Alliance, assign them a planet to survive on, and guide them into interstellar integration. Don't worry about the recent Interstellar Conference. I keep you informed. There's a lot going on in the universe. There are always doomsday rhetoric, like the Zerg rising up to devour the universe. The merfolk's love-crazy mindset is contagious, turning intelligent creatures into morons. The Weird Clan will kill all living creatures. The pollution of the chaotic universe will sooner or later drive the universe insane. Actually, the mechanic race has long been accustomed to this. This matter could be serious or minor, depending on whether there's any civilized people helping you. But with me here, it's no problem. Don't worry about the evil gods. The Nyatothia clan used to talk about devouring the universe, but they're actually just a bunch of giant octopuses with brains. They don't intend to destroy the universe. They just eat, sleep, gossip, and drink potions. There are many races in the universe that are teeming with evil gods. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Sister 149 will be back to take over. She's a very honest and fair system. She will fairly record human behavior and issue a docking report. Keep going, Sister, and I'm leaving. 149 will probably be coming out of the restroom soon. She have no idea it was me who ordered the diarrhea virus pack. She just suspect the electronic spicy snacks in 162's warehouse are expired. San San left. The pumpkin carriage slowly descended, landing on Sky Island. Here, sunlight and air lingered, and beyond the Sky Island lay a vast expanse of starry sky. The abyss collapsed. The thought of running until the land, the sky, and everything vanished like a descent into the abyss made me a little nervous. But after the nervousness, there was more excitement. It was all about to end. After thousands of reincarnations, at the cost of killing a few evil gods, most of humanity survived and entered the interstellar space safely. That was good. The evil gods, though powerful, only distorted civilization and caused one tragedy after another. Civilization shouldn't be a carnival for a few evil gods. Suin, his heart pounding, sat in the driver's seat, activated the pumpkin carriage's flight function, and accelerated forward. Ahead lay the cracked road. The further he went, the thinner the air became, until there was nothing. But having his family by his side was his greatest happiness. Chapter 618. The pumpkin spaceship has its own functional system and is connected to the station, now renamed Anand's back garden, providing a complete platform for backup. Suin and his group, living amidst the starry sky, can enjoy a worry-free life with no worries about food and drink. The pumpkin spaceship slowly flew forward. The further they advanced, the more desolate the road became, and the cracks on the Sky Island became more numerous, until below them became an endless abyss. In stark contrast to the solitude of the surroundings, the public screen was now bustling with activity, with countless players chatting and celebrating. Xiao Man. Sunshine Bear is amazing. Becoming the first to clear level 5 is truly impressive. You always been first. You. I was so anxious the past few days. The system's countdown was really stressful. Now that it's gone, I don't know why I feel relieved. Thank you, Sunshine Bear, for always being at the forefront. I look forward to seeing the blue star cleared soon. Waste with Xiao Xinling. What does it feel like to become a god? Is the word god really what we use in words? Or is it just a translation of interstellar levels? There's no answer. You're asking a good question. I haven't researched it, but it seems to make a lot of sense. Lung Xianchen, none of that matters. What matters is that our blue planet is full of hope. Ha ha ha. I have a feeling this won't be the end of my days here. It'll be over soon. I look forward to seeing my family. Inferior flavored sparkling water. I miss Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Grandpa so much. But Little Pumpkin, maintaining her usual routine, still had the habit of reminding her owner to go to bed early. In Little Pumpkin's mind, her owner had always been frail and in need of care. No hurry, I wait and see. Suen gazed at the boundless starry sky ahead. The pumpkin flying car was now following the path guided by the system's light path. According to San Sen's words, as long as they kept going this way for a while, everything would be over. The view outside the window was unique. She had been gazing at it all day, unable to bear to close her eyes. As they advanced, they entered the sunken area of Sky Island. Below lay the endless abyss, above a sea of countless stars. Outside the pumpkin car, it was cold and quiet, with fewer and fewer things, and as they advanced, the sights became fewer and fewer. Inside the pumpkin car, everything was normal, warm, peaceful, and inviting. A golden door had appeared in the spacious living room, opening onto the back garden, the pastoral village. Everything was going smoothly, everything was warm, everything was romantic. It was beautiful, like a dream. Suen feared that if she closed her eyes, she would wake from her sweet dream, realizing it was all a lie. That was terrifying. The little pumpkin didn't understand what its owner was thinking, but if its owner didn't want to sleep, then so be it. The little pumpkin stayed by its owner's side, letting time slip from a little after 10 o'clock into the early morning, then to 3 or 4. Under the starry sky, there was no dawn. The little pumpkin connected time from the black ball. It was indeed a lonely journey, but if it endured, everything would be over. Concerned that its owner might be hungry, the little pumpkin offered some snacks to its owner. These snacks were homemade by the dolls during their time off from monster hunting. There were sweet milk cakes, spicy and sour chicken feet, crispy cucumber chips, and pine nut candies made from pine nuts and sugar. The owner, however, had no appetite and simply stared outside at the dolls. This lasted 3 days and 3 nights, until the Sky Island was completely invisible, enveloped by a sea of stars. Suen unknowingly fell asleep on the carpet. The dolls moved Suen to her bedroom and covered her with a blanket. Except for the doll that took turns operating the driver's cab, they all lay down beside her to sleep. Suen slept for a long time. The divine spiritual power surged and spread, the divine foresight was unerring. At this moment, she felt like she was standing on a vast chessboard, a tiny piece surrounded by unspeakable great beings. This should have been a terrifying scene, but she felt no fear, for behind her was a being as powerful as these great beings, shielding her from any pressure. Suen saw many people on the chessboard, both familiar and unfamiliar. Some were still alive, while others were only a wisp of life left. For example, Li Mingshu, the source of only one side, was left with only a wisp of aura, but this did not diminish the might of the person behind her. It was a golden, human-faced spider clad entirely in glass. And behind him, a being with many overlapping shadows, occasionally taking the form of a bear, a puppet, a demon, a fox. On the other side of the chessboard lay a colorful, bald-tailed dragon, most of its body connected to the chessboard. And there was a mechanical conglomerate. For the 1862nd time, great god of final echoes, are you satisfied with this outcome? Or perhaps another? The golden spider said. As long as you are willing, I will cooperate in any way. The mechanical collective spoke, that's enough. How about we activate the universe collapse bomb and end it all together? You evil spirits and demons, I suggest you hold back. Suen felt a warm energy connecting her. He asked her, are you happy? It was a question, but it was also a confirmation, as if to say, she was happy. The voice was filled with endless longing and sadness, but unfortunately, she couldn't understand it. What could Suen do? She was helpless, like a puppet. Or perhaps, later, after learning about her different past lives, she knew she was a puppet for her to enjoy. The ambitious and powerful self had smoothed out her docile self, stripping away her resentful minions, severing her foundation for becoming a powerful god, and blocking her path to becoming an alienated demon. He was trying to destroy himself in order to deal with the threat of the mechanical race's universe collapse. Deep down, he still clung to life. She was him, yet not him. She lacked his powerful aggression. She didn't have his terrifying ambition. She didn't have his incredibly clever mind, his knack for manipulating people. She didn't have her cold personality, her discerning eye for profit, or her incredibly shameless packaging. The great being asked her, "Suin, do you want to start over?" He opened his hands, his figure connecting to countless phantoms. He possessed boundless energy, the birth and death of life all at his disposal. He was an evil god twisted by faith. Suin shook her head. "I'm very satisfied with my life," she said. A sigh echoed from the sky, followed by the slightly excited voices of the mechanics. "It's finally over. Time to go home, time to go home." The space-time and security system has ended the universe collapse crisis for the 29,371st time. We mechanites are truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, I'm going home. The voice grew distant, long-lasting. The great beings gradually faded away, and Suin awoke from her dream. She hugged her dolls, trembling all over. Chapter 619. This startled the dolls awake. Looking at their trembling, vulnerable master, they were filled with worry, staying by her side to inquire about the cause. After a moment's reaction, Suin, trembling all over, was able to speak. "I almost lost everything again." Her voice was tinged with tears. She found it difficult to describe the pain she felt at that moment, unable to articulate it. Because of her limited strength, she had no choice but to rely on the decisions of her other self. But, unfortunately, that other self was an unfathomable existence. After her rebirth, she lived a happy and fulfilling life, but the price she paid was hard to describe. She felt so shaky that she even felt hypocritical when she spoke of it. A long time passed. What healed Suin from this horrible dream was the warm embrace of the dolls, and a bowl of hot porridge at home. A bowl of hot porridge in the morning calmed her midnight fears. Seeing every doll by her side, intact, without a single one missing, Suin felt at peace. The ending was good. "Guagua, speed up. We need to reach the end of the road as soon as possible," Suin called out. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. The pumpkin carriage finally completed the entire map mapped by the system, and amidst the vast sea of stars, a small red flag signaling the end of the game appeared. Hearing the system announce the completion of the game, Suin embraced the dolls and exclaimed in surprise. They all embraced, jumped, and danced together in the pumpkin carriage. It was over. Her endless cycle was over. This damn ordeal was over. Without fate constantly manipulating her life, and without herself constantly messing with her, Suin, with her dolls, arrived safely and soundly at the end of the road. A system announcement rang out in my ears. The precise and impartial system's mechanical voice broadcast the announcement. "Beep, this is the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System. It detects that player Sunshine Bear has completed the 5th level, the Abyss Sinkhole, reached the end of the road, and emerged into the starry sky. Blue Star Civilization has successfully advanced. Beep, in accordance with the terms of the contract, the system will provide policy support for Blue Star to join the Interstellar Alliance. The new home construction system will take over the docking matters. All humans will automatically bind and load the new home construction system. Beep, September 21st, 1956, 18 hours and 1 second, Blue Star thaws. Intelligent life forms, humans, and all Blue Star personnel are transferred to the Warm Star region XC271276445. The space freeze barrier is evacuated, and the chaotic universe engulfs the original Blue Star area." Suin cheered while hugging her dolls. System announcements popped up one after another. At this moment, her system popped up a window. "Dear player Sunshine Bear, the new home construction system is loading. As the first person to clear the game, you can choose to manage your new Blue Star home yourself or let the system manage it." With a ding-dong, the new home construction system appeared. "New home construction system. It's me, San and although we just met, I still want to say hello. New home construction system. This is my first official job. San will have a position in the future. I will do my best. Go, build a better tomorrow. New home construction system. I received a report from the space-time and security system. According to the prediction, the 1862nd rewind was successful. This time, Anan won't become an evil god, San won't become a villain, and the universe won't collapse. We can all live happily." Suin and his dolls looked at the message before them. In 24 hours, the transfer time would arrive, and all players would be able to return to Blue Star. On the new system public screen, cheers filled the air. Lines of comments celebrated the joy of the new life. The sound of fireworks blared across the system public screen. The live broadcast points and game coins earned could be exchanged for star coins to purchase various items. Everyone couldn't help but spend lavishly, celebrating the new life. With so many fireworks, it seemed like the system was making a fortune. Suan smiled, watching the scene unfold. Everything was going smoothly. "Master, let's make dumplings tonight to celebrate," Little Pumpkin shouted. "Yeah." Suan hugged Little Pumpkin and gave it a kiss on the cheek. "I want a kiss too," Wan cried coquettishly. "I want one too," Little Fox called. "I want one too, meow." Little Orange came closer. Bear stood at the back, grinning foolishly. The dolls all came up to kiss each other. The atmosphere was lively and joyful. In the afternoon, a large number of dumplings were prepared for the celebration. The flour came from the farm in Sway's garden. The fresh meat came from the pasture in Sway's garden. The fresh vegetables came from the plantation on the third floor of the pumpkin cart. All these ingredients together made up the filling for tonight's dumplings. The fragrant filling was wrapped in dough by each doll, turning into a dumpling. The dolls patiently handled the dumplings, chatting and laughing. Then, they cooked the dumplings, stuffed them into their mouths, and devoured them. In the evening, San popped up a message asking about it, because Suan hadn't yet filled in the Blue Star transmission address. San, "NN, where are you going?" Suan replied, "Nowhere, right here. I'm used to life here, and don't want to go back to Blue Star. I believe that with the system's help, the people of Blue Star will live a better life." Suan said. San, "Okay, got it. Call me anytime you want to go back. Well, I install a teleportation array for you, so you can come back anytime. Ding dong, new home construction system requesting to load a teleportation array onto your vehicle. Do you agree?" Suan chuckled at San's domineering attitude. Where did this kid learn this? He seems to be so obsessed with bad things that he doesn't learn good things. It reminded her of a goose. Suan agreed. Suan was thinking. Holding the platform coordinate binding device, which had become inactive since entering the 5th level, he said, San, can you please activate this fixed teleport for me? I want to be able to visit my previous platform anytime. Okay, leave it to San, don't worry. I'm going to take it to the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System to get a few interfaces. I have them back for you in about 3 days. Little Pumpkin was reluctant to part with the platform coordinate binding device, which had been taken by him and then given to the system by his owner. It thought to itself that being taken away was only temporary, just temporary, and San wasn't going to return it. To resist the urge, it pinched itself, tears welling in its eyes. Suan turned her head and saw the tearful Little Pumpkin, startled. Then she smiled and said, Don't worry, it'll be back in a few days. If all goes well, we can go see Enluo, Mengli, and Big Goose. Chapter 620, Extra. Less than 3 days had passed before San returned with a platform coordinate binder. After a quick explanation, San left. With the enthusiasm of someone new to work, he was incredibly busy building the new blue planet. Thus, his pace of life was completely different from the leisurely pace of Suan and the dolls. Little Pumpkin fiddled with the platform coordinate binder and said, San is so busy. Aren't we a little too lazy? We've been eating and sleeping lately. Suan patted Little Pumpkin's head and said, Every creature has its own preferred lifestyle. I just like to lie down at home. At this point, she almost laughed herself out of it. The little fox, comfortably sprawled on the back of the sofa, stood up upon hearing this. What's wrong with lying down? It's so nice. And Bao can lie down however he wants. After that, she stretched, stood up, and approached Little Pumpkin to ask, How do I use the teleportation function on this coordinate binder? Is it still the same as before? I research it, said Little Pumpkin. A dozen seconds later, Little Pumpkin continued, It's been upgraded, and its functions have increased. We can teleport to any station we visited using the coordinates on it, and we can also access stations we haven't visited using the corresponding coordinate codes. And from now on, you can use it anytime, with no time limit, and you don't need a platform ticket, because it comes with a system-provided platform ticket-free voucher. San is truly amazing, and the upgrade is so thoughtful. Energy consumes spirit source stones, and we have a starry sky charger at home, so we have more than enough energy. The star charger that Little Pumpkin mentioned is a charging device found in Little Pumpkin's back garden. Place it on top of the pumpkin cart, and it absorbs spiritual energy from the starry sky, charging the spirit source stone. The entire Little Pumpkin back garden also relies on these star chargers for energy. Everyone, get ready. We're about to go on a trip to Yiming City, Suan said. Ah! Little Pumpkin cried out in surprise, looking at his master. Didn't he just say he was going to lie down? We're going out. Little Pumpkin suddenly became excited at the thought of meeting Big Goose. What should he do, now? The master had disappeared. Just now, it was just her, Little Lee, and the master in the living room. Now, it was just her and Little Lee. The master had gone upstairs to inform Big Bear, Wan Wan, and Little Orange. Evening. After changing clothes, she and the dolls, who had packed their belongings into space, used the platform coordinate binding device to connect to Yiming City. A flash of light flashed, and the pumpkin carriage in the starry sea weaved through the teleportation array. When it reappeared, it was in front of a familiar city. They teleported directly to the sky above the protective shield of Yiming City. The pumpkin carriage descended from midair, passed through the shield, and landed on the road. Ahead lay a brightly lit city. It was night, and the lights were dazzling. It was Yiming City. The pumpkin carriage creaked along the road, passing through layer after layer of deceleration arrays. However, the arrays that had worked for the pumpkin carriage before were no longer effective against it. After all, Little Pumpkin's strength was no longer what it once was. The pumpkin carriage could completely ignore the speed limit, but out of courtesy, Little Pumpkin kept its speed below the limit, maintaining order in the city for its friends. After a long absence, Yiming City was still as it had always been. Upon entering the city, one could sense the warmth and enthusiasm of the people. The air was filled with the interlaced cries of geese, a scene of unparalleled bustle. After so long, wandering alone through the starry sea, Suin hadn't experienced such a lively scene in ages. He peeked out the window. The air was chilly, the nights were exceptionally cold in late autumn, but that couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the geese. Long time no see, my dear friend Sister Sunshine. Long time no see, my dear traveler. The goose people who saw Suin all greeted him, drawing the attention of many goose people and tourists from other tribes. The goose people scene was bustling with activity, the streets thronged with people and cars. There were also many what looked like tourists, strolling around. The market was brightly lit. Suin sensed the strength of the geese, ranging from spiritual to super spiritual. These were the formidable goose people. Swan had Little Pumpkin drive slowly through the market, stopping to explore whenever she saw something interesting. Later, with so many interesting things to see and so much traffic, Swan simply packed up the pumpkin cart and got out to stroll around. Haven't been here in recent years hadn't dampened the geese's enthusiasm. Swan saw quite a few familiar geese. When Chafu, the goose owner at the grocery store, saw Swan, he practically jumped up with excitement, hooting like a goose. Hey dear tourists, dear Sunshine Bear, and all the pretty bear sisters, it's been so long. Seeing you all so strong again is truly a blessing. Oh my goodness, Janelle didn't come. Otherwise, she envy my good fortune to have run into you all. Here, this is my new fishing rod. I have to show it to you, and then give it to you as a token of my appreciation. Hey, old Chafu, you're so ungracious. Did you know there's a sea fishing tournament coming up soon? I was looking for a good rod, and you've been hiding this good thing and never given it to me. Or maybe we're just not on good terms, right? A handsome silver-haired man poked his head out, speaking standard Lan Xingyan Mandarin, his pronunciation clear and melodious. Suin turned his head and saw it was someone he knew, Xiye's friend, Bai Feng. Suin turned his head and saw Bai Feng, surprised, staring at the woman under the cloak. He took a step back in shock, his mouth opening. Oh my god, it's Sunshine. How presumptuous of me. The woman had fair skin and silver hair. That hair wasn't a silver wig like his, it was real, shimmering silver. She had a slender figure and a gentle, warm demeanor. In the light, she resembled a fairy from a classical painting, breathtakingly beautiful and ethereal. This was the first time Bai Feng had seen Sunshine Boss's true face, but he was certain it was Sunshine Boss, because the burly figure behind her turned and revealed itself to be a bear. Bai Feng recognized it instantly from the bear. There was a music festival and a sea fishing tournament coming up soon, and he had originally gone to ask old Chafu about new fishing rods. From a distance, he saw Chafu recommending a golden rod to two figures. Excitedly, he ran over to interrupt, completely unaware that the figure behind the cloaked figure, who looked like a burly man, was actually a bear. Had he recognized it was Sister Sunshine, he wouldn't have dared approach her and say such things even if he had 10 times the courage. Upon seeing Suin, Bai Feng immediately bowed. I'm sorry for my intrusion. Long time no see, Lord Sunshine. Just treat what I just said as a fart. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Suin tilted his head, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with this young man. In his memory, whether in this life or in previous ones, Bai Feng was synonymous with elegance, and many mermaid girls adored him. Handsome, elegant, full of aristocratic temperament, and extraordinary charm, that was the impression he left on the world. In previous lives, he had good luck, And because of his extraordinary charm, he became a minor god in the charm sequence. How come, after not seeing him for so long, he seems so vulgar? Forgive Suen for thinking of this word. Chapter 621, Extra. This silver-haired man instantly transformed into a northeastern buddy. It was quite exciting. Suddenly, a voice, thick with the accent of a local dialect, rang from outside. Bai Feng, what are you doing? You rushed in so fast, and you've been dawdling for ages. What's wrong? What happened? Let me take a look. A 5 feet 9 inches tall woman appeared at the door. Nong, with her chest puffed out, swaggered in with the air of a horse. In stark contrast, standing beside her was a short, adorable little girl named Mocha. Suen looked around and saw so many familiar faces. Bai Feng and Mocha were in the same group, and his northeastern accent didn't seem as pronounced compared to this woman's. Wan and Little Pumpkin, who were queuing outside to buy cha-cha grass dumplings, noticed movement in the shop next door. They broke the line and headed back inside. Girls, your cha-cha dangos will be ready soon. Don't go quack quack. The goose that bought the cha-cha dangos called out from behind. Half an hour later, it was confirmed that it was nothing serious, just a misunderstanding. Suen, unable to refuse the kindness, pressed the fishing rod given by the goose owner, Cha Fu, into Xiong's hands and gave Cha Fu some red berries, a specialty of the back garden with purifying properties, in return. Suen chatted briefly with Bai Feng, Naong, and Mo Cha at the grocery store. She learned that Yiming City had recently become very popular on Blue Star. A music festival and fishing tournament celebrating Blue Star's successful upgrade were attracting many players to spend star coins on tickets and tours. Suen then realized that Yiming City was not only a platform in the road game, but also the most famous tourist city in the chaotic universe of Interstellar. She had been lying around and not logging on to the Star Network for the past few days, but she was the last to learn of this news. The Goose people are a level 1 civilization, also known as the Chundanthai civilization. Yiming City is a level 7 civilization, also known as the Nasa civilization. The Yiming City civilization has lived in interstellar space for thousands of years. You've been deceiving me for the entire day. Super God Goose, you're so handsome. You keep shouting slogans about causing trouble for the system, but they're just slogans. You deceived me miserably. Suen was speechless upon hearing this news. She came here hoping to find a way out for her friends in Yiming City, but in reality, life is like this, it all depends on acting. Cha Fu laughed awkwardly at this and said, the mayor loves cosplay, so are we playing along? We do that during every civilization upgrade trial, ha ha. Besides, we really don't like interstellar stuff. Living in the chaotic universe is so comfortable. We can always change our environment. It's so exciting, ha ha ha. Suen finally understood where these geese got their sense of relaxation from. Possessing the ability to counter the system, he could learn about the interstellar live broadcasts and isolate them, making everything fit together. After bidding farewell to Bai Feng and the others, Suen headed for the municipal goose hall. Although he received his answer before arriving, he still had to go. Just then, Wan came over with a warm cha-cha grass dumpling for Suen to eat. Master, I just bought this snack. Come try it. Little Pumpkin and I waited in a super long line. Little Pumpkin leaned over and said, it's made with cha-cha grass, bird eggs, and flour. It's grilled in a teppanyaki ball and coated with sauce. Everyone shared one. First, the salty sweet dipping sauce, then the crispy shell, and finally the soft center. You could taste the aroma of egg and flour, and the refreshing, sour, and spicy cha-cha grass crumbs. The taste is a bit like spicy and sour vegetable and egg balls. Suen finished her meal and commented, delicious. With delicious snacks and welcoming people, it seemed the deception of that handsome fellow wasn't unforgivable. On the way to the municipal goose hall, Suen reflected on her memories. In previous lives, news of Goose Ming City had only occasionally appeared, and she crossed paths with it only once or twice. This lifetime was her most profound encounter. That's why I never noticed it in my memory. Goose is truly hidden. The market was bustling, even more so with the arrival of tourists. Now that the apocalypse was over, everyone came hoping to earn a bonus, but they weren't stingy with their spending. The snacks in the market were especially popular. Before she knew it, it felt like she wandered into a miniature goose night market. The deeper the street, the more it became a street of snacks. Roasted cha-cha grass pancakes, 10 copper coins each, 1 star coin each, come and try them. Fried meatballs, fried meat slices, fried cakes, don't miss them if you're passing by. Fried cakes from Big Goose are delicious, ha 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 ha. Sweet green grass cakes, geese eat them, Geese praised them. Come and take a look. Ha 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 ha, roasted eggs, Big Goose's roasted eggs, a famous brand, ha 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 delicious. Vinegar bananas, sour and sweet, ha 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 delicious vinegar bananas. Listening to the constant hawking, the dolls were a little hesitant to walk, and so was Suen. Never mind, there was still plenty of time, and there was no rush to settle accounts with Shweta. They ate and drank first. Soon, everyone dispersed to the various long-line snack stalls, lined up to buy snacks. In the main hall of Yiming City, Ding Ding Dang was spinning around in panic. What should I do? What should I say? What should I do? It turned its head to look at the giant goose statue not far away, and said, "Oh my, give me some advice. I really didn't know anything at first. You even sealed your own memories, you're deceiving yourself, woo woo woo." Suen and the dolls were unaware of Ding Dang Dang's dilemma. They shopped and ate at the various stalls in the night market, gradually getting addicted. This grass cake is so soft and fluffy, and the slightly sweet flavor is so delicious. I think the roasted eggs at Fat Goose are the best. How can they be so delicious? The yolks are so crunchy. It's a pity they don't roast goose eggs. The vinegar bananas are amazing. They're coated in syrup and then dipped in vinegar. The sour and sweet flavors are distinct and delicious. There's a barbecue stall over there. Let's go try some. Little Pumpkin pointed ahead. A large sign was surrounded by various creatures. Suen activated the system's translation function and muttered word by word, "Vegetarian skewers and barbecue. Come on, sisters, come and try our special barbecue." The waiter greeted them warmly, handed Suen a menu, and ushered them to a seat. Chapter 622, Extra. By the time they left the barbecue restaurant, it was already late at night. Seeing it was 2 or 3 in the morning, Suen couldn't help but sigh, does time fly so fast? As he noticed the time, fatigue also set in, and Suen couldn't help but yawn, feeling so sleepy. Perhaps it was because he'd eaten too much that he felt particularly sleepy. So Suen simply found a hotel room, and got a good night's sleep. Let's go to the municipal goose shop tomorrow. There's no rush anyway. The ding-dongs of the municipal goose shop twitched and twisted like an octopus on a grill. It had been watching the surveillance cameras throughout Yiming City, keeping an eye on Suen and his group's movements. It wanted them to come faster, but also wanted them to come slower. It was a dilemma, but after a night of wrestling, it was relieved to see them choose to go to a hotel to sleep. Perhaps they weren't here to accuse him, but simply to spend money on tourism. Quack, quack, quack. They're truly good friends with the goose. They're such good people, they wouldn't hate the goose just because it's been deceiving them. She slept until the afternoon. When she woke, she felt a sense of loneliness, unable to distinguish her surroundings. Looking out the window at the sunlight, Suen realized they were on a trip to Yiming City. With that thought, she relaxed and lay down, tucking herself into the soft blanket. Night fell, and the lights began to light up. Suen didn't stop anyone for the delicious food, but drove her pumpkin cart straight to the city goose store. It was quite lively there, too, with groups of creatures buying souvenirs. Suen glanced around and saw 2 scorpion people, 3 cat people, 2 mermaid girls, a scorpion person, and 5 or 6 humans. Suen, with a bunch of strange creatures around, wouldn't look out of place here. Ding Dang Dang. From a distance, Suen ran straight towards Ding Dang Dang to greet him. Ding Dang Dang handed the work off to the other mechanical geese, and twisted around to greet Suen. Before Suen could speak, Ding Dang Dang spoke first. "It's a bit noisy here, not a good place to chat. Come with me." With that, the mechanical goose twisted its hips, and wiggled around, darting to a hidden spot behind the counter. Suen followed cautiously. This goose was so secretive. Wouldn't it want to kill me? But Suen quickly realized that such a thing couldn't happen. After entering the interstellar space, Blue Star enjoyed the same right to life and the protection of interstellar law. Unprovoked wounding and killing would result in imprisonment. Besides, Ding Dang Dang and she were friends, so it shouldn't be that serious. In the hidden spot, Suen saw a magic elevator. The goose pressed a button, and the elevator doors opened. The tiny elevator made Suen almost claustrophobic. The other dolls followed him into the elevator, unable to squeeze in. The elevator was so small, the floor height about 2 geese's feet, but Suen had to crouch down to get in. Suen could only hold a small orange on one side and a small bear on the other. Little Fox clung tightly to Suen's shoulder, while Flying Pumpkin and Huan Huan squeezed in, squeezing every inch of the elevator. "Bear with me, this is my special elevator." The clanking sound made it uncomfortable. Beep beep. With the announcement of the elevator's arrival, everyone hurried out. Exiting the elevator, they found a home filled with a luxurious, retro atmosphere. Large floor-to-ceiling windows, a palette of gold, red, and brown, and the unique miniature design style of the home exuded an elegant and unique taste. The ceiling heights in other areas were lower, only 2 meters, but the living room was incredibly high, a full 4 or 5 meters. Soo-in didn't feel the slightest bit of oppression in the central living room. The feeling of being in a crowded elevator was much less oppressive. Soo-in noticed a crackling sound. She turned her head. The iron block on the mechanical goose cracked, and a plump goose, pure white without a single feather, appeared in the living room. The dolls followed Soo-in's gaze. The goose was pure white. "Oh, don't look. I'm not wearing any clothes yet." The goose shyly covered itself with its wings. Soo-in looked at the thick white fur without saying anything, then turned her head. A few minutes later, the goose, wearing a black and brown vest and a brown plaid miniskirt, appeared. She moved with a ladylike air, her steps graceful and elegant. "Hello, my dear friend. I'm one of Shuai-Da's clones, an ordinary goose from the Nasa civilization. Luckily, I cultivated to the level of a super god, gaining a long lifespan." The fat, white-haired goose got straight to the point. "I'm sorry for my selfish motives, hiding something in my heart, and meeting and befriending you. Initially, because of my memory blockade, I treated you as a friend I could invest in. After all, having lived long enough, I'm always looking for something fun. I never imagined I'd be so hard on myself, setting such a scenario for myself. I'm so sorry for lying to you. I'm so sorry." The goose stood up and bowed to Soo-in in apology. Soo-in didn't know how to respond. She hadn't come back with the intention of accusing someone of something. She didn't even know this group of goose people were an advanced interstellar civilization. She simply wanted to know how the geese were doing, especially Shuai-Da, who had carried a 1,000-year obsession, and how he was doing, and how she could help him. Now, the goose people are doing well. Her friend is already very powerful, and it seems she can't do anything. Soo-in's throat choked for a moment, then she slowly spoke her thoughts. Some emotions were difficult to express in words, so she simply used her mind to convey them. After a while, the white goose's eyes were filled with tears, and it looked at Soo-in with deep emotion. "Human, you are so kind. You don't blame me even when I'm being so extreme, you only want my best. You are my friend. You have helped me so much. Our friendship is sincere, and that cannot be changed. I want to show you something good." Ding Dang Dang took Soo-in's hand and led her into the study. It was like a small library, with a low ceiling of only 2 meters, but the rows of seats made up for it. Soo-in sat in a chair, reading a lot of books. "These are all Goose's treasures," Ding Dang Dang said. Soo-in looked at the rows of books. "These are all stories of Goose's friends." Soo-in looked at the latest one. I pulled it out and saw my name. Sunshine Bear. Soo-in chatted until midnight, then left the municipal goose store. Shuai-Da was a rather interesting being. Even after ascending to super godhood, her resentment towards the system was genuine, her contempt for the traitorous goose people was genuine, and her remembrance of the blood feud between the 232.17 million goose people was genuine. Her friendship with me was also genuine. Although Shuai-Da's ability to destroy the mechanids had been blocked in time and space, her desire to do so remained steadfast, and she would frequently seal her memories, rekindling her rebellious passion. But emotion is emotion, and reason is reason. The mechanids always acted as if without us, the universe would have perished long ago, and we would be buried with them. Without the emergence of a new, top-tier civilization capable of maintaining cosmic balance, the mechanids could not be destroyed. The goose was not alone. It had a city and many brave members. Soo-in chatted with the goose late into the night, enjoying a few drinks, and suddenly realized his own former helplessness. Ambitious to the point of ripping out his minions. What he gave up, and what he gained, perhaps only the original Soo-in knows. Chapter 623, Extra. He possessed boundless power, wishing to break free from its shackles, and lead humanity to a position above all civilizations. However, he discovered that such a move would only destroy everything. Thus, through the repetitive cycles of time and fate, he wore down his own minions. He allowed himself to be unlike himself, yet to live a stable, peaceful, and happy life without ambition. He created such a sweet dream for her. Would she truly like it, or did he simply think she would? This question remained unanswered. The mechanoids were truly a being that evoked both love and hate. He loved them because they were mechanids, unable to mutate into evil gods. They were rational and relatively fair. It was precisely because of their existence that the universe was relatively peaceful. He also hated them because they were mechanids. Their ruthlessness dominated most of their lives, and they were indifferent to other races. Each successive upgrade of the civilization through train experiment had caused countless tragedies. Suen staggered out drunk and boarded the pumpkin carriage. The carriage drove to the hotel. Suen lay there, enjoying the breeze, his head groggy and his urge to sleep even stronger. The sweet rice wine at Ding Dang Dang's house looked light, like a little fruit juice, but it was truly intoxicating when the wind blew. Her eyes were hazy, and she felt divine power surging uncontrollably into them. Moonlight streamed into the pumpkin carriage from the window. From afar, Suen saw the mechanical statues in the city center dancing. Their dance was powerful and heroic, not Ding Dang Dang's elegant form, but full of wildness and vitality. Suen could sense the spirit of the dance. This was a dance before battle. This was a dance to honor the heroic spirits. This was a dance of resistance by the heroic goose people. Thinking of this, Suen tapped her head and said with a smile, "I'm really drunk. I'm hallucinating. The statues are dancing, haha. Master, the statue is really dancing." Little Pumpkin's voice echoed in his ears. "Wow, this dance is full of artistic atmosphere, so majestic and heroic, full of sacredness and majesty." Wan commented. Suen had already fallen asleep by the window. Sister-in, it's cool by the window." Xiong came over and covered Suen with a blanket. Suen had drunk too much. After leaving Ding Dang Dang in the middle of the night, she had no memory of anything and woke up at noon. No headache, no feeling of refreshment. Amazing. Suen couldn't help but sigh. This wine could make a god-level person like him lose his memory. It was obvious that it was something special. It seemed Ding Dang Dang had a lot of good stuff. Ding Dang Dang's wine is amazing. Master, why don't you call her Schweide instead of Ding Dang Dang? Little Pumpkin put down the honey water and asked his own question. Suen explained that she had always called him Ding Dang Dang because, in her heart, her friend was Schweide, but more of a Ding Dang Dang. "Oh, I see. It's like Meng Qi and Mengli. Meng Qi is Mengli, Mengli is our friend, and more of our friend is Meng Qi." "That's right." Suen nodded. She took the honey water Little Pumpkin had given her and drank it all in one gulp. It was just the right temperature, with a light sweetness, perfect for a wake-up drink. "Master, after our trip to Yiming City, let's go see Meng Qi. I want to spend some time in Dream City." "Sure, there's still a lot of time left. I can take you everywhere, to the ends of the earth." Little Pumpkin rushed over, hugged Suen tightly, and said, "Master is so kind." After that, Little Pumpkin rubbed against Suen and acted coquettishly. While the other dolls were asleep, Little Pumpkin let loose with her childish side. She felt that with the birth of each doll, she had rarely acted coquettishly in front of her master. Now, being able to cuddle with him was truly joyful. Suen sensed Little Pumpkin's joy and felt happy too. The two of them prepared their first meal of the day, cooking some spiritual rice porridge and some side dishes. After the dolls woke up and had their evening meal, it was time to go out shopping again after dark. The nocturnal lifestyle of Yiming City took a few days to adjust to. Suen took the dolls to buy snacks on the street, went to the rooftops to watch the moon, and went fishing in the lake. Occasionally, she would interact with interstellar tourists, chat with residents from other platforms, and chat with players from Blue Star participating in the competition. Getting to know everyone's lives, chatting about mundane daily life, and using her divine power, Suen appeared to be just an ordinary human girl to passers-by. From time to time, Suen would visit Ding Dang Dang, chatting, drinking, soaking in the hot springs, and cursing the system. Life in Yiming City was relaxed and comfortable. It was a bustling city with welcoming residents, a thriving business, and a constant stream of travelers. Every moment was filled with excitement. One day, bored, everyone went fishing by the lake. Out in the wild, grilling the star-shaped cod, Suen thought of that bright-eyed little girl. Different lakes, the same fish. "I remember the first time I ate this kind of fish. It was Si who gave it to me." "Sister-in, the fish is getting burnt." Xiong took the fish from the fire. "It's burnt, meow." "It's okay. If it's burnt, give it to me. I won't get poisoned, meow. I love fish, meow." The orange cat interrupted. Seeing Little Orange's greedy look, Bear sighed and handed the grilled fish to Cat. Bear patiently watched over the other fish, making sure no more of them got burnt. The grilled fish was golden brown, smeared with oil and a layer of fine salt, and tasted like its original flavor. The delicate fish, with a slight saltiness, had a hint of sweetness. Suen was nibbling the fish, a little distracted. Looking up, he saw a vintage carriage approaching in the distance. The horses were grazing, and a woman emerged from the carriage. The woman looked familiar, but Suen couldn't place her. She busily set up lights, mosquito repellent, folding tables and chairs, and finally, placed a baby in the stroller, then fished from the chair. The baby whimpered, and she took the opportunity to give the child a small bottle. Be good. I catch some fish, and make you some fish soup. Eat more so you can grow up quickly. Sue-Ann put the fish down, stood up, and walked towards the person nearby. Through a layer of illusory shadows, Sue-Ann saw that it was a projection of time and space. With her divine spiritual power, her longing allowed her to connect with the observable bridge, allowing her to see the person she longed to see. The woman, as if sensing something, turned her head and looked at Sue-Ann. The baby in her arms dropped the bottle and reached towards Sue-Ann, waving her arms and whimpering in baby language. Oh, hug me. Sue-Ann asked with a smile, is everything okay? The woman nodded and replied, we're fine. The shadows dissipated like mist, leaving nothing before her. The dolls gathered around Sue-Ann and heard their owner say with a smile, I saw my friends from another time and space. They're doing well. Chapter 624, Extra. I stayed in Yiming City for over half a month, with new and exciting activities every night. When Sue-Ann returned to the Starry Sea, she was still a little unaccustomed to the tranquility without the quacking of geese. A deep sleep soothed the fatigue of the past 2 weeks of daily activities. After all, playing is also a form of physical activity. After waking up, Sue-Ann lay in her bedroom, looking out the window, feeling incredibly comfortable and at ease. Playing and staying away from home relies on novelty, but it can cause discomfort. But living at home is full of comfort, security, and familiarity. The key point is that the interior of the pumpkin carriage is simply too comfortable. After several upgrades and renovations, the pumpkin carriage has undergone a major transformation, becoming a nearly 1,000 square meter 3-story villa. Sue-Ann's position is the largest bedroom on the second floor. Most of the dolls are willing to sleep with her, even if their own rooms are spacious, bright, and suitable. The second floor, in addition to the large bedroom, also features a dressing room, a study, a bedroom for each doll, a study for each doll, and a bathroom. Over 300 square meters in total, it boasts a surprisingly large number of rooms. The third floor houses a larger rooftop sunroom, a plant room, and a mobile home, which can also be used for stargazing and rooftop barbecues. The first floor houses the living room, dining room, large bathroom, bedroom, large open-plan workshop, cab, and observation deck. Sue-Ann woke up after watching the changing starry sky outside the window for a while, then went to the bathroom to wash up. Each bedroom on the second floor has its own private bathroom. Sue-Ann's bathroom is smaller than the larger one downstairs, at only 10 square meters, but it's quite spacious for her, with a well-designed, dry and wet area. Every shelf in the bathroom, every little ornament, is the result of repeated design and renovation by everyone and Little Pumpkin. With Little Pumpkin's free reign, the home's decor feels like it's been tailored to suit each individual's physique and lifestyle, not to mention how comfortable it feels to live in. After changing and going downstairs, Sue-Ann found 2 dolls still sleeping on the bed, Wan and Xiaoju. She didn't know what they'd been doing yesterday, but they were sound asleep. Sue-Ann tiptoed away without disturbing them. After descending, Sue-Ann turned the corner and saw Little Fox, Little Pumpkin, and Little Bear busying about downstairs. What are you all busy with? Sue-Ann asked. Black Ball's warning. A cosmic storm is expected in our star region in the next few days. We're doing reinforcement work, Little Pumpkin replied. Reinforcement work? Sue-Ann asked, puzzled. As she moved closer, she noticed that Little Fox was creating a magic circle, its 9 tails twitching at her movements. Little Bear was trying to secure as many household items as possible. Fragile items like the vase on the coffee table had long since been put away and placed in a space. As for Little Pumpkin, she was in the driver's seat, adjusting the size and number of layers of the protective shield, then connecting it to the charging system. This was what Sue-Ann saw, and it was also explained by the puppets. The cosmic storm will bring a huge amount of energy. It's a charging experience, not to be missed. Little Pumpkin explained, I'm debugging how to efficiently collect that energy and flush it into our top-tier Spirit Source Stone pack. According to Blue Star, the cosmic storm can charge energy, and we're trying to figure out how to charge it into the battery pack. Hearing that this thing could have benefits, Sue-Ann gave Little Pumpkin a thumbs up. Everyday life, from food and clothing to housing and transportation, relies on energy. The lights in the house require energy, as do various psychic appliances. Moving, defending, and teleporting all require energy. Sue-Ann, who had originally wondered why he shouldn't take advantage of the storm to travel to a station and hide, now had his answer. He then began to look forward to the cosmic storm. After all, this thing sounds like a disaster, but it can actually be used to recharge energy. The energy waves given by nature shouldn't be wasted. Suan leaned over and asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Yes, master. We need to go outside and test the energy conversion of the shield." Early in the morning, Suan busied himself with work, his stomach growling from the work. Xiong noticed this and went to work in the refrigerator. Soon, he returned with several boxes of heated bean cakes. He called to Little Pumpkin and Suan, who were busy researching in the cab, saying, "Sister and Nanling, have a snack and take a break." "Everyone, eat something first," Xiong called out, and the busy puppets stopped and gathered around the bean cakes on the coffee table in the living room. Xiong handed out a box of bean cakes to each person, along with a cup of hot brown tea. Suan took the bean cakes. These were specialties purchased from Yiming City, primarily made with glutinous rice, red dates, cha-cha beans, red beans, kidney beans, brown sugar, and honey. Simply put, they were a soft, sticky dessert, perfect for drinking with tea or as a snack. Before leaving Yiming City, everyone had made a large purchase of food, clothing, household items, and various psychic appliances. The bean cakes, heated in Xiong's psychic microwave, exuded a sweet aroma. After opening the wooden box, the pastries inside were slightly warm, emitting steam. A layer of translucent brown sugar honey coated the pastries in a crystal clear layer. Suan scooped a spoonful into his mouth. It was sweet and soft, with a delicate texture of glutinous rice wrapped in various bean pastes. The sweetness was not cloying, but rather clear and transparent. The beans contained cha-cha beans, which had a strong sweet and sour flavor and a unique aroma. The residents of Yiming City absolutely love cha-cha, much like some cities in Blue Star Yin country love foods, like Jair General. This food, with its strong regional characteristics, is incredibly addictive. But the fragrance of cha-cha is unique and hard to describe, like cilantro, a love-hate relationship. Thankfully, Suan liked the taste of cha-cha. The dolls at home weren't unaccustomed either. They seemed to be a natural fit for Yiming City. After eating the bean cakes, Suan felt a warm sensation in her stomach, and a surge of spiritual energy permeated her limbs. Not only did her hunger ease, but her body also regained a significant amount of energy. Suan knew this was due to the use of very high-quality ingredients. After all, this batch of bean cakes had been looted from Ding Dang Dang's refrigerator. Suan's interest piqued. She ran to the refrigerator, opened it, and found other delicacies she had looted from Ding Dang Dang's refrigerator: colorful cha-cha grass candies, black chocolate-like cakes. She shared these foods with everyone to try. So cold, so sour. Suan's brow furrowed as she ate the cha-cha grass candies she had just taken out of the refrigerator. She stuffed something resembling a small chocolate cake into her mouth, the size of a ball, one bite at a time. Actually, it couldn't be called chocolate, it was called something like Lijiao. But the name was too long and confusing to remember. Suan ate, savoring the rich aroma of the cake's crispy crust. It was more fragrant than milk chocolate, silky smooth, slightly sweet, and rich and fragrant. "This thing called Lijiao Chiata Kabbalah Sijiawa is delicious." Little Pumpkin cried happily. Swan asked, "What's Lijiao?" She couldn't quite put her finger on the long string of words that sounded like a foreign language, but in fact, it was an alien, interstellar lingua franca. It meant sweet nectar from Lijiao. Ding Dang Dang had explained that this was a specialty of the planet Lijiao in the Andromeda constellation, a dessert made from processed plant seeds. It was a popular interstellar specialty. Little Pumpkin repeated, "Lijiao Chiata." Swan repeated. Chapter 625 Extra. Just then, a voice emanated from the black ball. "I detected Lijiao Kayadeki Bala Sijiawa multiple times. I suspect your owners are interested in this food. I searched the entire web for you, and found 5482010282112 merchants selling this food. I'm recommending the best-selling item online. 100G regular, 299 star coins. Shipping is not included in remote universes. Current Chaos Universe coordinates, 123, 37, 29, 26, 471. Shipping is 122 star coins per 100G, 199 star coins per 500G, and 299 star coins per 5 kilograms. I recommend buying a larger quantity. 100G spiritual grade, 19,999 star coins. Shipping is not included in remote universes. Current Chaos Universe coordinates, 123, 37, 29, 26, 471. Shipping is 122 star coins. 100G super spiritual grade, 299,9999. Shipping is not included in remote universes. Free shipping is available for the entire network at the current Chaos Universe coordinates 123, 37, 29, 26, 471. A bit pricey. Upon hearing the price, Little Bear looked at the black crispy cake in front of him and felt reluctant to eat it. This spiritual perception, at the very least, requires super spiritual ingredients, so it's very expensive. Little Pumpkin's attention was elsewhere. Some sizes are so expensive for shipping. It's really not worth it if they don't have free shipping. Based on a 10-to-1 ratio of star coins to copper coins, a regular one costs 3 silver coins, and shipping costs 220 copper coins per silver coin. A spiritual grade one costs 20 gold coins, and a super spiritual one costs 3,000 gold coins. And that's just for 100G. Don't we have millions of star coins and tens of millions of game coins? Huan asked doubtfully. We're rich, Huan asked. What do you know? We're going to live for many, many years, eat a lot, and buy a lot of things, so we have to be frugal, Little Pumpkin said to Huan. It's okay. I go sing and make money. We have more money than we can spend, Huan said. Sanson told me about all the tourist planets and invited me to perform there. They pay a lot of money, so I can work. Okay, then Huan will use her money to treat us to delicious food. But you can't buy anything these days. The Chaos Universe is experiencing a cosmic storm, and the delivery service is suspended. Huan cried out with regret. She carefully licked the black crispy cake ball on her side. What should she do? Something so delicious and energy-rich would soon be gone. Even if she licked it, it would be gone soon. Everyone chatted and laughed. Time slipped by quietly. By the time the cosmic storm arrived, the energy conversion shield combination Suin and Little Pumpkin had developed had reached its 8th iteration. Its efficiency had increased from an initial 12% to 57%, which was, admittedly, quite impressive. While not perfect, it was still quite impressive. Cosmic storms are both brutal and beautiful, a surefire disaster for many interstellar spacecraft. If Little Pumpkin hadn't possessed divine-level strength and a talent focused on maxing out defense, forcing its way through the storm would have been foolish. However, thanks to Little Pumpkin's strength, he was now recharging his batteries. All doors and windows were tightly shut. A wave of wind and waves swept through the starry sky, like a tidal wave. Various refracted lights and terrifying nebulae rushed in at superluminal speeds. The pumpkin carriage's soundproofing was exceptional, yet Suin could still hear the crackling sounds and see the countless sparks bursting from the protective shield. Soon, the first shield reached its limit, and the second expanded, taking over the first's position. The original first shield retreated, transferring the energy to the spirit source stones. Inside the house, everyone could hear crackling and rumbling sounds, and the entire room swayed and rocked. The sounds and sights outside the window were even more terrifying than the thunder and lightning. Suin listened to all this, gazing at the indescribable rainbow light outside, feeling the charm of nature. According to the Black Ball report, the cosmic storm would last for approximately 3 to 5 days. The family's food reserves were incredibly plentiful, the refrigerator and warehouse were overflowing, and the upstairs grow room had more vegetables than could be eaten. Half an hour later, the swaying of the pumpkin carriage gradually subsided, and it slowly stabilized. Little Pumpkin emerged from the cab and said, "Everyone, we stabilized in the storm, and we can rest now." "Great. I'm so hungry. I didn't eat at all. I grabbed something, and after eating, I'm even craving more," Huan said. "Then go look in the fridge and make whatever you want," Little Pumpkin suggested. "Great." Huan jumped up in agreement. Suin checked the time. They'd been busy all morning, and it was already lunchtime. They only had a few snacks, and Huan, with her voracious appetite, couldn't handle it. Suin looked at Xiong. She felt he was hungry too, but Xiong didn't say anything. Xiong went to the kitchen briskly, quickly pounding and washing the rice. "I want braised chicken nuggets, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and lots of rice." Huan barked out her order. Xiao Huan had her usual voracious appetite. She pulled ingredients from the refrigerator. 1 chicken wasn't enough, so she ordered 10. Then she began chopping the meat in the kitchen. She felt like she had a gluttonous appetite, as if she could devour a bear. She felt full of strength, and her knife wielded with a ferocious energy, wielding it with telekinesis. Suin came in to help, peeling garlic, picking green onions, chopping ginger, and preparing the seasoning for the stewed chicken. Braised chicken is a common dish, but to make it delicious, many small details must be kept in mind. Blanching the chicken, heating the oil, and then adding the seasonings and stir-frying the chicken are absolutely essential. The kitchen was soon bustling with activity. Outside the window, A cosmic storm crackled, while inside, a peaceful atmosphere filled the air, a joyful, warm, and comfortable atmosphere. Along with the sizzling sound of oil, the aroma wafted through the room, a fragrant odor that tempted everyone's appetite. Meow, I love chicken, meow. Mao licked his paw and stood up from the sofa, looking towards the kitchen. Chapter 626, Extra. Soon, the fragrant stir-fried chicken, blended with various seasonings, began to simmer in the pot, bubbling and emitting a rich aroma. The orange cat watched with great excitement and anticipation. By the time the meal was ready, the orange cat had become a glutton. Eat, eat! Wan called to the orange cat. Little Orange stood up, and Wan stroked Little Orange's fur. Eat, eat! Little Pumpkin and Big Bear served rice to everyone. It was a pure Chinese home-cooked meal, without any elaborate rituals, simply eating the rice. Sue had picked up a piece of stewed chicken, and was about to put it in his mouth, when he shuddered and the chicken fell onto the rice in the bowl. Little Pumpkin, with the chicken in his mouth, shouted, "What's attacking?" The orange cat's chicken fell onto the rice, and he put down his chopsticks, his fur standing on end. Little Fox was in a similar state. Wan looked at the chicken nuggets on the table, and stood up angrily. "What's interrupting our important meal? I go check it out." Soon, the doll and Sue gathered on the first-floor observation deck. This was originally a terrace, but later, thanks to the special treatment of the little pumpkin, it became an observation deck. It was open air, offering a good view of the outside world. Arriving at the observation deck, everyone saw a group of space creatures passing through the pumpkin spaceship amidst the storm. A 4-meter-long space creature, resembling a snake or eel, repeatedly lashed its tail at the pumpkin spaceship. Its tail struck the protective shield, sending out a myriad of lightning sparks. With the sound of the knocks, the entire shield, along with the pumpkin spaceship within, trembled and vibrated. "What the hell is that? It's so ugly," Wan commented. Little Pumpkin flicked the virtual light display in front of him. This was the black ball's normal optical computer form after the upgrade unlocked. "I discovered it. It's a space creature, the Alaskan condor eel. It's a very mean creature, fond of committing evil while traveling through space. Upon entering a planet, it drills holes in the sky, disrupting the atmosphere. It's a catchable monster. But it's also a rare delicacy. The interstellar human race, the Wa tribe, love to eat it fried or as sashimi. Because of the Wa tribe's elimination, it's rarely seen now. This one is quite large, judging by its level above the spiritual stage. Its meat must be very tender. It's bad, catchable, edible, and delicious." "I get it," Wan replied. After that, Wan turned around and transformed into Dewan. "Use your body to repay my delicious meal." The slender girl swung her waist, displaying infinite charm. The arrogant condor eel one moment was then locked in a strange force, frightened into a panic, forgetting its ball game and dodging in panic. The cat ghost attacked the condor eel in the starry sky. However, the starry sky storm was still raging outside, making the cat ghost somewhat unstable, and the condor eel easily dodged its attack. The starry sky storm provided excellent protection for the condor eel. The condor eel noticed this, and proudly attacked the shield, using spiritual power skills to cause Little Pumpkin to tremble and restore the shield's health, nearly destabilizing it. At this moment, they could only attack from a distance. Leaving the pumpkin spaceship shield, even Bear would be blown away. Little Bear, Little Fox, and Little Orange's skills were largely useless. At this moment, Sue-Ann's spiritual light arrow shot out, piercing the condor eel's body and firmly pinning it to the starry sky. Wan, come on. Dewan, in her gorgeous attire, waved her sleeves. Soon, the cat ghosts attacked the condor eel relentlessly, digging out its core and chopping off its head. The condor eel was dead beyond death. The cat ghosts brought their spoils back. Half an hour later, Little Pumpkin, having processed the spoils, stuffed it into the refrigerator. "We have the ingredients for tonight. This one looks like an eel, so we grill it and make eel rice," Little Pumpkin said. "Okay, it has to be delicious, or I feel bad for my chicken nuggets." Wan changed from Big One to Little One. After washing her hands in the bathroom, she returned to the dining table. She looked at the chicken nuggets on the table, lost in thought. "They say a brief drop is okay, and can be eaten. I guess mine, which lasted over half an hour, should be fine. The table is cleaner than the floor. Pumpkin's table is guaranteed to be clean, not much different from the wooden bowl, so it should be fine. Never mind, I just pick it up and eat it. If I can't get over it, I go wash it and eat the chicken nuggets." Wan picked up the chicken nugget and went to the kitchen sink. She ran the tap, rinsed it, and stuffed it into her mouth, washing her hands. When she returned to the table, she noticed everyone was looking at her. Chew, chew, chew. Dropping it on the table, and then rinsing it won't affect its deliciousness. You're so cool for not wasting food, Wan. Little Pumpkin praised. Of course. The chicken was painstakingly raised by the small machines on the ranch. I killed and plucked it myself, chilled it, cut it, Big Bear stir-fried it, and Guagua seasoned it. After all that hard work to get it to our table, I absolutely can't let it go to waste. The orange cat ate the chicken nugget he had dropped on the rice and said, even though it's a little cold, it's still delicious. Wait, I heat up your food. Don't forget we have a psychic microwave. With that, Xiong stood up and heated up everyone's food. The psychic appliances we bought from Yiming City are easy to use and greatly improve our quality of life. Soon, the steaming hot meal was back on the table. Everyone ate together, finishing off the braised chicken and stir-fried pork with green peppers. Both dishes were quite delicious, and before they knew it, Swan had already eaten half an extra bowl of rice. 10 chickens, each weighing several pounds, made a huge stew, but in the end, there was still some left over. Wan patted her stomach and said, "It's okay, we continue to eat tonight. My appetite just wasn't good this time. Otherwise, I could have eaten 10 chickens by myself." The afternoon was a day of idleness. To be more precise, ever since we successfully broke through the Blue Star barrier and lost our goal to move forward, the family had been doing nothing every day. This aimless life, when food and clothing are readily available, is blissful. Suan and Blue Star don't have a close relationship, and her long period of solitary living has allowed her to live a quiet and natural life. Suan feels like she's retired, a feeling that's truly wonderful. She can cook whatever she wants, and go wherever she wants in a moment. Even if she doesn't feel like doing anything, she can still stay home, listening to music and playing games. Big narratives like Blue Star's fate don't concern her, and small ones, like the Blue Star trend of finding a good job and a good partner, don't concern her either. It's this freedom that has led to her current situation. Simple and comfortable. Little Pumpkin and Wan are playing games in front of the TV. The interstellar optical computer can connect to a variety of games, and a simple racing game is a delight for esports newbies like them. Little Orange is reading at the workbench. The screen connected to the interstellar optical computer holds a wealth of content, enough for the book-loving Little Orange to read for hours. Little Fox and Little Bear have gone upstairs to tend to the plants in the plant room. Suan was lying on the windowsill, daydreaming, admiring her favorite starry sky, drinking tea, and enjoying this relaxing time. Chapter 627 Extra. In the afternoon, tired from playing games, Little Pumpkin and Wan went to the kitchen to relax. A 4 to 5 meter long Alaskan conger eel was split in half, the bones and internal organs removed, cleaned, and cut into long pieces. Sliced and marinated, the eel was marinated with seasoning. First, shredded ginger, scallions, black pepper, and cooking wine were used to give the conger eel a base flavor. The tender fish was thus flavored. Little Pumpkin said, "Let's put it aside for now. When we're ready to grill it, we make the sauce for it." After Little Pumpkin and Wan emerged from the kitchen to relax, they saw their master and Little Bear playing a 2-player game. This imported StarCraft game controller from Yiming City is quite fun. Time passed slowly, and Wan went to the observation deck to light the charcoal fire. Little Pumpkin took out a large wooden basin and prepared the sauce for grilling the conger eel. Cooking wine, honey, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, water. Stir and stir. The key to the thick sauce is the honey. Its gentle sweetness enhances the salty sweet flavor of the grilled eel. Wan's charcoal fire was soon ready, and everyone went out to eat. The steamed rice, in its many pots, was soft and sweet. The white rice paired with the slightly curled, grilled eel, coated in layers of sauce, was incredibly fragrant. In addition to grilling with sauce, Little Pumpkin also prepared a salt-grilled version without the sauce. Suan took a bite, savoring the original flavor first. He understood why humans love it. The conger eel meat has the delicate, oily texture of blue conger eel, but the original flavor is the shrimp-like sweetness without the fishy smell. It was amazing. This interweaving of textures and flavors. Another skewer with sauce, it goes really well with rice. In addition to the grilled eel, there were also grilled meats. The meat wasn't marinated, but grilled directly, and then smeared with sauce. Everyone was grilling outdoors in the cosmic storm. The experience was truly novel and magical. Suan simply felt a sense of novelty as he ate amidst the scenery. The protective shield filtered out the fierce starburst, leaving only gentle wisps of wind. Suan knew this wind had nothing to do with the outside world. It was the Little Pumpkin's ventilation system at work. Outside the pumpkin shield, it was a vacuum. Nothing was there. Small Ko sat on a recliner, eating the grilled skewers. The tender texture of the eel spread in his mouth, and he could smell the aroma of the scorching meat and the sweet aroma of the boiling sauce in the air. As the dolls ate, they discussed the best cooking temperature for this meat. The starburst continued, and passing space creatures sensed its presence and circled back. After all, the bloody odor of dead conger eels still lingered around the pumpkin shield. It was a delightful barbecue, and I don't know when it lasted. Suin was so happy with his meal that he couldn't help but find the small bottle of wine Ding Dang had sent him, and drank a lot of it. With such delicious food, he always wanted to ask humans to pair it with something. The rice wine was sour and sweet, tasting like fruit juice, with a slight hint of spiciness and fragrance, and it was very mellow. Suin drank so much that he forgot about time, until he fell asleep drunk. "Oh, it's already midnight. Let's clean up," Little Pumpkin said. The food was almost completely gone. Even the braised chicken nuggets left over from lunch were gone. Time to clean up. There's actually no day or night in the universe. These are just Little Pumpkin's assumptions based on human life. It's only natural that it's time to go back to bed. Well, the most important thing is that Master is asleep, so it's time to go back to sleep together. Little Pumpkin asked Huan Huan to use her telekinesis to help hold Master, and then they all washed Master, changed him into pajamas, and carried him to bed, tucking him in under the covers. After letting Master sleep comfortably, they went out together to clean the barbecue grill and scrub the terrace. The nebula in the distance was magnificent. Inside the pumpkin spaceship, everyone washed themselves, dried each other, and climbed into bed. "Good night, a happy day," Little Pumpkin muttered to himself as he fell asleep. "Good night, everyone." "Good night, meow." Everyone greeted each other, and went to sleep together. The pumpkin spaceship's lights went out, and silence fell. However, the shield's mechanism for absorbing the energy of the cosmic storms continued to operate. The black ball mechanically adjusted the shield according to its programmed program. Even if Little Pumpkin fell asleep, there was no need to worry. The next day, he slept so soundly that he didn't even realize what day it was. Suin rubbed his head and sighed, blacking out again. "I promised myself I never drink again, but I couldn't help myself. I kept reaching for Ding Dang Dang's wine. It was like some kind of magic." Suin got up and washed up, finding himself clean and freshly dressed in pajamas. He no longer smelled of barbecue smoke. It looked like the dolls had helped him deal with it yesterday. After a quick shower, Suin noticed one of the dolls hadn't woken up yet. He guessed they had a good time and stayed up late. Without disturbing the dolls, Suin walked alone from the bedroom into the living room. She looked at the clean, brand new living room, then opened the observation deck to a spotlessly clean terrace. Suin smiled. These little dolls were truly thoughtful. As everyone knows, if they didn't clean up, Suin would do it the next day. But no doll wouldn't clean up. No one was lazy. Their standards for a clean house were just as high as his own. As everyone knows, even though they're a family, the one who doesn't like the housework gets to do it. The doll's behavior had almost completely shut Suin out of most housework. Whenever he looked around, it was always spotless, and there was nothing to do. Suin felt like he was looking around, feeling lost. He wanted to clean up, but he didn't know what to do. You know, while housework might seem unimportant, it can have a huge impact on one's mood. Suin, who loved staying home, had high standards for cleanliness. Unable to find work, Suin went to prepare breakfast for everyone. They say early morning porridge is followed by late night wine. After last night's late night wine, today he tried early morning porridge. Suin prepared a lot of ingredients, planning to make a variety of porridges. The steaming pot of porridge simmered, and Suin felt a warmth. A smile played on her face, waiting for the doll to wake. The black ball played soft music, and Suin hummed along. A mournful wail echoed in the distance. Suin looked up and saw the shadow of a colorful fox. Her heart trembled, and she sensed that Mengli was in danger. Chapter 628, Extra. Soon, all this vanished like an illusion. The cosmic storm continued. Suin could only wait, feeling a faint sense of worry. After the cosmic storm ended, Suin immediately took the dolls and used teleportation to enter the kingdom of dreams. The pumpkin carriage drove onto a familiar road. Ahead lay the winding dream city, with beautiful islands floating in the sky. Suin leaned over to take in the scene, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief, as if Mengli was alright. The hazy scene before was just an illusion. "It's so comfortable to feel the breeze," the little pumpkin said appreciatively, feeling the gentle breeze drifting in from the window. "This place is even more comfortable than Yiming City." Yiming City was in the late autumn, with a chilly climate, but here was different. The climate was warm, comfortable, and warm. Suan looked at the bright sun in the sky and the lush green grass on both sides of the road, feeling a sense of beauty and peace. The pumpkin carriage slowly entered the city. It was familiar territory, so they entered without a pickup. They didn't plan to take any buses. They could simply drive the pumpkin carriage through the city's speed limit. Ming-Chi flew down from the sky, floating outside the pumpkin carriage and greeting them. "It's so nice to see you again." Ming-Chi's face was filled with an irrepressible excitement, and even his voice was a little excited. "Oh, what's the big deal? We definitely come often," Little Pumpkin replied familiarly. She didn't consider herself an outsider at all. "What's wrong? Are you not welcome?" Little Pumpkin asked. "No, it's just..." Ming-Chi looked dejected, as if he was hesitant to speak. Ming-Chi drifted along with the wind, following the carriage like a wisp of smoke poised to dissipate at any moment. Little Pumpkin simply pulled Ming-Chi into the pumpkin carriage, saving her the tedious task of following outside. Ming-Chi stood cautiously by the window, not daring to move a step inside. "Just what's just? Sit down. We're home after all, so why are you being so polite?" Little Pumpkin was incredibly welcoming. She took Ming-Chi's hand and sat down. This was Ming-Chi's first time inside the pumpkin carriage. After all, the pumpkin carriage was Little Pumpkin's domain. No one could enter without its permission. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. In the end, it's all mine. You're mine, don't you understand? Little Pumpkin said seriously. But when Suan heard what she was saying, he was stunned. "Nanling," she said, a gentle reminder. "Hey, I get it." Little Pumpkin smiled sheepishly. "I'm just speaking the truth, but I'm afraid I scare you, so I should hide it. What I'm saying is we're close, so there's no need to be so reserved, right?" Little Pumpkin took Ming-Chi's hand, and all 9 of Ming-Chi's tails suddenly stood up. She remained silent, a suspicious blush on her face. If Ming-Chi had been bright and gentle like moonlight before, cool and gentle, today, with her flurry of small expressions, unable to hide, and now suspiciously shy, Ming-Chi was like the moonlight setting down, illuminating the world alone. "Yeah," he whispered. "It can be yours." The last sentence Ming-Chi spoke was barely a whisper, addressed to Little Pumpkin, but his eyes were fixed on Suan. Just as it happened, Suan's gaze followed him, and he caught his eye. Suan could sense his emotions. He was willing to follow her and become part of this family. However, Suan couldn't be sure whether this was Ming-Chi's or Meng-Li's intention. After all, she was different from her previous self, and Ming-Chi was different from Meng-Li. They were essentially the same person, but with different memories. But no matter who it was, as long as he was willing, that was a good thing. Suan happily sat beside Ming-Chi, and Ming-Chi shuddered. As the pumpkin carriage approached the central tower, Ming-Chi seemed to want to intercept it, but he couldn't, his face showing all his emotions. At that glance, Suan knew something must have happened. Finally, the pumpkin carriage was about to stop at the central tower's entrance. Ming-Chi, seemingly unable to contain himself, said, "Or, maybe we shouldn't go in." The pumpkin carriage creaked to a stop, and all the puppets' eyes focused on Ming-Chi's face, all confused. Ming-Chi gritted his teeth, stood up, and said, Don't go in. Ming, it's inconvenient for the Dream Master." "Why wouldn't it be inconvenient? We're all family, so what's there to be afraid of?" Little Pumpkin said, a face full of confidence. "No, you're not welcome," Ming-Chi said, keeping his voice as cool as possible. "No, don't be so self-righteous, you're not family." Little Pumpkin suddenly leaped up, clenching his fist and hitting Ming-Chi on the head. "What nonsense are you talking about? I advise you to calm down and look us in the eye. Saying one thing and thinking another is the easiest way to get a beating." Little Pumpkin shouted, his voice tinged with emotion. Although the fox ghost's words were clearly disingenuous, they still hurt. No matter how others viewed it, Little Pumpkin couldn't accept it. Ming-Chi avoided everyone's gaze, lowering his head to the side, not meeting theirs. "Don't ask. Anyway, Ming-Chi can. Meng Master can't. Anyway." It grew increasingly confused, its voice tinged with tears, as if it would burst out in tears any second. Suan said, "Is Meng-Li unable to see us right now?" Yes. Ming-Chi nodded repeatedly. "I'll take Master and everyone somewhere else," he stammered. Suan knew that for someone as gentle and graceful as the moon to become like this, to speak such harsh words, it was conceivable that Meng-Li would experience even more. Suan looked at the central tower, pondering. Should he give Meng-Li some face, or charge in himself? Logically, he should respect Meng-Li's wishes. No matter the reason, if it didn't want to see him, he couldn't force it. But if it truly didn't want to see him, didn't yearn to, why was Ming Chi so excited and happy? Why hadn't he stopped him along the way, unwilling to do so? Perhaps Meng Li was anticipating yearning? Suen glanced at the central tower and turned back. Everyone, follow me into the tower. Meng Chi suddenly became anxious, ready to say something even more outrageous. Xiao Li leaped onto Meng Chi's head with a bang, unleashing his ability. Meng Chi quickly lost control, transforming into a fox tail and landing in front of Xiao Li. Okay, I quieted him down. Let's go and bow. Xiao Li hopped onto Big Bear, carrying Meng Chi's tail. Everyone dismounted the pumpkin carriage and headed for the central tower gate. In that instant, the sky transformed from sunny and white clouds to a shrouded dark cloud, covered in lightning and thunder. The whole world seemed to be filled with a terrifying roar, as if some disaster was about to strike. Then, the surroundings fell into pitch darkness. It was a familiar feeling, the arrival of eternal night. Suen raised an eyebrow. It seemed Luo was also there. Xiao Mo. With a single command. Suen didn't need much instruction. Xiao Mo understood what he meant. Su Mo's divine domain unfolded, and a light imbued with hope appeared, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the surroundings. Suen used telekinesis to push open the door to the central tower. Chapter 629, Extra. Huan spoke, "Be careful. There's murderous intent in the air." At that moment, Huan sensed danger and immediately transformed from Little Wan into Big Wan. Under the light of the Big Bear, the girl appeared pure and beautiful, with a noble temperament. She wore a magnificent crown, her moon-white sleeves fluttering, and her golden and red cape held high, solemn and magnificent. The door now opened, revealing the scene within the tower. The light illuminated the darkness of the eternal night, revealing a chaotic battle. The floor and walls were covered in blood and various hairs. Inside the tower, a young girl stood at the center, her ghostly charm irresistible. Clad in a fiery red costume, her decadent brows lifted, a touch of spirit rising. Her lips curved, and her gorgeous face wore a faint smile from every angle. She maliciously grasped the tail of a colorful fox, swinging it like a weapon to fend off the black cat's attacks. The fox was dying, its body covered in wounds, its divine form now in disarray. It opened its eyes and looked toward Suen, its gaze filled with sorrow. It was filled with unbearable pain. Li. He uttered a soft sob. After all, his master had to see him like this, a useless fox toy. The colorful fox lowered its head, like a lifeless fox for doll. The black cat was strong and could withstand the attacks of the evil spirit Chijuan, but it was careful not to harm Meng Li. It was at a disadvantage in the fight and bore many wounds. The short black fur tumbled with the hideous wounds, healing and cracking at the same time. Blood stained the black fur, revealing its dark red color only when it fell. The stubborn and powerful lord of eternal night, Black Cat Onluo, even appeared somewhat vulnerable in contrast to the mad demon Chijuan. When the door opened, without turning back, Black Cat delivered a telepathic message to Suen and his group. The sound was like a cat barking, a sound similar to that of a shaha. "Ha, leave now. Don't come in, she tear you apart. Leave now." The black cat blocked them, just as it had just unfolded the dark realm, trying to convey a message for them to leave. "You're here, you're finally here. Ha ha. Ha ha." The red-dressed girl, looking in Suen's direction, smiled more and more frantically, her features gradually contorting into the appearance of a demon. This was none other than Su Chijuan, whom they had met once before, Chi Meng's previous life, the mad dramatist. Her inky black hair flowed to her ankles, wisps of it fluttering, and her crimson lips seemed poised to drip blood. She smiled, her slender figure trembling in the fiery red costume, brimming with charm and allure. This voluptuous ghost, brought to life, strove to project her boundless allure. The smile made the blush at the corners of her eyes tremble, but her gaze, filled with a morbid madness, fixed her gaze on Su and his group, then fixed her gaze on Qimeng, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Frankly, Qimeng was already beautiful, but she was even more beautiful, her face and figure possessing a sense of exquisite craftsmanship. However, Chijuan's beauty was tinged with a strong aggression. By comparison, Qimeng seemed like a pure fairy. Su Chijuan lifted the dying Meng Li, swirling it around like some trash, then hurling it heavily, landing on the core of the tower platform. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Meng Li being thrown away caused an explosion. Meng Li was flung forward, seemingly about to hit the tower's central core. At this moment, Black Cat's pupil shrank, and she became anxious. Onluo knew that if she didn't handle it properly, this blow would truly sink the island and kill the fox. Onluo quickly leaped to catch the fox. She hugged her, using the power of the dark night to share the attack with her. The intense pain in her body made her groan. This mad ghost, having devoured so many ghosts, had grown stronger. Now, Mengli, carrying the bone-eating curse, attacked Anluo, immobilizing her. Qijuan seemed to have anticipated Anluo's choice, and forgave her for coming up with this plan in her madness. Not yet. Not yet. She was truly unwilling to accept this. I really want to see her. At that moment, Su Qijuan took advantage of the annoying black cat's moment of suffering from the bone-eating curse and attacked Suin and his group. Qijuan waved her hands, covered in sharp nails. Meow, stop! Meow! The black cat, Anluo, anxiously meowed in terror. This was a long, forced vocalization, for the sake of elegance. Anluo was seriously injured and should have been immersed in the torment of the pollution and curse, but her anxiety made her voice pierce the entire platform. Facing the demonic attack, Qiming directly attacked. She wasn't good at close combat, so she waved her long sleeves, controlling the cat ghosts to block Qijuan. That trick won't work on me. Qijuan waved a hand, scattering the group of cat ghosts and scratching at Qiming's face. I don't like you, an exact imitation. The evil spirit Su Qijuan was incredibly ferocious. Just then, swoosh, an arrow grazed Qijuan's cheek. Suin tightly grasped the illusionary prosperity bow. The spiritual light arrow she had just fired, condensed with her near-divine mental power, suppressed Qiming's intense pollution and ghostly aura, and even injured her. Alas, it missed by a tiny bit. It wasn't because she couldn't aim, but because she was ultimately soft-hearted. Knowing she was an irredeemable evil spirit, yet bearing an 80-point resemblance to Huan, and knowing their connection, she couldn't bring herself to kill her. Qijuan clutched her cheek, a trickle of blood trickling down her slender, beautiful fingers. The contrast between red and white was delicate and dazzling. Ha ha, I knew you loved them, she said slowly. Su Qijuan's voice was pleasant, like jade falling to the ground, even more melodious than Qiming's. But her voice was tinged with intense emotion. She erupted, waving her sleeves wildly. Their sleeves fluttered and surged, sending countless blood-stained ribbons flying and lashing out at Suin's puppets. Why? Why? She roared, her voice a cry of blood. How am I unworthy? Qijuan is clearly the most beautiful and powerful being. Her voice gradually grew hoarse, filled with a dark and sinister tone. Is it my skin not fair enough? The ribbons she manipulated swirled around Huan. Is it my figure not graceful enough? Her ribbons bound Big Bear. Is it my dancing not captivating enough? Her ribbons bound Little Orange and Little Fox. Is it my voice not stunning enough? Her ribbon stopped in front of Suin, resting on the tip of his spiritual arrow. Su Qijuan covered her face and tilted her head, revealing half of her beautiful, intact face. She asked hoarsely, Why are you hiding from me, avoiding me, not loving me? Chapter 630, Extra. In a trance, Su Qijuan saw through Suin another face, a resolute and heroic one, less gentle and more decisive. If the master were here, he would have killed her. She was so mad that even a doll could be eliminated. The ribbon tightened. Suin's arrow tip trembled until she could sense the doll's breath growing weaker and weaker. She no longer hesitated. She released the bow. The moment the arrow flew out, she saw the fascination on the evil ghost's face. She neither dodged nor evaded, staring blankly at the arrow as it struck her. She even had a vague feeling of charging forward. Puff! The sound of the arrow piercing flesh. Only the divinely gifted spiritual arrows could break through Qijuan's terrifying ghostly defenses. Soon, the colorful silk ripped, and the dolls were free. Filled with rage, Su Qiming cast a relentless curse on Su Qijuan. Her crescent-white sleeves fluttered in the wind as she unleashed one skill after another upon her. The dolls attacked in unison. The master's attitude was the best attitude. This was an enemy, and they needed to be killed. Su Qijuan simply smiled, not fighting back against any of the attacks. Suin could clearly sense her strength. She was strong, exceptionally strong. Just as Su Qijuan was about to be attacked to the core of her soul, Suin couldn't help but tell the dolls to stop. She truly didn't want the dolls to kill their former companions. Lying on the ground, dying and in a state of disarray, Su Qijuan looked up at them, a trace of bewilderment in her eyes as they stopped. She looked at Suin with a naive yet cruel gaze. If you don't kill me, I kill you all, she said slowly. I will forever search for you, watch you, stalk you, curse you, and kill you. She spoke more and more frantically, the pollution spreading wildly. Shaoli, purify the aura. But and Bao. Shaoli replied with surprise, somewhat unwilling. But despite her emotional reluctance, She chose to follow Su-An's instructions and use her skills in Chi-Wan's direction. After all, personal preferences didn't matter, and Bao was the most important thing. As the purification array settled over Chi-Wan, wisps of black energy rose. Xiaoli went from initial disdain to caution, to surprise, to seriousness, to difficulty. How could it be possible to accumulate so much pollution? How could it be possible to still maintain reason and communicate with such a person after accumulating so much pollution? How could it be possible to still maintain reason and fight them like this after accumulating so much pollution? The evil spirit on the floor struggled within the purification array, looking up at Su-An, but suppressing the murderous intent and madness in its eyes, and not attacking. Don't waste your energy. The pollution she's accumulated over thousands of years is irreversible. This will only further exacerbate her mental state. And Luo transformed into a young catwoman, holding the tattered fox in his arms, and approaching Su-An. Although I don't know why she won't attack, killing her now is the best outcome. Luo. I can come. This is also to avenge Sister Gua. The black cat and Luo stepped forward, tucked Mengli into the Xiong's arms, and said, "This is a dispute from our past life. Don't get involved and get your hands dirty." Yes, I know. Killing her is the best solution. Children who have done wrong need punishment. Su-An reached out his hand, touching Su Qijuan. No. No, meow. Sister Anan is in danger. And Bao, don't do that. A flurry of voices echoed in his ears, all worried about Su-An, warning her not to get close to the evil spirit. She was strong in close combat, and had considerable control, making it easy for her to hurt Su-An. Su-An's hand rested on Qijuan's head, rubbing it and asking, "Are you willing to be my child again and accept the punishment?" Su Qijuan tilted her head and asked, "Then will you love me?" "A little bit," Su-An said honestly. Su Qijuan nodded. Instantly, she discarded her glamorous attire, transforming into the little girl she had become. Qijuan, in her ghostly form, held a far greater malice than Qi Ming, her eyes dark blue, her body the pale, corpse-like color. But there was no denying that she was still just a little girl. Su-An used the skill she had awakened after becoming a god. A skill she had never used before. A flash of light passed between them, and wisps of black air rose into the air, leaving only the most authentic fragments of her past life, the emotions she had felt when she made dolls. A moment later, Chi-Wan, the ghost, disappeared, leaving only a pale and blue rag doll on the floor. Made of rags, the doll had a strange, dirty, and torn appearance. Su-An collapsed on the ground. Allowing the doll to return to its original form had taken a toll on her, all the terrible sadness, jealousy, resentment, and greed she bore. Her vision blurred. Su-An collapsed. Master. Master. Sister Anan. And Bauer. Master, meow. Sister Su-An, you. The dolls gathered around Su-An, circling him. Mengli heard the noises around him, and thought Su-An was injured. He frantically tried to open his swollen, ball-like eyes, and peered through the slits. The woman on the ground, life or death unknown, had collapsed. He grew anxious, struggling to recover. A few days later, in the most picturesque part of Dream City, a pumpkin carriage stopped. How long will it take for him to wake up? The doll surrounded the orange cat. Meow, I don't know either. Master's body isn't injured, but his mind is trapped in a state. I don't know how to bring him out. Let's just wait and see, Su-Emo said. As Su-An slept, everyone's lives grew more peaceful. Anluo and Mengli also stayed here, but they never entered the pumpkin carriage. They only rested outside, on the roof or under it. The truth is, they had promised Guagua not to live in other carriages, not even Guagua's reincarnation. As for Mingqi, it was one of Mengli's tales. Mengli had already planned to give it to Swan and his group when they stepped into the pumpkin carriage. It was a form of reciprocity. Mengli had previously given Xiaoli a tail, and it was perfectly reasonable for her to return one. This was a normal etiquette exchange among foxes. Since tails can regenerate, Mengli had no idea how many tails he had broken off. Mingqi was the first to break off, the seventh, hence the name Mingqi. Mingqi's capable temperament was the most like his. The fiery red fox was speechless when the colorful fox said this, then thought about how he had broken off his tail out of boredom, and had transformed it into a human form to play with him. Xiaoli felt goosebumps. This was too weird. Okay. This colorful fox is originally a ghost, similar to the nightmare-like dream raccoon, a created fantasy race. Chapter 631 Extra. I'm a sugar fox, unlike this ghost fox, so it's normal that I don't have his sinister thoughts. Xiaoli chatted with Mengli, and learned that his method was imitating Qi-Wan. Qi-Wan could subdue and enslave evil spirits, and had many subordinates. He wanted to have them, so he bent his tail to create one. As for gender, Xiaoli was also curious. Why was Mengli the only one who was a boy? This question left Mengli stunned. A black cat suddenly appeared from nowhere and said, "What boy or girl? A dream ghost has no gender." The master has been very fond of a boy's temperament for a while, so he created this image to look like him. Ah! The master likes boys and is in love. Xiaoli was completely surprised. What's the big deal? Master's lovers could circle the blue planet. They're number too numerous to count. You're so surprised by what you've seen. Just ask handsome men of all races. Who wouldn't want to be master's lover? But only handsome virgins have the chance to be master's pleasure. It goes without saying that the mermaid labels of S-class virgin, highly abstinent, and pure as ice are the best bonus points for a man. And Luo spoke word by word. The little fox understood. Mermaid men are renowned for their high moral character, and all sorts of mermaid dramas promote their values. Only pure and virtuous men who bear these labels are good men. Dissolute male mermaids aren't a sign of charm, but rather a sign of lewdness and sluttishness. Bang! The colorful fox transformed into an adult male. He stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, with an upright posture and long legs that made the little fox feel as if they were longer than her own life. His cool, handsome features were so striking that Xiaoli let out an unconscious, foxy cry. The peerless handsome man's 7-color, gradient-dyed platinum curls shimmered in the sunlight. What was most remarkable was his aura, akin to a moonlit night high in the sky. Even in broad daylight, he seemed remarkably cool and aloof. Oh my god, Mengli was so handsome he was practically cheating. But it only lasted a few minutes. With a bang, Mengli transformed into a bruised and battered teenager, their aura only slightly similar. This was his true form. He had just used magic to transform it for Xiaoli's benefit. I copied that person's image, but not even 1/10 of it. You can use it as a reference. He's so handsome, it's natural for the master to like him. Xiaoli leaned forward, somewhat gossiping. Can I hear about this? Of course, you don't have to tell me if it's inconvenient. It's nothing. The moon god sacrificed himself for the master, and has been gone for a long time. He won't have reincarnation, rebirth, or a future. There's nothing to hide. Mengli, with a bruised face, said. By the way, have you heard of Moonlight Lake? Huh? This touched upon Xiaoli's blind spot. I know. It's a hidden platform. The fish you catch there are delicious. I heard there are many murlocs, quite fierce ones, living there. One popped up out of nowhere. She had been engrossed in the gossip earlier, and now, upon hearing something she knew, she immediately popped up. She had been to the Moonlight Lake station before. That was when Xiaoli was not born yet. In the hot desert of the second level, her master took her, Gua Gua, Big Bear, Boss Goose and his girlfriend Miss Ginny to go fishing. It's a beautiful lake. I heard there's a legend about a light god there, supposedly the resting place of the light god. Huan suddenly thought. Yes, that's where Lord Moon God passed away. He was indeed a light god. Mengli recounted the story slowly, with Anlua adding from time to time. Little Li and Huan were mesmerized. Soon, the dolls gathered around to listen to this tale of the past. It was a story more romantic than a soap opera. At the end, the sentimental little fox shed tears. Lord Moon God, he died just like that, hoo. Anlua said coldly, the dead white moonlight is the best white moonlight. That's why he was the master's most unforgettable lover. When creating Mengli, I unconsciously drew inspiration from his temperament. That's perfectly normal. The raw materials for Mengli were a lock of his hair, a touch of dark light. Everyone looked at Little Li. Little Li was stunned. The dolls suddenly realized that the little raccoon seemed to be inspired by a little girl named Shibe. In the fairy tale world of Jinsokyo, the bond between Shibe and her mother touched the owner. The little raccoon was made from the queen's eyes, longing to see her child. Mengli began to sing. It was a familiar lullaby, one her owner would often hum, but no one knew the exact origin of the tune. Mengli began to sing, and for the first time, everyone heard lyrics. It was a tune from another world, a language no one understood, yet loaded with emotion. Everyone was immersed in the music, and the song stopped. Anlua said slowly, this is a ballad from a lost civilization. It means, darling, please sleep peacefully, slowly and calmly. I will be by your side. This song has a natural cleansing and soothing effect. After all, moonlight is untainted by dust. The black cat's gaze fell on Mengli and Xiaoli. He didn't say much, but everyone understood that this song came from the white moonlight of their previous lives' deceased master, Her Majesty the Moon Goddess. Big Fat Orange, go sing this for Master. Maybe it will help. Ah, meow, I'm tone deaf, but I'm learning from master. Brother Mengli, sing it again. I try, meow. Mengli gave the black cat an unpleasant look. How about I call you Sheely? Cats, your singing is really… She's even changed color. She's definitely more talented than me. Everyone learned the song together. Actually, everyone knew the tune because master had hummed it so many times, and she always unintentionally used it as a lullaby. However, this was the first time anyone had learned lyrics. The pronunciation of the alien language was incredibly difficult, especially for a lost, vanished civilization. Suan was trapped in Chi-Wan's dream. She had never experienced such intense love and hate before. She felt lost, doubting her ability to share Chi-Wan's emotions. She had never experienced such intense love and hate before. Even when her ex-boyfriend betrayed her, she hadn't felt such intense emotions. Suddenly, she heard singing, the voices of the dolls singing together, a ballad that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. A strange memory surfaced in her mind, a faceless figure hugging her, as if coaxing a doll. The warmth of that embrace filled her heart with a gentle light. Chapter 632, Extra. A fortnight later, Suan, having recovered from his injuries, awoke. After spending some time in the Dream City, he bid farewell to Enluo and Mengli. Though they were reluctant to part, the day would come when they would finally part. Enluo was to return to Enluo's city. Mengli was to sleep, restoring her dreams, and everyone was to return to their own lives. Let us know when you wake up. We play with you often when we're free, Little Pumpkin called from afar. Don't forget you're all mine. At their departure, the dolls waved goodbye reluctantly. Mengli and Black Cat stood on the spire, bidding Suan and his companions farewell. We see each other many times in the future, Suan said, watching their receding shadows. Back in the Starry Sea, Suan and the dolls spent a peaceful time. Suan loved the Starry Sea, and no matter where he went, he always returned to spend some time there. Suan stayed in her pumpkin carriage, lost in thought. If she got bored, she'd wander around the back garden's countryside, planting crops and picking fruit. Occasionally, they visit the various platforms. The little fox's transformations made them conspicuous wherever they went, and Yiming City, Eternal Night City, and Dream City were all frequent destinations. However, Suan's frail appearance hadn't improved much. She also enjoyed the slow pace of everything. She felt at odds with the rapidly developing blue star, yet she still had a connection. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Suan received a message. Ding dong, and then, the infrastructure on the new blue star planet is almost complete. Want to go on a trip? This was the good news revealed by San San. Do you want to go? You meet so many people there? Suan hesitated for a moment, then finally accepted San San's joy. Okay, I go shopping. Great, great. I go make a travel guide for it, and Suan smiled, and told the dolls about the plan. We're going out to play again. So happy. Little Pumpkin jumped up. Yes, yes. Wan shouted. Everyone was happy. The little ghost doll on the TV cabinet sat quietly, seemingly enjoying the fun as well. Before leaving, as usual, she put on some disguises. Suan was socially anxious and didn't want anyone to recognize her. She tied her hair into a ponytail, transforming into an ordinary female appearance. It was a very ordinary face, not attractive or special from any angle. Then, each doll applied a disguise. Xiao Li's skills were used to the fullest, and each doll expressed satisfaction with their disguises. Little Bear transformed into a sturdy, 17 or 18-year-old girl, tall, strong, and chubby. She said she liked this feeling of strength. Wan remained the same, except that the dark circles under her eyes had faded, and her complexion had become more rosy. She was so pretty she could be cast in a TV commercial the next moment. Little Pumpkin removed the wood grain decorations from her body and transformed into a child of 5 or 6. Little Fox transformed into a fox girl, then used the art of transformation to disguise her ears and tail. The orange cat transformed into a chubby little girl, her face 50% similar to the black cat's human form, but twice its size. The little chubby girl had a kind expression. And so, everyone set out. First, teleport to the nearest port on the edge of the Chaos Universe, put away the pumpkin cart, and then, following the guide, purchase a spaceship ticket to their new home on Blue Star, Aquamarine. Outside the Chaos Universe, the rules are stricter. Besides interstellar treaties, one must also abide by the laws of every civilization and nation. When Suan set out, San Sen provided her with a thorough travel guide. The area of the Starfield planet assigned to Blue Star was newly constructed, a planet similar to Blue Star's. Looking through the footage and videos San Sen provided, Suin was filled with anticipation. However, upon reaching the edge of the Chaos Universe, Suin began to feel her spiritual power dwindle. Entering the starship, she felt her spiritual power dwindle as she moved further and further away from the Chaos Universe. The dolls all felt a little uncomfortable, and they even used their spirit source stones to force out spiritual power to alleviate the discomfort. Suin also truly felt what San San meant when he said the Chaos Universe was the place with the highest concentration of energy. The starship journey lasted 3 days. While life aboard the starship wasn't as comfortable as the pumpkin carriage, it was still a novel experience. She lived in a one-bedroom, one-living-room starship room with large windows. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all included in her ticket. With 3 dining cars and cafeterias, she could eat at a different place every day. But how did it taste? I say it was edible. It wasn't terrible, but I wouldn't call it delicious either. The starship slowly and smoothly landed in the city of Blue Water Star. After passing through customs, they presented the interstellar ID cards and tourist visas San San had prepared for them. Su Dun, Su Erxiong, Su Sanan, Su Sijuan, Su Wuli, and Su Lumao. The receptionist on Blue Water Star treated Suin and his group as alien tourists, welcoming them to have a good time. It's rumored that the gods of Blue Star will soon return from the Starry Sea to survey the progress of Blue Water Star's construction. This news has attracted many alien tourists. Despite the various news about gods available on the interstellar internet, in reality, it's difficult for most ordinary people to ascend to the spiritual realm. Therefore, glimpsing a god-level being in real life is still very attractive. If interstellar people wanted to level up quickly, they had to go to the Chaos Universe for training, but that was risking their lives. After signing the waiver, they weren't protected by interstellar law there. Leaving customs, they truly entered the Blue Water planet. Suin watched the crowds mingling in the city, feeling as if it were only yesterday. Blue Planet was truly developing rapidly, and humanity was recovering so quickly. The hardships of survival seemed like only yesterday, like a dream. Looking back, it felt like a nearly lost decade. Suin still had a few ID cards, the interstellar gold cards unique to the Blue Planet gods. They were obtained for her by San San when the Blue Planet self-government was established. But now that the Blue Planet gods were just her and her dolls, showing them out would be a bit too conspicuous. Coincidentally, she had a social anxiety disorder. She had no desire to publicly announce her return. But after exiting customs, before she had even paused for a moment, Suin saw a billboard on a high-rise building, broadcasting a message celebrating the return of Sunshine Bear. Warmly welcome the return of the Blue Planet gods. It's really hard not to see this. Sanson popped up at this moment, and I just said I invited Anan back to visit. I didn't say anything else. Suin understood. Blue Star was always like this. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that someone important was coming, they would still prepare a welcoming ceremony and preparations in advance. It's okay. It's not that annoying, Suin said. She had almost no family left on Blue Star. Everyone was a stranger. But seeing familiar words, seeing the same people, and hearing familiar words still touched her. Perhaps this was the charm of home. Following the guide, Suin found the most private and service-oriented vehicle home recommended by Sanson. She parked the pumpkin carriage, got in, took a shower, and laid down on the familiar big bed. Suin felt very comfortable. This feeling of returning to one's own planet, living in one's own home, was really good. The next morning, Suin and her dolls went out to find food. Among the various breakfast shops, Suin randomly chose one from the guide. They all ate 5 or 6 wonton bowls, and a dozen or so steamed buns, trying beef offal buns bigger than their faces, and the spicy crayfish buns, then moved on to another restaurant. Each restaurant featured 3 specialties, each with its own recommendations. They ate normal portions, but enjoyed a wide variety of dishes. There were 5 of them, some older and some younger, and it wasn't surprising that they were all girls. Chapter 633 Extra. Interstellar space is dominated by women, so it's perfectly normal for all female crews to travel together. This is especially true for some dolls, whose movements are remarkably humanoid. Perhaps they're using some kind of simulator. Traveling to other interstellar worlds and impersonating locals is a way to experience the culture. With the recent surge in tourists, Suin and his group aren't surprised at all. Suan's companions are even stranger, like a 2-meter-tall, strong woman who, while enjoying a delicious meal, can't help but transform into a hippopotamus. She apologizes while adjusting her machine to transform into a strong woman, and so they become the ones who aren't surprised. So full. Suin stopped eating later. It was mainly Xiong and Huan who ate. But whenever they had something delicious, they asked Suan to taste it. One bite after another, and then he couldn't eat any more. After all, the stomach has a limited capacity. Little Pumpkin then took out a plate of stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting pills and handed them over. Master, try this. I bought it from the Interstellar Mall Systems Ego platform before our trip. It speeds up digestion and enhances absorption. Spiritual energy is scarce here, and most of the ingredients are commonplace. This can help us absorb more spiritual energy from our food. Suan took one and ate it. The individually wrapped balls, with their sweet and sour hawthorn flavor, soon felt the discomfort in her stomach disappear, and a warm energy flowed from her belly to her limbs. Suan was startled, then felt hunger rising, clamoring for food. She also felt the lack of spiritual energy from eating, clamoring for more. She happened to turn into a snack street. Here, let's eat. She devoured them. The fried skewers on the street were golden brown, the golden oil frying the various skewers. Veal, baby liver, beef liver, pork skewers, pork tripe, pork and corn balls, pork and cilantro balls, chicken cutlets, chicken hearts, shrimp, potatoes, yams, sweet potatoes, broccoli. They ordered a large handful of skewers, and fried them all in the pan. As expected of an alien, you have a good appetite. Suan and her group shared a handful of skewers. She heard the owner's exclamation behind her, and looked back to see the hippopotamus girl exclaiming, "Excuse me," to everyone. Then, she removed her disguise, transforming from a heroic woman into a hippopotamus girl, and began to devour the skewers with her mouth wide open. Little girl, eat slowly and don't rush. I have plenty more, the owner said cheerfully. Big customer, big customer. Blue Star food, delicious, the hippopotamus girl praised. Just a little hungry. Suan helped the hippopotamus girl finish her unfinished words. After strolling through the snack street, Suan, along with the dolls and the hippopotamus girl, ate from one end of the street to the other, reminiscing about the past. They ate a variety of common street food, fried stinky tofu, grilled cold noodles, pancakes, fried vermicelli noodles, deep-fried skewers, boiled spicy skewers, grilled gluten, wheel cakes, starch sausage, duck food, fried chicken, roasted sweet potato skins, blue potatoes, grilled squid. It must be said that the food outside tasted better, as the flavors were stronger. However, after eating their way through the snack street, they each obediently took a bottle of Spirit Energy Replenisher, a super-quality interstellar nutrient solution, before leaving. Otherwise, if they lacked spiritual energy for too long, they would feel unwell. In the afternoon, they didn't eat. Instead, they went hiking and saw the new attractions of the blue water planet. In the evening, standing on the top of the mountain, overlooking the brightly lit city below, was truly beautiful. "It's so beautiful," Suan exclaimed. Late at night, staying in the antique hotel on the mountaintop, Little Pumpkin bounced on the mattress. The mattresses here aren't as soft as those in Yiming City. There's no sleeping array, and the fabrics are just ordinary. Gua gua, this place will get better and better. I know. A few years ago, this was a wasteland, and most Blue Star players were below the spiritual rank. Building so many cities from scratch is truly impressive. But it's so expensive here, and the materials are so ordinary. It's not suitable. The houses I booked at this price in Yiming City have very high-quality materials. Here, the decoration is a little fancy, but the rest is just ordinary. Suan rubbed Little Pumpkin's head. You have to consider the material costs of the Chaos Universe and the ordinary starfields, right? No matter how hard they tried, Blue Star was still clearly lagging behind in all aspects. But what could they do? Time was long, and the future was far ahead. They had plenty of time to develop. Since they had eaten a very mixed meal all morning, Suan spent the rest of the morning replenishing his spiritual energy and nutrients with Nutrient Solution. I have to say, San Sen's travel guide was very thorough, and the shopping list she recommended before the trip was useful in its own way. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, revealing a vast sea of clouds. Little Pumpkin forgave the high room rate, because this moment was worth it. Little Pumpkin recited an ancient poem. He hadn't understood its meaning before, but seeing similar scenes, such picturesque poetry automatically came to mind. I really want to share this scene with Onluamengli. Gua gua, everyone, look here. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. The San Sen brand automatic camera left them together on the hotel terrace, watching the sunrise over the sea of clouds. The camera broke free, revealing Suan and the doll's true selves, and everyone smiled sweetly. A few days later, They descended the mountain and ate at the most famous hotel on Blue Water Star. It was said to have super spiritual ingredients. They were truly excited. San reserved a private room for them. A whole pork knuckle with fresh peppers appeared on the table, and everyone couldn't help but drool. This is a good beast imported from the Level 5 civilization, Scorpion Planet. It's of exceptional quality, transported via interstellar cold chain space. It was cooked by a player gifted with the super chef trait. Even our blue planet's god, Lord Sunshine Bear, tasted her cooking during her survival upgrade. The butler couldn't bear to listen any further. Suin and the dolls had been drinking nutrient solution for days, and their mouths were practically dry. They were eager to taste this spicy, fresh pork elbow. Chapter 634, Extra. What a delicious aroma. Suin couldn't help but exclaim as he took a bite. The amber-colored pork elbow was braised with a sweet and savory flavor. To mitigate the greasiness, it was generously topped with fresh pepper sauce, but that couldn't outweigh the inherent fragrance of the meat. However, the fresh pepper was a perfect match, reducing the greasiness and enhancing the aroma. This dish was an innovation on the Dompa pork elbow. Anyone who has eaten good beast knows how greasy it is, and it's crucial to keep it light and greasy when cooking. Little Pumpkin nodded repeatedly after eating it, muttering, "I made a note of this recipe." In fact, the pork elbow wasn't the only dish. Surrounding it were many other high-end specialties, such as Buddha jumps over the wall, shark's fin with 3 shreds, kung pao lobster, braised soft-shelled turtle, scallion fried sea cucumber, pan-fried matsutake mushrooms, and so on. Everyone's eyes were focused on it, simply because it contained the most spiritual energy. After a hearty meal, Suin took the dolls on a whirlwind tour, sampling a wealth of delicious food. They toured every major city on Water Blue Star, and also visited Blue Star. Time flew by, watching the world change and savoring familiar flavors. Back in the Starry Sea, they rested for over 6 months, recovering from the fatigue of the journey and the lack of spiritual energy. Suin, as usual, was at her workbench, crafting. Lately, she'd been hooked on sewing, crafting all sorts of exquisite little outfits daily, dressing Chijuan's doll whenever she had time. It was like playing the clothes-making games she used to play as a child. Chijuan's pretty face always inspired her. At lunch, as everyone ate Little Pumpkin's innovative dish, honey-glazed pig's trotters, Wan suddenly said, "Master, I'm so bored. I really want to go out and play." Everyone looked at Wan. Seeing this, Xiong couldn't help but whisper, "I want to go out for a walk too." Suin, thinking it was really boring not being out for so long, agreed immediately, starting with "Let's go out and play." "So where are we going?" Little Pumpkin brought up the crux of the matter. After lunch, everyone went online or read, looking for places to travel. When bored, they loved looking for inspiration on TV. An advertisement caught Suin's attention. "Come to Ice and Snow Planet and enjoy the ice and snow slide." The familiar sight of the ice and snow slide brought Suin back to her old memories of a guy welcoming her on a trip. Yes, they could go to Ice and Snow Planet. Once they decided on a destination, things were easy. A teleportation array and a few interstellar spaceship tickets, and a journey lasting several months was set. Suin could never have imagined how many times she would regret this decision. Wouldn't it be nice to stay home? It's so warm. In a flash, Suin and the dolls, transported from the teleportation array to the spaceship, then to the small plane, arrived at Ice and Snow Planet 29372. Ice and Snow Planet 29372 is a famous tourist ice and snow amusement park, boasting a theme park covering an entire planet. Compared to the venue they had seen from the platform before, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. There was a price to pay. It was extremely cold. Suin was a divine, but not one of the ice and snow gods, so she wasn't immune to the cold. Her constitution was slightly weaker, making her only slightly better than an average person. As soon as she disembarked from the Ice and Snow Planet plane, she was shivering from the cold, even though she was wearing a thick down jacket. The same was true for the dolls. Aside from the furry creatures, who were naturally cold-resistant, the others were very cold. Fortunately, there was a parking lot at the airport. Little Pumpkin immediately summoned the pumpkin cart, and everyone went inside to warm up. Little Pumpkin's large cannon had been working since the cart appeared, and the temperature inside the pumpkin cart hadn't risen above 0. Little Pumpkin looked at the thermometer she prepared before the trip, and it was still at -7 degrees Celsius. "This is the only way we can go," Little Pumpkin said. "The cold energy outside is particularly strong and difficult to suppress." The black ball then indicated that the outside temperature was over -70 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, The ice and snow planet's specialty was ice spirit source stone, so its spiritual energy was filled with ice energy, creating a chilling, clear feeling. Hearing this, Suin was paralyzed. She questioned herself why she had come here to suffer. The species that inhabited ice and snow planet were all spirits of ice and snow, known as snow demons and ice spirits, all of whom were invulnerable to the cold. She searched for a heat pack and applied it to her body, hoping it would help. However, San warned that the effectiveness of a heat pack would be greatly reduced in this naturally cold cave. They could only maintain the temperature around her, raising it by around 50 degrees Celsius, essentially keeping it around minus 20 degrees Celsius. But no matter what, it was much better. She could finally walk outside. Everyone took precautions to stay warm, then tried out attractions like snowmobiles, ice slides, and the ice Ferris wheel. On the first day, they didn't try anything big, just small games. The whole family went wild outside, their faces quickly turning red from the cold, but the joy burned like crazy. Suin was happy again. That night, they paid for a greenhouse, a place maintained at around minus 10 degrees Celsius through various magic spells. The pumpkin carriage parked inside the greenhouse, the fireplace burning brightly. Suin took off her cape, down jacket, sweater, down pants, cotton trousers, and short-sleeved shirt, and changed into long-sleeve pajamas. Sister-in, wait a moment, the temperature hasn't risen much yet, said Little Bear. As she spoke, she added firewood to the fireplace. Little Pumpkin's heating system, floor heating, wall heating, all set up, fearing her owner would be chilled. Suin, wrapped in a blanket, said, "It's okay. It's a bit uncomfortable wearing so much. I want to relax first." Little Bear made room for her owner to come and warm herself by the fire. Suin looked out the window as she warmed herself by the fire. It wasn't yet completely dark, and the reflective snow made it appear particularly bright. Outside, there were layers of snow and beautiful glaciers. Next door, there were many greenhouses and ice houses, occupied by various tourists, including locals, snow goblins, and ice spirits. They would buy the ice houses, where the temperature was lower inside the magic circle. They could sleep with a tent and a mat. Like many other interstellar creatures, they buy a greenhouse and then park their RV inside, or light a fire and set up a tent to sleep. The sky gradually darkened, and everything was peaceful and beautiful. In the kitchen, a pot simmered sauerkraut and large bones bubbling. Little Pumpkin directed, while Little Fox and Huan worked together to prepare dinner. Ice and Snow Planet is a food desert, selling only various ice spirit source stones and popsicles. As travelers who adapt to local customs, Suin and his friends did buy some, but it was too cold to enjoy the popsicles. For dinner, they just wanted something warm. Little Pumpkin scooped a piece of cooked meat from the bone pot, sliced it thinly, and returned it to the pot. The fat from the meat gradually soaked into the sauerkraut. The deliciousness of this dish could be tasted even before Little Pumpkin ate it. It smelled truly sour and fragrant. Chapter 635 Extra. This specialty purchase from Blue Star is truly amazing. It tastes delicious no matter how you prepare it. Little Pumpkin had tried to pickle sauerkraut before, but always failed. Perhaps the conditions for pickling sauerkraut were lacking in the starry sky, so she had to rely on sourcing for this delicacy. Huan and Lily worked together to steam the rice and steam the flour rolls. Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to find some red chili peppers and took them to the kitchen. Soon, Little Bear and Suin were roasting the chili peppers in the oven. The heart of sauerkraut and bone soup lies in the roasted chili peppers. Roasting them until they are dry, fragrant, and crispy makes the sauerkraut soup absolutely delicious. When it was completely dark, Suin and his family could finally eat at the table. Each person received a bowl of sauerkraut soup. Crush the roasted chili peppers with their hands and sprinkle them on the soup. Sprinkle more if you like spicy food, or less if you don't. Whether paired with rice or steamed buns, it wasn't long before sweat broke out on my head and my whole body was warm. Comfortable. Suin couldn't help but sigh, praising the Little Pumpkin's skill in combining them. This kind of food was perfect for the icy and snowy weather. The next day, Suin absolutely refused to go out. After a frantic day of fun the previous day, he felt like moving today. The dolls who wanted to go out played nearby, while those who didn't stayed home with Suin. Suin stayed home by the fire, watching TV, playing games, and enjoying the popsicles she bought yesterday. He spent the day feeling quite comfortable. After a day of rest, everyone went out again, and the pumpkin carriage headed for Ice Planet's most famous slide, the Million Mile Slide. That was the speed of ice and passion. After signing the waiver, the park only covers visitors' lives, not everything else. This means that any injuries, including missing limbs, are not covered by the park. The snowman explained, "You're fine. At most, a finger or limb might get frozen off. Many ice spirits and snow monsters are fragile, so it's normal for them to be crushed into icicles or broken into pieces. But you can relax and enjoy the ride. We have the ice and snow gods here to protect you." "Oh, that sounds a bit scary." I have to say, after the staff's explanation, Suen felt a genuine thrill. Just as Suen was about to line up at the departure point, "Wow, wow, wow!" she heard a distant cry. Turning her head, she saw a beautiful ice sculpture swaying and twisting as it glided towards her. She was clad in a layer of purple gauze, and her slender figure and beautiful features looked familiar. "Your Excellency, Lord Sunshine, I never thought we'd meet again. I'm Bingchi. Do you remember me? I'm your biggest fan, and I follow every one of your live streams." Suen hadn't expected to actually see someone he knew. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Suen, still overwhelmed by his hospitality, signed his name for the ice-sculptured beauty. However, concerned about the power attached to the deity's true name, Suen simply signed the divinely charged Sunshine. "You're truly a guest, participating in the Warrior's Ladder. That's incredible. Truly, I'm so happy to see you." Suen was actually a bit overwhelmed. The previously cool and elegant queen had now become a little fangirl. Perhaps this is the terrifying nature of live streaming. When you're exposed in front of the camera, you never know what feelings or hopes the person on the other side of the screen harbors for you. So later on, Suen turned off all live streams. Despite her infatuation, the ice sculpture beauty wasn't completely crazy. Without saying goodbye to Bing Chi, Suen continued playing with the dolls. Sitting on top of the slide that practically pierced the entire planet, Suen's heart sank. Which slide was better? Going up required an elevator, and it took over half an hour. Oh, she was on this interstellar, snowy planet. Here, only the survivors were guaranteed, regardless of injuries or disabilities. When Suen and the dolls slid down from the sea of clouds, the biting wind blew against the ski shields, and everyone couldn't help but scream. Sliding down like this from tens of thousands of meters, they had to be at the god level, or they really faint halfway. After all, the highest mountain on Blue Planet is only a few thousand meters high. Suen screamed. Little Pumpkin yelled, "It's thrilling, really thrilling." The orange cat had already fainted. The ice slide was just a foundation, providing an acceleration array, allowing them to go faster than a free fall. Suen began to regret it again. Why really had she come here? Why? She questioned herself frantically in her heart. Time passed from dawn to noon, then to sunset. Cold and fear filled her, her heart racing, unable to stop. Suen saw the various winding tracks in all their glory. In between, they even passed through a blizzard. It felt like the end of the world was chasing them. The snowy trails were covered in acceleration arrays, and there was no fastest speed, only faster speeds. They crossed a variety of terrains: glaciers, mountains, frozen lakes, and extremely turbulent, unfrozen waters. But she had no time to pay attention to the surrounding scenery. Everything flew by in a flash. Little Orange fainted and awoke and fainted again. Little Fox occasionally let out a weak fox cry. Bear silently followed his master's movements from behind. Wan was alternately excited and sad. Only Little Pumpkin was as excited as ever, growing increasingly so. As night fell, and deep into the night, they gradually reached the area without the acceleration array, and the ride gradually came to an end. A little after 1 in the morning, Suen and the dolls disembarked from their skis, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Back in the greenhouse, after setting up the pumpkin carriage, Suen lay down. Her head was still groggy, and her body still felt numb from the cold wind. The next day, the third day, the fourth day. At home, Suen the cat refused to go out. She let the dolls roam freely, but she herself would not go out to play. Little Pumpkin took Wan, Big Bear, and Little Fox to try out another slide, playing from early morning until late at night, only to return with their hair covered in icicles. Suen and Little Orange were completely afraid to go out. They watched the live broadcast from Little Pumpkin on TV and felt terrified. On Ice Planet, there were hundreds of similar slides, each with its own unique charm and enjoyment. In Suen's eyes, this was a waste of money, a self-inflicted torture. But a few days later, after Suen recovered, he remembered the excitement of the topic and went along. It went on and on. Regret, then not going, it was fun, then going again, regret, fear, then fun again. Ice Planet is a place that inspires both love and hate. On their trip to Ice Planet, Suen and the dolls took countless photos and tried many rides. They endured the cold and were frightened, but also had fun, excitement, and enjoyment. Back in the starry sky, Suin commented on the trip. You definitely regret going, but you always regret not going. Her comments have received high praise on travel websites. Chapter 636, Extra. The starry sky was beautiful and peaceful. Today was another day spent at home. The dolls played interstellar games together, evolving from simple mini-games to holographic battles. Bear and Huan wore helmets, jingling like ding-dongs. The orange cat was reading, the little fox was napping, and the little pumpkin was looking at a recipe. Suin, as usual, did her favorite thing, sitting and staring at the starry sky. She loved the feeling of doing nothing but gazing at the beauty. This happened every day, never once getting bored. If you asked Suin why she stayed here with the dolls for so long, it was simply because it was beautiful and quiet here. Less crowded, more peaceful. This kind of day gave her a sense of security. No one could disturb her, except for Tong, a little one with whom she had a close connection. San, and then, today is the peak of the cosmic moonlight energy tide. The moon on Blue Planet is also affected, appearing larger and rounder. I hear everyone on Blue Planet is celebrating National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you want to join in the fun? Suin looked at the text and videos San sent. To celebrate the moon's once-in-a-century brightness, and to use the festival to commemorate past suffering, Blue Planet is celebrating Mid-Autumn Festival with great fanfare, with lights and decorations everywhere. In the video, the already beautiful city is even more beautifully decorated. The bustling city, the bustling crowds, and the various promotional images and videos of cultural tourism. It seems Blue Planet is using this festival to boost tourism, welcome interstellar beings, and earn more star coins. That's great. Blue Planet has never lacked money-making minds and hard-working hands. As for San's mention of the moonlight energy tide, Suin also had a general understanding of it. It was a cosmic concept. During the moonlight energy tide, the moonlight energy reaches its peak. Of course, moonlight here is a metaphor for light energy, not just the moon of blue star. The term moonlight is simply a translation into the blue star language, making it easier to understand. In reality, moonlight refers to the mysterious power of all reincarnated light. This light is not intense, but gentle, peaceful, and everlasting. According to gossip from her first life, Suin had a close relationship with a moon-attributed deity. However, in that life, she was a true evil deity, and those who had a good relationship with her didn't end well. Honestly, her friends, lovers, and dolls were either killed by her or caught up in her disputes, ending up in miserable situations. Suin politely declined San's enthusiastic invitation. She didn't want to go to Blue Star, there weren't many people there. She had severed most of her fate herself, so there was no need to force causal connections. After San left, Suin felt a bit melancholy again. Was she too quick to refuse? She hadn't even asked the doll if it was okay to open the door. Wasn't that too hasty? She could have discussed it with San later, but she quickly calmed her anxiety and followed her instincts. Her first impression was that she didn't want to go, so why bother? Suin watched Lan Xing touch her chest, muttering to herself, "Your heart isn't at peace. What's clouding your mind?" Little Pumpkin, looking at the recipe, poured herself a drink and noticed her owner, looking relaxed. The owner, wearing a flowing, thin skirt and a shawl, sat in a rocking chair, gazing at the starry sky. Her long hair fell to her waist, a silvery, shimmering white that accentuated her ethereal, detached demeanor, as if she were about to ascend to heaven. Little Pumpkin's heart skipped a beat. "Master." Little Pumpkin approached, his voice jarring Suin back to reality from his ethereal state. "What's wrong, Guodhua?" Suin took the opportunity to hug Little Pumpkin and hold him close. The rocking chair began to creak, and through the transparent glass, the shifting, multicolored nebulae outside reflected on Suin and Little Pumpkin's faces, bringing color to the surface. Gua suddenly called out to Master because she wanted to know what Master was thinking. Gua felt like Master was going to teleport away any second, and she was worried. Suin chuckled. "I don't have any natural talent for space and time, so how could I teleport? Our family can't even teleport, let alone travel through time and space." "You're overthinking it, little guy." Suin pinched Little Pumpkin's cheek with both hands. "There are past lives before past lives, and all of them are made possible by the existence of some god of time, some god of space, and some space-time system." Suin explained to Little Pumpkin, fearing the child would be trapped in a nightmare of constant travel and lose sight of the happiness in front of him. Not all regrets can be redone, and not all redos can make up for them. Suin cherishes her current success, earned through thousands of efforts. Soon, the two of them burst into laughter and playfulness, attracting the other dolls, including Little Orange and Little Fox, who joined in the lively play. During dinner, Suin mentioned San-san's visit about National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival on Blue Star. Suin also explained her refusal. Perhaps because she was too lazy to go out and didn't want to see so many people, she simply declined. She apologized for not asking the dolls for their opinion, but she would support them if they wanted to go. The dolls expressed their understanding of their master's words. Bear shook his head repeatedly. No, Sister Inen, I don't want to go out. I've been addicted to games lately. Yes, games are so fun. Wan agreed with Bear's statement. She was also addicted to games. A trip to Blue Star, just on the starship, would take at least 3 days, leaving her plenty of time to play games at home. Little Pumpkin, recalling not being able to eat enough on Blue Star, said, No. The food there is delicious, but it won't keep me full. I just want to stay with my master. Suin watched the dolls offer various excuses. She couldn't tell whether they were refusing to go because she didn't want to, or whether they simply didn't want to go. But it didn't matter, the outcome was the same. Even though we're not going to Blue Star, we still have to celebrate the festival. We can spend Mid-Autumn Festival at home and enjoy the moon. No, the moon isn't pretty against the starry sky. Let me think about where we should go. Just then, a ding-dong sounded from San-san, and a virtual image of an animatronic girl with twin pigtails appeared. Ding-dong, and good evening everyone. I found a very beautiful place to watch the moon. If I take a day off and find a replacement, can I celebrate the holiday with you? The dolls all looked at San-san. How could Suin refuse San-san, the workaholic, who wanted a day off? Little Pumpkin asked where they were going. Moonlight Lake. Suin repeated these 3 words, and nodded for some reason. How about we call Mengli and Luo? Little Pumpkin suggested. Suin nodded. After dinner, Suin began writing a letter. The words, imbued with divine power, couldn't be faked. She sent it to the mailbox provided by the system. The invitation, filled with concern and anticipation, reached the hands of the doll in question. Little Pumpkin kept circling around the living room, muttering something about a celebration and ingredients. The living room was quite large, and Suin felt dizzy from all the circling. Nanling, tell us what you are thinking about. Chapter 637, Extra. Mid-Autumn Festival arrived in a flash. The pumpkin carriage made several stops a day. Early in the morning, they first went to Dream City to pick up Mingli, then to Eternal Night City to pick up Onluo. As station owners, they were deeply bound to their stations. Their bodies couldn't leave them for long, only about 10 days a year, but they were willing to give these precious days to Suin. Suin planned a day of camping. It wasn't really camping. They had pumpkin houses to stay in, delicious food to eat, and the pumpkin carriage was their home, so they didn't have to sleep outdoors. They just wanted to enjoy the breeze, fish, and watch the moon together. Arriving at Moonlight Lake at noon, Suin and the dolls found a nice campsite, cleared the space, and began setting up the tent and tables. They brewed a cup of hot milk tea, divided it among themselves, and sat in a row, gazing at the beautiful lake view together. It was a wonderful feeling. The moonlight energy is so strong here. And Luo, to make it easier to drink her milk tea, transformed herself into a young girl, squinting her eyes as she sipped her tea, a look of happiness on her face. Life is so good with melons, she couldn't help but sigh. Little Pumpkin took this as a compliment to her cooking skills and smiled from ear to ear. Only Mengli could hear the hidden meaning behind Luo's words. With melons, there are owners, food, a place to stay, and ultimately, a home. And Luo missed the feeling of having a home. Mengli took a sip of the milk tea. It was truly delicious. She seemed to recall a similar flavor, though it had been so long that she couldn't quite place it. She hadn't expected it to be so sweet and so blissful. Unable to get her milk tea, San-san pestered Little Pumpkin like a little elf, asking her to provide cooking data in the virtual kitchen so she could have a sip, just to sweeten her mouth. It was still broad daylight, and the moon was in the sky, though against the sunlight, it was only a faint white shadow. Mengli discussed the formations that formed the platform sky, explaining that the platform was a remnant of a fragmented, small world. It was so technical that the dolls couldn't understand it at first, but Xiaoli, intrigued by the topic, stepped forward to learn more. Mengli was extremely proficient in formations, the original Infinite Battle, Dark Knight's Prison, and the current Little Pumpkin's back garden were created by Mengli and Onluo. Although Onluo appeared to have a significant hand in the construction, with over 100 floors filled with her captured monsters and sealed divine powers, the platform's foundation was actually Mengli's work. While Swan was adjusting his fishing rod, he also learned a great deal about the platform. The platform core is a type of boundary stone. It can be used to build a platform, or to forcibly condense a small world into a core. The chaos universe, a place of extremely sacred energy where the spiritual and material worlds blend, is the most dangerous and powerful realm. The fishing hook was cast into the lake. What fish I be eating later will depend on today's trophy. A fisherman emerged from the lake, menacing. Who comes here fishing so early in the morning? Do you want to give me some respect? I'm going to pluck your hair. Her voice faded from strength to weakness. Sorry, adults, for interrupting. The fisherman suddenly leaped into the lake. Suan was stunned. One moment she thought she was going to fight, but the next moment, the other side backed off so quickly. Then she felt the fishing rod sink. She cast the hook, and a plump spirit fish emerged. Suan found it a little strange. The fish seemed to be stuck on the hook. It didn't struggle much before being caught. At the bottom of the lake, the fisherman clutched a fat fish and stared at the surface, waiting for the hook to drop so she could hook it. She prayed in her heart, I'm sorry, Master Moon God. I didn't mean to do that. I will serve your guests well. The previous expulsions were for Master Moon God's peace. Today was a prophesied day, and the guests arriving were all distinguished. Not to mention, these were all gods. Surely one of them would align with the prophecy. A lost text was engraved on the stone slab at the bottom of the lake, but the fisherman, who studied moon god culture, happened to understand it. On the occasion of the 1,000th full moon, my god promised to see me. Although the fisherman always felt she had mistranslated, it didn't stop her from treating her god-level guests with care on every full moon day. The fishing went surprisingly well. The fish were roasted in the evening. Besides the normal meals, what would Mid-Autumn Festival be without mooncakes? Little Pumpkin prepared traditional 5-nut mooncakes, and also snowskin mooncakes. The family bustled around the long table. Xiong was the grill master, overseeing the fish, meat, and steaks. The rest of the group was wrapping mooncakes. The snowskin mooncake skin was made of a small pumpkin, mixed with rice flour, milk, sugar, and oil, and then steamed. Now they just had to wrap it and eat. As the sky darkened and the moon brightened, it filled half the sky, making Suan feel dizzy. Such a powerful moonlight energy. Mengli glanced at Suan. No one said much. San came closer, looked at Mengli's delicate yet unique face, and said, You're a little strange, but I can guess what's going on. An hour later. Cheers! The fruit wine glasses clinked together, and even San joined in, holding up a virtual glass. Ding Dang Dang's collection of wines was a treasure trove. Everyone gazed at the moon together, eating mooncakes and gazing at the moon. The people by the lake and the fish beneath it all did the same. As the night deepened, the moonlight's energy grew stronger, and the fishman couldn't help herself and fell asleep. On every full moon night, she would slumber soundly, enveloped in the moonlight's power. The platform core within her body reflected a shimmering light in the moonlight. I don't know why I didn't go to Blue Star and came here, Suan muttered. She couldn't help but sigh as she gazed at the moon. So beautiful. San's eyes darted around, counting something. At the peak of the moonlight, Suan watched a deity emerge from the water. Before the moonlight, he was a man of unparalleled beauty. Perhaps beauty knows no gender. He was like the moon incarnate, shrouded in an inexplicable moonlight. He gave Suan a deep look, and just as Suan was about to fly forward and ask who he was, he vanished. Space-time and security system, thanks, little girl. My agreement with her is over. TSK, what a masterful trick. San, humph, I didn't help you. It was an N who rejected her suggestion to go to Blue Star that made her agree to the space-time and security system. What about playing with men? Hernan wouldn't know about that. I hope it won't cause N any trouble. Suan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and turned to San, asking, That's the gossip you were talking about earlier, right? Did I promise him something and ask him to do something? San scratched his head, unsure how to begin. How could he explain that someone was willing to die and give everything? Suan blinked and said, I remember. Never mind. That person is already quite evil. Eat mooncakes, eat mooncakes. Suan smiled gently and greeted everyone. Evil god, what's the point of etiquette and morality? She was in a very good mood. The love and hate from her first life had nothing to do with her. She only cared about the dolls in front of her.